This person is the savior of this world. And this person is a completely normal NPC who ends up killing that savior. The same savior who, in the future, was supposed to destroy the entire world. But because the main hero of the story dies, now this NPC is the one who has to save the world. And during this journey, he will also have to bang the girls who were originally meant to fall for the hero. Oh, sorry, not bang, he has to protect them. So all of this started 3 years ago. Our protagonist, Corin Locke, wakes up from his sleep. As soon as he looks outside his room window, the scene in front of him shocks him for a moment. But soon after, he realizes something unbelievable. He is inside the game Heroic Legend of Arhan, the same game he was just playing a while ago. Heroic Legend of Arhan is a game based on Deadly Academy monster incidents and countless endless events. And in the end, this world always meets total destruction. But coming back to Corin, he isn't worried at all, because he knows that the hero of this game will eventually save the world. And Corin himself? He's just a level 1 NPC, someone the protagonist will save during a rescue mission. Still, Corin is genuinely happy in this world. It doesn't feel fake at all. So Corin decides that he should find the protagonist of this world, Park Sihu, because in the future, this guy is destined to become insanely powerful and ridiculously rich. Sticking with him would clearly be the smart move. And surprisingly, Corin meets Park Sihu almost immediately. But Sihu is asking for sweet potatoes and Sprite. Hearing these modern food names completely confuses Corin, because nothing like this ever existed in the game. At the same time, Sihu is muttering to himself that he's going to live only for himself. The next moment, Corin grabs his hand and says, "Me too." And just like that, Corin realizes it. Sihu is also a transmigrator, someone who came from the same world as him. Later on, during a battle, Sihu kills a dragon with a magic attack. As a reward, he receives a status window, something every game protagonist has. The problem? Sihu has no idea how to use it. Corin guides him, telling him to focus on intelligence stats if he wants to become a mage. He reassures Sihu, saying that he's a pro player who knows all the routes and skills. As long as Sihu stays with him, there's nothing to worry about. But while Corin is confidently saying all this, a monster suddenly attacks him from behind. Before Corin can even react, Sihu kills it in a single attack. And like this, Corin and Sihu keep killing monsters together. Through endless battles, 3 years pass. Now Corin and Sihu are sitting among piles of monster corpses. To help Corin recover, Sihu gives him an elixir. Corin accepts it and starts drinking. But as he drinks, his eyes drift toward their party members, and every single one of them is male. Corin absolutely hates this, because the game is full of amazing female characters you can even date, but Sihu only ever recruited women temporarily when absolutely necessary. In the end, only the guys stayed in the party, and just looking at them makes Corin feel grossed out. Still, one thing keeps bothering Corin. In these 3 years, the game's story hasn't followed the original plot at all. Some main characters died for unknown reasons, some disappeared, and some never even appeared in the story. It takes Corin a while to realize the truth. Sihu is the reason behind all of it. Then Corin notices a staff placed in front of him and freezes in shock. That staff belongs to the main heroine of the game, and the place where it's kept, it's Park Sihu's underground inventory, which Corin has just discovered. Inside are items belonging to main characters who either died or never appeared in the story. But Corin is most shocked when he looks at a container. Inside lies the body of the game's heroine, Mariette Dunalev. As Corin desperately tries to process what's happening, Sihu appears behind him and asks what he's doing there. Corin fires back immediately, asking why the main heroine is here when Sihu had claimed she ran away. Sihu casually responds that it doesn't matter. She was a demon anyway, and he couldn't let her blood go to waste, so he used it to create an elixir. The same elixir Corin just drank. Hearing this, Corin goes completely numb. Sihu continues, saying how much effort it took to capture her, setting traps in the forest for an entire month. Corin completely loses it and demands to know why he did all this. Sihu replies coldly. He wanted to finish the game faster. Korin's paths were frustrating, always risking his own life to save others, getting tangled in friendships instead of manipulating people and using them efficiently. So Sihu did what had to be done, because he understands this game better than Korin ever did. Korin stands there in disbelief. He always thought Sihu was a noob player, but turns out he was a hardcore pro. Korin asks how many people Sihu has killed so far. Sihu answers calmly, "Only 3 more, and his count will reach 100,000. That's when Korin completely snaps. He grabs Sihu by the collar and starts cursing at him. Sihu says they were just NPCs, and Korin has killed many people too. But Korin yells back that those were evil people who deserved to die. Not listening anymore, Korin starts punching Sihu, asking why he stole other players' items when he's just a mage. Sihu laughs darkly and tells him that this has gone far enough. He grabs Korin's head and slams it into the container behind him. Blood starts dripping from Korin's head. Looking straight at him, Sihu says that Korin is driving him crazy. After everything he's done for him, Korin should not talk like this. He should understand that Sihu is his everything, his whole world. But Korin is completely confused, unable to understand what Sihu is trying to say. Suddenly, Korin runs away in fear, shouting that Sihu isn't someone who likes men and asking why he's trying to change so suddenly. Sihu replies with a terrifying look, saying he did all this for their future. Korin asks if that's why their party was only men. Sihu answers that they were just decorations. The only one he loves is Korin. Hearing this, Korin punches Sihu in the face and runs for his life, thinking how insanely dangerous this man is, and he hasn't even had a girlfriend yet. He needs to get out before something worse happens. But before he can escape, Sihu traps Korin with a magic attack and tells him that he can't run away. In this fake world, Korin is the only real thing. Korin is completely terrified. Sihu says that once the final battle ends, everything will be fine. With that, he leaves for the final battle. Korin is sealed inside another dimension. He knows Sihu will defeat the final boss, but he's even more afraid of what will happen to him after that. Then suddenly a system message appears. Park Sihu has died in the final battle. Challenge failed. The next moment, Korin is sent back to the exact same point from 3 years ago, where it all began. This time, he's filled with fear and burning rage. And now, Korin makes a decision. This time, he won't let Park Sihu live. After this, Korin remembers an incident from his past life. Back then, he and Sihu were on a monster subjugation mission. But during the mission, a dam suddenly collapsed. Because of that collapse, all the people in the area, along with the monsters, drowned in the water. At that time, Korin noticed something strange. Sihu was smiling while watching that scene. Back then, Korin thought Sihu was just in shock, but now he understands the truth. Sihu wasn't shocked, he was happy, because whether it was normal people or monsters, their deaths still gave him experience points. Now, Korin knows exactly what kind of disgusting human being Sihu really is. And this time, Korin is confident he can stop him. Because right now, both of them are at the same level. Korin has only one goal. Park Sihu must not reach Mercabe Academy. That academy is the one place where Sihu will grow overwhelmingly strong. The academy entrance is still 5 days away, so Korin sets out to stop him before that happens. On the way, Korin notices some mushrooms growing along the path. He picks them up and takes them with him. Now the scene shifts to a forest. 2 knights have just defeated a monster. They thank a man who helped them. That man is none other than Park Sihu. Suddenly, an old voice calls out saying the carriage repairs are complete and they can now leave. But the moment they start heading toward the carriage, someone attacks them from behind. Luckily, the knights barely dodge the attack. But the moment they see their attacker, their faces go pale. It's a rank 2 werewolf. The werewolf takes its stance, preparing to attack again. At that exact moment, Korin arrives at the scene. But even after arriving, Korin freezes because the werewolf kills the female knight right in front of him. Korin thinks that if he had arrived just a little earlier, he might have been able to save her. Now, only one knight remains. That surviving knight orders Sihu to run away, but Sihu instead tells the carriage driver to leave without him, saying he'll catch up later. Inside the carriage, a girl desperately tells Sihu to come with them, but Sihu refuses, claiming that he needs to help the knight. Before anything else can happen, the werewolf kills the remaining knight as well. Now the monster turns its attention towards Sihu, ready to tear him apart. Coming back to Korin, he wants to confirm something. First, is this the good Park Sihu, the hero who will save the world? Or is this the same player from his past life who came from another world? At first, Sihu looks scared after seeing the monster, but soon he steels himself and prepares to fight. The girl from the carriage attacks the werewolf to protect Sihu, but the werewolf easily blocks her attack and throws her backward. Sihu then starts explaining who she is. She belongs to one of the game's most famous noble families, the Argon family. She is their second daughter. She wields Odachi, one of the 6 king's swords. She is also one of the game's main female leads, Alicia Arden. The same Alicia Arden whom Park Sihu killed in his previous life. And now he is trying to do the same thing again. Sihu pulls out a poisonous dagger from his pocket and stabs her from behind. Seeing this, Korin finally confirms it. This is the same Park Sihu from his past life. Alicia doesn't suffer a fatal wound from the dagger itself. She turns to Sihu and asks why he did this. Sihu calmly lies, saying that he was scared and attacked her by mistake. But the poison from the dagger slowly begins to take effect. The werewolf attacks Alicia again. She barely manages to block its attacks. At the same time, Sihu is thinking to himself that she should have died already, but because she's a famous game character, she's still alive. Alicia somehow calms herself, takes a proper sword stance, and charges at the monster. Sihu panics. He's afraid that if Alicia kills the monster, he won't get the experience points. So he throws the dagger at her again. This time, Alicia dodges the attack and immediately realizes the truth. The first attack was not an accident, it was intentional. Because of this distraction, the werewolf nearly bites off Alicia's head. But just before that happens, Alicia drives her sword straight into the monster's head, killing it. However, because of the poison, Alicia is now on the verge of death. Sihu walks up to her and takes her Odachi sword. He's thrilled that he's finally obtained it. But to use this sword properly, he needs a special skill, which can only be acquired through experience points. So Sihu decides that he will kill Alicia and gain those points. Just as Sihu is about to attack her, Korin throws a pouch of golden powder at him. The powder spreads all over Sihu. Enraged, Sihu starts screaming, asking who the hell did this and telling them to come out. But instead of Korin, a group of rabbit monsters suddenly attack Sihu. Then, Korin explains that this powder was made from the mushrooms he picked up earlier. These mushrooms are the favorite food of the forest monsters. Because of the scent of this powder, the monsters mistake Sihu for food and attack him. Using this opportunity, Korin pulls Alicia to the side. Seeing that she's still alive fills him with relief. Korin tries to pull one of the monster's fangs out using his dagger, but at that moment, Sihu appears behind him and demands to know who he is. Korin casually responds, saying that Sihu killed all the monsters within 1 minute, and the Odachi must be an incredible sword. But the moment Korin stands up, Sihu recognizes him. Then Sihu asks Korin what he's doing there. From Sihu's words alone, Korin immediately realizes something. This idiot doesn't have any memories of his past life. So Korin decides to mess with him. He warns Sihu not to hold his sword so recklessly, or he might end up cutting his own hand. And Sihu actually falls for it. Seeing that opening, Korin throws dirt straight into Sihu's eyes. Blinded, Sihu starts swinging his sword wildly just to protect himself. Korin knows one thing very clearly. Sihu is physically stronger than him. So this time, Korin is ready to put everything into this fight. The next moment, Korin attacks using the werewolf's fang, but Sihu dodges it. Korin then tries to slash Sihu's neck with the fang, just to keep him distracted. And the moment he gets an opening, Korin strikes with the dagger hidden in his other hand, stabbing Sihu in the shoulder. Sihu is injured. Using this chance, Korin attacks again with the fang in his hand. But surprisingly, Sihu blocks the attack with just one hand. Still, Korin refuses to give up. With all his strength, he drives the fang straight into Sihu's throat. Game over. In the end, Korin thanks Sihu, because it was because of him that Korin managed to become this strong. And he feels no regret at all, because what he killed was not a human anymore, but a monster who would have taken countless lives in the future. Just then, the system displays a status message. Park Sihu has been killed. Based on the current situation, the system designates Korin as the sub-player of this world. At the same time, all of Sihu's accumulated experience points are transferred to Korin. Seeing the system screen, Korin wonders if he'll finally get his own stat window. But before he can think further, he hears Alicia's voice behind him. She's on the verge of death due to the poison. Korin rushes to her side and asks if she's okay. Alicia says she can't see anything. Hearing that, Korin feels a bit relieved. At least she can still speak. After that, Korin asks her about her symptoms to identify the poison. Once all the symptoms are confirmed, Korin understands exactly which poison it is. But because a werewolf fang is still embedded in Alicia's stomach, she's losing far too much blood. So Korin decides to remove the fang first and detoxify the wound. He takes off the belt around his waist and tightly binds her body to slow the bleeding. To stop Alicia from biting off her own tongue from the pain, Korin places Sihu's hand into her mouth and tells her to bite down on it, because the pain is going to be intense. Then Korin starts pulling the fang out of her body. While doing this, he questions why it was he who was sent 3 years back in time. But at the same time, he's glad. He killed a monster and saved an innocent person who was killed by Sihu in his past life. Korin successfully removes the fang from Alicia's body. Now, he begins preparing the antidote for the poison. He gives her some courage, telling her not to give up. People don't die that easily. Alicia asks for Korin's name. Korin places a water-soaked cloth on her forehead and tells her she doesn't need to know. He suggests that she sleep for now and says he'll wake her once the antidote is ready. After that, Korin starts analyzing everything that has happened so far. This game is called Heroic Legend of Arhan. Just from the name itself, it's clear that a hero is meant to rise, solving incidents and accidents at the academy, growing stronger, and eventually defeating the villains and the final boss to save the world. In his past life, Park Sihu followed the story because if he didn't, the final boss would have destroyed the world. But in this life, Korin killed Sihu before the story even began, which means the role of this world's hero now falls onto Korin's shoulders. However, there's one thing that really pisses him off. The system refuses to give him a stat window like Park Sihu had. Poor Korin was actually excited, thinking he'd finally get his own stat screen. But knowing future events alone isn't enough to save the world. So Korin decides to rely on things outside the system. Because of his past life experience, he's no longer just an NPC. To test this, he uses a skill he learned in his past life. And surprisingly, it works. Korin then explains the skill he mastered in his past life: rune magic. Runes are ancient letters that contain magic power within themselves. Rune magic operates on 3 commandments: duty, restraint, and oath. These commandments can turn a normal human into a superhuman or completely destroy the world. That's why Korin applies them to his own body to gain extra power. The first commandment is duty. If a person makes a promise to themselves and keeps it, the commandment grants extra power. But because it's relatively easy, it doesn't increase stats by much. So Korin makes a promise that he intends to follow until the end of his life. He vows that he will never hesitate to help good people in trouble. The system accepts this. A chain appears around Korin's heart. If he breaks this vow, he will lose 10 stat points. The second commandment is restraint. Because of this, Korin can no longer see spirits. In this game, ghosts and spirits do exist. But since Korin can't see them anymore, they can't harm him either. The final commandment is oath. Korin explains that this commandment carries extreme risk. That's why neither he nor Park Sihu used it in their past lives. But even with the system, Park Sihu still lost to the final boss. So this time, Korin isn't afraid to use it. He takes an oath that he will save this world. With that, all the commandments lock into Korin's heart, and if Korin ever fails to uphold these commandments, they will take his life. Then we see Alicia slowly waking up from her sleep. The moment she tries to get up, a sharp pain shoots through her body, making it difficult for her to move. Seeing her awake, the nurse standing beside the bed feels genuinely relieved. Alicia asks where she is, and the nurse tells her that she's in Merkaba City Hospital. After that, Alicia asks about Korin, but the nurse replies that he already left a long time ago. That answer visibly saddens Alicia. The nurse quickly tells her not to move too much and to rest properly. Soon, Alicia's eyes fall on her belongings placed nearby. Among them is Korin's belt. She picks it up and stares at it silently, her expression turning serious. Suddenly, she calls out to the nurse standing beside her. The nurse flinches in surprise. Alicia seriously asks if there's a place nearby where she can get honey bomb candy. At first, the nurse looks completely confused. Then, she gently tells Alicia that for now, she can only eat stew. Finally, the day of Merkaba Academy's entrance ceremony arrives. Korin is about to enter the academy when he searches for his entry pass. That's when he finds a letter from his mother inside his pocket. As he reads it, his emotions quietly overflow. He remembers the time when he first arrived in this world. Back then, he was afraid of everyone around him. But his family accepted him exactly as he was, and slowly, Korin began to love them back. That was the biggest difference between him and Sihu. Next, we see the Academy's train station, crowded with students searching for their assigned trains. Suddenly, a girl calls everyone to gather around. She is Mariette Dunalev, one of the female leads of this game. She meets Korin, casually compliments him, and then, unexpectedly, offers him a potato. After that, she leads the students on a tour of the academy, explaining its facilities along the way. During this, Korin reveals that Mariette is a first-class second-year mage of Merkaba Academy. But more importantly, she's also the final boss of the first act of this game. Once the tour ends, Mariette wishes everyone good luck and leaves. Now we see the interior of Merkaba Academy. Inside a large room, all the students are gathered. Everyone is terrified, except Korin. In the very next moment, the students start floating into the air. Still, Korin remains completely calm. He explains that since ancient times, people of this world have been fighting an evil tribe. The most effective weapons in that war were superhumans, those who could use aura and mana. Merkaba Academy exists to train exactly those kinds of warriors. Then, a man addresses the students and introduces himself as Professor Fermac Damon, their training instructor. When Korin sees Fermac, he looks genuinely pleased. After delivering a long speech, Fermac distributes the students' ranks. Korin is ranked 6th. His mana and abilities are evaluated as low. Seeing this, Korin isn't very happy. Fermac orders everyone to line up according to their ranks. With a devilish smile, he wishes them good luck. In the next instant, all the students are teleported away. We see students ranked 1st and 2nd, where a yellow-haired instructor refuses to even measure their test results. Among the 2nd-ranked students are Alicia Arden, the granddaughter of the sword genius, Yahello, Avallowan's druid, Dronzer, a mercenary skilled in sword control, and Kranaludin, a golem sorcerer. The first rank has only one student, Haran, the heavenly yaksha. Seeing her, the yellow-haired instructor is visibly shocked. She didn't expect Haran to be here this year. Next, we see the man in charge of the test complaining that there's no point in testing 6th-rank students. He even considers removing them from the test. But suddenly, the yellow-haired instructor threatens him from behind. She reminds him that the director ordered every student to be tested. Terrified, he immediately begins the 6th-rank test. As the test starts, a weapon case drops in front of Korin. An announcement follows. Monsters will start appearing in 30 seconds, so choose your weapon. Korin explains that more than half the students probably chose swords, just like he did in his past life. As monsters begin appearing behind him, Korin calmly says, "It takes 100 days to learn a spear, 1,000 days to master a blade, but 10,000 days to truly master a sword." That's why he chooses the spear. The moment he attacks, one monster is killed in a single strike. The monster beside it freezes in fear. Without stopping, Korin slaughters all the monsters within a minute. Absolute domination. After killing all the monsters, Korin slowly pulls his spear out of the last monster's body. It took him only 12 seconds to wipe them all out. For a moment, he recalls his past life, a time when he couldn't even kill a single hound. But this time is different. This time, he will kill them all. Korin waits for the next monster to appear. 1 minute passes, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, but nothing happens. That's when Korin starts feeling uneasy, wondering if there's some kind of malfunction in the system. Meanwhile, we shift to the instructor monitoring the test. He's clearly unhappy with the students' performances. When he was their age, he finished all the monsters in under a minute, so seeing even the 5th-ranked students perform so poorly irritates him. And because of that, he assumes the 6th-ranked students won't amount to anything. But when his eyes fall on Korin's screen, he freezes. Korin has already killed all the monsters and is calmly resting. The instructor assumes the monsters must not have been summoned properly for Korin. Calling it a bug, he sends the same hounds again and moves on to check the other students. But once again, Korin wipes them all out within a minute. Later, the instructor hears an announcement saying someone cleared the test in 7 minutes. He smiles, thinking at least someone decent exists. But when he looks back at Korin's screen, Korin is resting again. This time, the instructor is completely shocked. He becomes convinced something is wrong with the system and asks a fellow instructor to check it. After checking, the other instructor says the system hasn't malfunctioned even once in the last 20 years, but the first instructor refuses to accept it. In his mind, a 6th-ranked student like Korin should have been eliminated long ago. That's when the other instructor asks a simple question. Did you actually confirm whether monsters were summoned or not? Seeing his expression, he immediately realizes the answer is no. So once again, they send the same hounds toward Korin. At this point, Korin is visibly irritated. Without wasting a second, he throws 3 spears at once, killing all the hounds in just 7.3 seconds. Seeing this killing speed, both instructors are left speechless. One of them asks Fermac how long the 3rd and 4th-ranked students took to clear the hounds. Fermac replies that a boy named Jaeger took 3 minutes and 30 seconds. When Fermac asks why he's asking, the instructor avoids the question. Instead, he sends a 4th-rank boar toward Korin. Korin kills it in just 3.7 seconds. Next, they summon a 3rd-rank monster, an owl bear. This time, the fight is tougher, but Korin activates his rune magic, Kanaz. The owl bear is instantly engulfed in flames. Seeing rune magic, even Fermac is slightly surprised. However, the attack doesn't deal enough damage. The owlbear counterattacks. Korin blocks the strike, climbs onto the owlbear's head, and finishes it with a decisive blow. The assistant instructor is stunned. A mere 6th-rank student just killed a 3rd-rank monster. Now, he eagerly waits to see Korin fight an evil spirit. In the next moment, a 5th-rank evil spirit appears before Korin. Korin can feel something in front of him, but due to the restraint commandment, he can't see the spirit. And because of the same commandment, the spirit can't harm him either. After counting 1 full minute, Korin realizes he can't fight it, so he calmly withdraws from the match. Later, Korin stands before the instructor, expecting some kind of scolding, but the instructor is still too shocked by Korin's performance to say anything. After that, all the students gathered to check their results. That's when Korin notices a boy standing proudly with his chest puffed out. It's Jaeger Hinchpeter, an NPC from the game. In Korin's past life, Jaeger provoked Sihu far too much, and Sihu erased him completely. Nearby, Korin notices another boy named Lark, who's being mocked because despite being 5th rank, he failed to kill even one monster. In the past life, Lark also provoked Sihu and met the same fate. Suddenly, a powerful voice grabs everyone's attention. It's the Academy Director, Irio Kassar. He congratulates all the students for today's performance and assures them that the professors will always support them. After finishing his motivational speech, the students disperse. Then we focus on Jaeger, who notices Lark quietly reading a book in a corner. Jaeger walks up to him and asks him about his rank in a threatening tone. Lark is clearly intimidated. At that moment, Korin notices what's happening. To stop it, Korin walks up behind Jaeger and places his hand on his shoulder. He asks about Jaeger's tattoo and casually compliments it. Jaeger is instantly impressed and proudly explains his mother made it. She's a tattoo artist. Smiling, Korin asks if he has more tattoos like that on his body. That's when Korin recalls a memory from his past life, Jaeger's mother desperately searching for him after he went missing. That tattoo wasn't for show, it was made for Jaeger's safety. Back in the present, Jaeger happily shows all his tattoos to Korin. They exchange names. Then Korin asks the boy sitting beside him his name, Lark. Just like that, the three slowly start talking and become friends. From a distance, Alicia watches everything. She's happy to see how Korin saved Lark from being bullied. To her, Korin looks like a genuinely good person. And Korin himself feels satisfied, knowing he left a good impression on Lark, because in the future, he plans to use him. Meanwhile, Alicia is simply mesmerized by Korin's smile. A terrifying smile, yet incredibly charming. After this, Korin praises Merkaba Academy a little bit, because here, all the facilities are available for free. Like the cafeteria here is cheaper than the outside, and the dorms to stay in are also free. But among all these, the thing Korin likes the most is the training room, because here, even impossible training becomes possible. You see, Korin cannot see spirits, but because of this training room's facilities, he can actually fight with spirits. Seeing Korin training like this, two students make fun of him. Then one student says that students usually come here to practice in their second semester. Maybe he just heard about this training from someone. And then his companion supports him and says, "Yeah, even we second-year students can't last here, so how will he survive?" And standing behind them, Mariette is also looking right at Korin. But if we look at Korin, he's just getting beaten up by these spirits. Then an instructor calls out to Korin. This is the same instructor who didn't get to see Korin and the spirits fight last time. Now Korin looks at the instructor and greets him. Then the instructor asks Korin, "Why are you practicing with a spirit body?" Then our MC Korin replies that he wants to improve his spear skills. The instructor asks if he will be able to pull it off. And Korin replies that yes, he will. But in his mind, a completely different thought was going on. Why has this old man come to meet me? Did I do something wrong during the exam? The instructor first glares at Korin angrily, but the very next moment, bringing a smile to his face, he praises Korin and gives him some free food tickets. Korin was a little surprised by this sudden behavior, but the instructor tells him, "If you succeed, come to me. I will give you a pat on the back." Now Korin takes a sigh of relief and says to himself, "I was getting scared for no reason. This man expresses his love through food." Saying this, Korin starts his training again. And we see Mariette, who is observing Korin carefully. Korin continues his fight with the spirit body, but the spirit throws him far away with just one attack. When Korin was lying on the floor, Mariette puts a handkerchief over his face. Then Mariette asks, "Is this hard?" Then Korin replies, "Yeah, a bit too much." After this, using her magic, she fills a glass with water and gives it to Korin to drink. And to motivate him, she says, "You will have to try this again and again. Only then will you be able to do it better next time." But Korin says to himself, "Next time? I had 3 years and Park Si-hoo too, who had a stat window and a combination window to make potions and skill books. But now I've killed him, so I will have to do everything by myself." After this, Korin says thanks to Mariette, hands back her glass, and decides in his mind that he will become strong. And for this, Korin first tries to find his limits, because he wants to know how many of his past life abilities he can use in this life. Saying this, he tries his past life spear attacks. Along with this, he remembers his past, where he neither had a strong body, nor aura, nor magic power. Just with Park Si-hoo's information and the future incidents, he cannot defeat the villains of this game. And for exactly this reason, he worked the hardest in his past life. That's why he's confident that his past 3 years of hard work will not betray him. With this confidence, he throws his spear up in the air towards the spirit body. The spirit body easily dodges it. Seeing this, Mariette thinks that maybe Korin has given up. But the very next moment, she gets completely shocked, because Korin jumps into the air, catches his spear, and attacks in mid-air, killing the spirit body. Seeing this, Mariette just thinks that small words like strong or outstanding won't suit him, because in her eyes, Korin is an awesome person. But maybe Korin couldn't digest this much praise. The very next moment, he falls to the ground with a loud thud. With his last attack, along with his spear, his body is also completely broken. He thinks that maybe he pushed this body way beyond its limits. After this, we cut to the next day, where Mariette greets everyone and takes them to show the school facilities. But if we look at Korin, he's casually eating a potato. He's thinking that if he wants to become powerful, he'll first have to make his own body strong. And this time, he doesn't have Si-hoo's elixirs to rely on. Right now, the only thing that can give him power is his commandments. Saying this, he looks at Lark standing behind him, who is reading a book. The very next moment, he puts his hand on Lark's shoulder and invites him to eat something. Lark gets a little confused, but when Korin brings up grimoires the next moment, Lark gets quite excited. After this, Korin explains a little bit about grimoires to us. It is a type of skill book. By reading it, one can easily perform magic. Then we see the Merkaba Academy's library, where all the knowledge of this world is kept saved for future generations. But Korin considers all these things absolute bullshit, because he knows this place is not used to pass knowledge, but to hide grimoires, just like hiding a tree inside a forest. But Lark doesn't care about these things. He just wants Korin to fulfill his promise. Korin agrees to this, but Lark will have to accept his conditions first. Then Korin tells us a little bit about Lark, that Lark is a hardworking student and he remembers all types of spells. But his problem is that due to his low magician and mana level, he has difficulty using his skills. But if you have grimoires, then it's a completely different story. After this, Korin throws a book down from the shelf. Lark was getting annoyed, because Korin had been tossing books for a while. But suddenly, Korin finds a hidden door and tells Lark to follow him. Stopping halfway, Korin calls out to Lark and reminds him of his promise. Lark was also ready. Then Lark tells Korin that he will fully help him in fighting the evil spirits together. But little did the innocent Lark know that Korin was completely fucking him over. Because the very next moment, Korin lands a hard punch right on Lark's face, knocking Lark down in one single shot. But Korin tells us that he came here just to help Lark. And along with that, he has to capture an evil spirit and complete a special quest, which will give him a reward. But there's a problem here. The one Korin has to fight is a special type of evil spirit who is already right behind him. And Korin explains that completing this quest is almost impossible because the one the player has to fight is a General Duke who ruled the South 800 years ago. And with that same exact power, he attacks Korin right now. But because of his commandments, Korin can neither see that spirit, nor can its attacks do anything to Korin. And Korin doesn't even have a clue that the Duke's spirit is attacking him. Korin's just thinking, is something happening here? But later, he calls out to that Duke's spirit and says, look bro, I can't see you, so just possess this boy's body. And this bastard tells the spirit to enter Lark's body. After this, Korin explains a little bit about the Duke. In this world, due to some reasons, normal humans turn into demi-humans, like vampires and werewolves. And Sabancia Duke was one of them, who one day just randomly turned into a vampire and killed his servant. Although he tried to resist his vampire instincts, he failed. And due to no having control over himself, he kicked his wife and daughter out of the castle. And so he wouldn't take any more lives, he sealed himself inside a magic book, which is a grimoire, the very one Korin is looking for. And right now we see Lark, who has been possessed by Sabancia Duke, and he charges an attack at Korin with full power. But Korin now reveals why he chose Lark. If a special evil spirit possesses someone like Lark, they can realize their maximum physical powers. But Lark is a character in this game who has the absolute lowest physical stats. And saying this, Korin puts Lark right back to sleep with just one punch. Although Korin apologizes to Lark, this was the easiest way to complete the quest. And further, Korin tells us that if he kills the possessed Lark right now, he will get a highest grade item, which is the Duke's cape and vampire's armor, the same items that Sihu used to wear, which helped him a lot in the future. But Korin is different from Sihu. After this, he asks Sabancia Duke, "Are you curious to know about your wife and daughter? Do you want to know what kind of life they lived?" And with this, Korin tells Sabancia Duke everything about how his wife died and how his daughter became an amazing adventurer. And this time, Korin tries to finish this quest in a different way, because he also has a family now, and he can't just watch the poor soul suffer like this. And after this, Sabancia Duke apologizes to Korin for his behavior so far, and after talking to Korin a bit more, the Duke's soul finally gets salvation, and Korin receives the rewards for this quest, which are an epic-level Duke's soul dust and 2 grimoires, out of which Korin uses 1 grimoire for himself, which gives him an ability called Persistent Warrior's Regeneration. The advantage of this is, as long as Korin doesn't lose his fighting spirit and will, this ability will keep recovering him. And Korin remembers that same fucking idiot Sihu also had this exact ability, but he never used to get hurt. That's why Korin doesn't know how much this ability can actually recover him. And now, finally, Lark also regains consciousness, and Korin tells him that an evil spirit had possessed him, but Lark questions him. Does someone's face also get swollen when an evil spirit possesses them? But Korin plays innocent and says, yeah, maybe it happens. And then Korin gives the grimoire to Lark. Seeing this, Lark is completely surprised, and he asks, can I really take this? And then Korin gives his last reason why he chose Lark, because he wanted to see how it feels when hardworking people also get rewarded. And along with that, his commandment's duty rewards him for helping good people, which is a whopping 80 stat points. Seeing this, Korin gets totally shocked, because in this game, leveling up only gives 5 stat points, and the stat points he just received would normally take 16 leveling ups. But Corin ignores all this and just picks up Lark and carries him away. And with this, the quest also starts to disappear. And we realize why Corin got 80 stat points. It's because he didn't just help Lark, he helped the Duke as well. After this, we see the training room again, where Mariette is handing potatoes to some dogs. Oh, sorry, some boys. And later she goes to Corin and asks, "Are you going to fight the spirit body today as well?" And Corin replies with a yes. Then Mariette says to Corin, "I believe in you and I will cheer for you from here." But seeing this lovey-dovey scene, those potato-eating dogs, those boys, start burning with jealousy. And they say to Mariette, "He's just a first-year student. He won't be able to do anything. Don't give him false hope." But Mariette replies to them with a confident smile, "Is that so?" And saying this, she places a 2-gold bet on Corin. Getting excited by this, everyone else bets their money on Corin losing. But Corin was getting annoyed by their bullshit because he came here to practice, not to have bets placed on himself. But Corin focuses on his fight. He's curious to know just how strong he has become from the new stat points. That's why he uses his weakest basic attack, Stab Ominous Serpent. The technique Corin used to defeat the spirit body last time, this is even weaker than that. And Corin thought that maybe he would have to work a bit harder to defeat the spirit body this time. But the very next moment, the spirit body is defeated with just one attack, making the betting crowd and Corin himself completely shocked that he defeated the spirit with just a basic attack, and he realizes he has gotten way too strong. And Mariette comes up behind him and says, "Yesterday it took you 3 attacks to defeat the spirit, but today you defeated it in just 1 attack." But Corin was surprised that despite being a mage, how did Mariette track his attack? Corin was just amazed by her eyesight. Then, Mariette gives Corin the money he won from the bet. And coming back to those gamblers, they're literally crying because they lost their money. "Take that, you losers. Keep betting." And we come back to Corin. Seeing his surprised face, Mariette asks him, "Do you not like these things?" But Corin puts on a greedy face and says, "Only a dumbass would like money in this world." And taking his share from Mariette, he says in his mind, "Mariette, you are very intelligent. Just keep working like this in the future." After this, we see a night scene where Corin is eating potatoes, and while eating, he's thinking, "In my past life, I had to bust my ass to improve my martial arts, and I'm still only on the 5th step out of the 6th step of enlightenment. But this time, Corin has advanced in his spearmanship much faster than his past life, so he's not worried about that. But right now, there is only one problem. And that is rune magic, which he couldn't improve in his past life. Because to use rune magic, you need an incredible amount of mana, and if he solves this problem, he'll become much stronger than his past life. But as soon as Corin is walking and thinking all this, someone calls out to him, and Corin instantly recognizes this voice, and he says to himself that no matter how much he polishes his spearmanship or even masters rune magic, there is still someone he cannot defeat. A female character whom even Park Sihu was scared shitless to fight, one of the most powerful characters in this game, the heavenly Yaksha, whose name is Hwaran. And Corin is just thinking, what is she doing here at this time, and why is she talking to me? But Corin knows that she's a walking time bomb who can explode at any moment. That's why he ignores her and starts walking away. But right then, Hwaran calls out to him and says, "I don't think you're the owner of that body." Hearing this, Corin is completely shocked, thinking, how does she know I possessed this body? But Corin knows this fact, that Hwaran herself is a walking living corpse, whose body holds 2 souls. One is human, and the other is a monster's. And a soul that exists between life and death can see the color of other people's souls. Although, the weird thing for Hwaran is, she cannot see the people's souls. But Hwaran questions Corin further. "Tell me, how does it feel when you crush the original soul and take its place?" And in reply, Corin says, "I don't know." And later, he remembers his past life, where he was always worried. Are he and Corin Locke different people? Are the memories he received not his own? Then who am I? The one who passed middle school, high school, and went to the military? But in the end, all these worries were absolute bullshit. because Hwarin's case is different. Her original body's soul is still inside that same body. And further, Hwarin says to Korin, "You are a thief, and you have no right to that body." But Korin tells her a story. He says, "In the neighborhood right next to my hometown lived a man who turns into a green monster whenever he gets angry. His name is Bruce. But you know what's the funniest part about them? Both of their personalities hate each other. And that is the most interesting part, because both of their qualities are totally different. And through this, Korin just wanted to make Hwarin understand that whether a soul is original or newly formed, their characteristics are different. And whether we want it or not, we are born in the same body. And being born is not a sin." But Hwarin says to Korin, "In this world, there are some people whose very birth is a sin." But Korin doesn't say anything in response, because Hwarin is just a 3-year-old child who is struggling with her own pain. And Korin says goodbye to her and walks away. Now, if you guys are a little confused about why Korin called Hwarin a 3-year-old child, it's because Hwarin has 2 souls inside her, and the second soul is 3 years old, while the original soul is around Korin's age. After this, we see a scene from the next morning, where today, Korin woke up early because he first has to go check the missions on the mission board. And when Korin goes there and reads the missions, he explains that these missions help in leveling up. But he doesn't care about leveling up. He's here to try something completely different. But right now, he is a little surprised to see Alicia standing next to him, wondering what she's doing here. And Alicia was busy looking for missions. After this, Korin calls out to Alicia, and she also greets him. And later, Korin questions her. "You are already at the 2nd rank. Do you still want to rank up even faster?" But Alicia replies to him that she needs money. But Korin tells her, "You are at the 2nd rank, so you must be getting a good scholarship from the academy, right?" But she tells him that she belongs to one of the top 10 richest families in this world. That's why the academy refused to give her a scholarship. And Korin understands that just like in Korea, kids from wealthy families here don't get scholarships either. And Alicia further explains that her family wants her to stand on her own 2 feet, so they are not giving her any money either. Realizing this, Korin understands that this poor girl's situation is seriously screwed up. So, to help her, Korin suggests a patrol mission to her, because here you get more money for less work. And hearing this, Alicia gets really happy, and she asks Korin, "This mission requires 3 people, so will you come?" But Korin refuses, saying that he has some other work to do. And later, he accepts a mission to find a lost cat. Now, Korin explains why he accepted this rescue mission despite the reward being so low, because this cat was about to be killed by a monster. But if Korin saves it, he will save this cat's owner from falling into misfortune and depression, which means his commandment will give him a reward, which he actually already received. Seeing this, Korin goes totally crazy, realizing that even from such normal missions, he is getting a ton of experience points. And seeing Korin laughing like a maniac, that poor little girl gets scared and runs away from there. And Korin dives right into similar missions, where he saves someone from getting bullied or saves someone's ring from getting stolen. But right then, he remembers the most important task he had to do first thing today. After this, we see a house where a man breaks a table in a fit of rage. And the reason for his anger was that he mixed 10 different ingredients to make a sauce so he could make a tasty chicken dish. But so far, he hasn't been able to make a tasty chicken dish that satisfies him. But right then, someone calls him from behind. It was Korin. And striking a South Indian hero pose, he says to him, "Put starch syrup in your chicken, your problem will be solved." And saying this, he starts walking away. But if we look at that man, he was thinking, "Who the fuck is this idiot giving me free advice?" But listening to Korin, he puts the sauce in the chicken, saying, "Only a fucking lunatic would put starch syrup in chicken." But the very next moment after adding the starch syrup, he goes totally crazy over the chicken's taste. And Korin was happy, because now he will get to eat Korean-style chicken. But right then, his commandment rewards him 5 points for helping that man. Korin was surprised by this, because this time he helped that man for his own selfish benefit. And now Korin went totally crazy, because the commandment was giving him points even if he helped people for his own selfish benefit. And while he was laughing like a maniac, Hwarin was watching him from afar, thinking that Korin is a very weird person. But right then, the yellow-haired instructor comes up behind her, whose name is Josephine. And she says to Hwarin, I gave you permission to roam around outside, but you should take my permission before going anywhere. But Hwarin doesn't reply to her, and she remembers the words Korin said to her, where he was telling her that being born is not a sin. But at the same time, she remembers a moment from her past where someone told her, "You should never have been born." After this, we see the hunting ground, where Josephine is telling everyone about their evaluation test, and she explains the rules to everyone, that everyone will have to cross the forest and reach a cabin which is at the end of the forest, and the armbands the students are wearing on their hands, they will have to submit them at that cabin. And depending on how much time you take to reach there, you will get points, which you can exchange for rewards. And now we see Korin, who is looking for Hwarin. But because she is way too strong, she didn't participate in this test. And right then, Alicia calls out to Korin from behind, and Korin asks her about yesterday's mission, to which Alicia thanks him, because thanks to him, she was able to make good money. After this, Korin gives Alicia a honey bomb candy. Seeing this, Alicia gets absolutely delighted, and he tells Alicia, "I bought this for my sister, but I can't give it to her now." Alicia asks if it'll be okay to take this, but Korin just gives it to her anyway. And after this, Josephine also starts the test, and the very next moment, a portal opens right above the students' heads, and Korin was secretly praising Josephine in his mind, because there are many mages in this world, but no one in this world can create a portal as big as Josephine's. And now, finally, Korin gets teleported into the forest, and as soon as he looks around, he sees some students fighting. Now, Korin explains a little bit about this exam, that this exam is exactly like a battle royale, where you get teleported to any random spot, and to earn points, you have to steal other students' armbands. And with this, Korin ignores the students standing in front of him and moves ahead, because his real target is Alicia. And to find her, he uses his rune magic. And he's happy about the fact that Hwarin didn't participate in this exam, so passing it will be easy for him. And to track Alicia, Korin had placed a rune magic inside that honey bomb candy he gave her. And now, making a face like an absolute predator and screaming Alicia's name, Korin sets out to find her. And right now, we come back to Josephine, who was talking to the chairman. But suddenly, she remembers Hwarin. Because she wasn't here, so she asks the chairman, "Did you send her into the forest?" But the chairman denies it and says, "She went on her own. I didn't send her." And right now, we see Hwarin, who is stalking Korin. But Korin has absolutely no idea what is about to happen to him next. And after this, we see Alicia, who is saying to someone, "Why are you doing this? It's unfair to attack together in a pack." And in the blink of an eye, Alicia single-handedly defeats a group of students. And one of those defeated guys says, "What did you say unfair? My ass, it's unfair. Your ability is what's unfair." And after this, another boy attacks Alicia from behind, which Alicia had absolutely no idea about. But before that boy could attack her, a stone hits him right in the stomach, which was thrown by Korin. And when Alicia sees Korin, she says to him, "Did you save me? I knew you were a good person." But looking at Korin's face, his intentions are crystal clear, and he says to Alicia, "How beautiful." Alicia doesn't understand what Korin is saying, but the very next moment, showing his predatory side, Korin says, "I said, your blue armband is looking very beautiful." And because of this sudden change in Korin, poor Alicia's heart breaks, and she says, "I trusted you. I thought you were a good person who gave me candy." But poor Alicia, she doesn't know that the ones you trust the most are the biggest mother... You know what? You guys complete this line in the comments. And now Korin reveals why he chose Alicia as his target, because Alicia cannot properly use her vigilant eyes, which is her special ability. And apart from that, she is the weakest among all the second-ranked students. That's why, with a terrifying smile, he tells Alicia, "You can become a good person by giving me that armband." And Korin further explains that even though Alicia is nothing compared to her older sister, she still ranks in the top 1% of fighters. And right now, if we look at Alicia, she had just easily wrecked the rank 3 and 4 boys. So she thought, what the hell could a 5th-ranked guy like Korin even do to her? But the very next moment, Korin completely pissed all over her hopes, because Korin was mercilessly attacking Alicia non-stop. And from this, Alicia realized that Korin is no normal guy she can take lightly. But Alicia tries to find a gap in Corrin's attacks so she can injure him, and as soon as she finds a gap, she actually attacks. But Corrin blocks that attack and tells her, "You relied a bit too much on your talent, so you didn't pay attention to your practice." And the very next moment, Corrin deflects Alicia's attack and pushes her sword down, and seeing Corrin's incoming attack, Alicia completely froze. And just like that, Corrin combines all his basic spear moves and hits her with a block capture plaque spear attack, which Alicia fails to block, and she gets thrown far away. Although Alicia wasn't hurt much by this attack because she had blocked Corrin's attack with her mana, but still, she was shocked by Corrin's moves. Because he's neither super strong nor super fast, but he has absolute mastery in all his basic attacks. And now Corrin was standing right in front of Alicia, and Alicia just says in her mind, "Which dumbass said he's 5th rank? He defeated me so easily." And the very next moment, Corrin takes Alicia's armband, which Alicia wasn't too happy about. But right then, a familiar voice says to Corrin, "Well, that's not right." And before Corrin could even figure out who it is, a giant sword attacks him, which Corrin barely manages to block. And looking at the design of the sword, Corrin realizes who it is. And then that sword also goes back to its controller, who is Dronzer. And he tells Corrin, in a cold way, "Hand over that armband to me, buddy." And seeing Dron, Corrin just thinks, did he really have to show up right now? I didn't want to run into him at all. And despite fighting so many students and monsters, Dron did even have a single scratch on him. And right now, Corrin doesn't want to fight him. That's why he puts his armband in his mouth and starts running away. At first, Dron doesn't understand what Corrin is doing, but when he realizes that he's getting played like a fucking idiot, he attacks Corrin with all of his swords. And seeing this form of Dron, Corrin just says, "This red-ass bastard doesn't care about anything other than money, so why the hell is he attacking me?" And after this, he asks Alicia, who is running behind him, "Why are you following me?" And Alicia replies, "I don't want to die from his attacks, and plus, I don't know the way out." And Corrin knows that there is no point in fighting. That's why he thinks of reaching the cabin quickly. But the sight ahead completely shocked him, because at the entrance of the cabin, Cranaludin was standing with his golem, and he also says the exact same words to Corrin. "Hey, asshole, bring that armband here." And now Alicia and Corrin were both trapped in the middle, because Cranal was in the front and Dron was in the back. And now Corrin, in his full Rocky Bye style, says, "I always try to avoid a war, but if a war happens, I'm the one who's going to win." And with this, he takes his attack stance, which shocked Alicia a bit, realizing that Corrin is going to fight both of them alone. And Corrin further says, "If you can't stop a fight, then just fucking fight." And saying this, he clashes with Cranal and Dron. After this, we see an evening scene where Corrin is knocking on a door, and Corrin now has 3 armbands, which he is holding in his mouth like a dog. And he asks the man standing in front of him, "Can I choose my prize?" And the man standing ahead also praises Corrin. "Wow, you have 3 armbands. You are quite an impressive student." And now we see how Corrin defeated Cranal and Dron. And now Alicia will narrate this from her perspective. So she tells us that first, Corrin destroyed the magic core of one of Dron's magic swords and jammed the second sword into the ground so Dron couldn't control it. And instead of blocking the third sword, he dodged it and redirected it towards the golem. And later, to dodge the golem's attack, he hid behind Dron. And when Dron and the golem started fighting each other, taking advantage of this, Corrin found the golem's core and destroyed it. And just like that, he took both of their armbands. And seeing this whole scene, Alicia was completely shocked. And she was seeing her sister's reflection in Corrin, because Corrin defeated both of them using only basic attacks. And now she remembers Corrin's exact words when he defeated her, that she lacked practice. And Alicia realized that she first needs to master her basics. And now, coming to Dron, he was just thinking that Corrin defeated him before he could show his full power, as if Corrin already knew all his techniques. Bro Dron, he does know your attacks. He came from 3 years in the future. And Cranal, he was currently lying on the ground, and Corrin goes to Cranal and gives him a suggestion. Golems are effective against weak people, but strong people can easily defeat them. And Corrin further says, "If I were in your place, I would have a friend guard me." But in reply to this, Cranal tells Corrin, "I don't have any friends." Hearing which, Corrin himself didn't know what to say. But then he just wishes him good luck and leaves. And now coming to Crannel, he was crying and cursing Corin, calling him a motherfucker. And that day, Corin taught the second-ranked top students a lesson that they will remember for the rest of their lives. And Corin was just happy with his armbands. And he further tells us that right now, the only strong participant left in this competition is a druid who has the protection of the forest. And right now, we come to Yule herself, who is attacking someone. But her opponent was way too strong for her, who is the strongest person in this Merkaba Academy. Only my Mariette Dunalef, who completely washes out Yule with just one attack. And Corin explains that Mariette is playing the role of a monster here to maintain the balance of the exam. And right now, Mariette goes to Yule, asks her name, and starts chatting with her a bit. But right then, she feels someone's presence behind her, which was Hawaren, whom Mariette also lovingly asks her name. After this, Mariette further says to Hawaren, "You are definitely looking for someone. That's why you have beaten up people who look similar. And seeing those beaten up people, it's quite clear who Hawaren is looking for." After this, Hawaren ignores Mariette and starts walking past her. But right then, Mariette raises a giant ice wall right in front of Hawaren. Then, Mariette says to her, "I'm sorry, you can ignore me, but according to the rules right now, I am a monster here, so I cannot ignore you." And this one single thing was enough to piss Hawaren off. After this, we come to the cabin, where the prize distributor was very happy to see Corin's 117 points. Then Corin asks him, "Can I choose my prize right now?" And after this, the prizes appear in front of Corin, which included a matte bore molar knife, a leather protective coat, and lastly, a shark bear's bile. And Corin had to choose one of these. Now Corin knows that the most valuable item among these is the shark bear's bile, but Corin has some other plans in mind. That's why, instead of the shark bear's bile, he chooses the mandrake seed. And right now, Corin still had 17 points left, so the distributor asks Corin what he would like to take with these remaining points. And in exchange for those points, Corin takes nutritional plant supplements and earmuffs. After this, Corin comes out of the cabin and is very happy, because he had played this level many times, but this was the first time Corin cleared this level so easily. And apart from this, Jaeger and Lark not only completed this challenge for the first time, but they both also secured second place. Seeing this, Corin was really happy. And right now, Jaeger says to Corin, "This test was too easy. Let's go do stamina training in the training ground tonight." But Corin tells him, "If you still have stamina left, then will you help me find the golem's core?" And hearing this, Crannel was a little surprised. Then Corin goes to Crannel and says, "That core is precious to you, right?" But Crannel says, "Don't worry, I will find it myself." Then Corin tells him, "At times like this, you should just say thanks for the help." And Corin remembers the time he spent with Crannel in his past life, where he and Crannel had worked together on many missions. And during those missions, no matter how powerful the tankers in the team were, no one could ever match Crannel's golem. And right now, Corin and his friends have finally found Crannel's golem core, getting which Crannel was very happy. And Alicia, she was still injured from her fight with Corin, and Dron, God knows what the hell he is doing right now. After this, Corin sees the druid Yule lying on the ground in front of him. Seeing this, he gets scared, thinking, did she freaking die? But later, he goes and picks her up, and in his mind, he curses out all the professors. Do these bastards even care about anyone's life or not? And he also thinks that Mariette took things way too far. But after this, suddenly this entire training ground starts shaking, and all the monsters of the training ground start running away from the impact. Then Yule says to Corin that Mariette. Then Corin asks, "What about Mariette?" After this, Corin explains a little bit about Mariette, that Mariette has the Analyze magic ability along with such a massive amount of mana, that because of it, she never had to face frustration or failure in her life. And for Mariette, this hunting ground is just her playground, where she actually has to control her powers so she doesn't accidentally hurt any students. And at the same time, she helps her juniors grow. For her, this training is nothing more than just a game. But right now, we look at Mariette, who is heavily panting, and she says, "I should have analyzed you way earlier." And she's saying all this to Hawaran, who is coming straight at Mariette to attack. And for her defense, Mariette attacks Hawaran with her ice crystals, but Hawaran, without even dodging that attack, just keeps walking towards Mariette. And to save herself from Hawaran's attack, Mariette creates an ice barrier in front of herself. Now, Mariette had promised all the professors for this exam that she would not use attack magic above the intermediate level, but currently she is using advanced magic, and even though she is in denial, she had actually already used her full magic power way earlier just to fight Hawaran. And the very next moment, with just one single kick, Hawaran shatters Mariette's barrier and sends her flying away. The impact leaves her heavily injured, and she is begging Hawaran, "Don't come near me." But the one standing in front of Mariette right now is neither a mage nor a king. She is literally walking death. She just happens to look like a human. And now, Mariette collects whatever magic power she has left and prepares one last attack for Hawaran. But right then, someone arrives there and stops their fight. It was Josephine, and she asks Mariette, "Are you okay?" But because Mariette's entire mana was completely drained, she passes out. After this, Corin tells us that the results of the hunting ground training this time were unexpected, because this time a 5th-ranked guy came first in this exam. And even more than that, the fight between first-year Hawaran and second-year Mariette was the talk of the town. And right now, if we look at Corin, he was terrified, because he thought that this incident might trigger Mariette's first act boss level way ahead of time. But right now, he is relaxed because nothing like that happened, and the story is still following its original plot. And then, while walking away from there, he says that there are still 3 weeks left for the first act's final level, and right now, he has even more important things to do. After this, Corin comes to a jungle and is looking for something. And after finding that thing, first of all, he puts a whole lot of eye drops in his eyes, and acting like an innocent little boy, he drops his mandrake seed into the lake in front of him. And looking at his face, it is crystal clear that he is about to fuck someone over again. And now he starts crying, and screaming at the top of his lungs, he says, "My precious seed! This was my mother's last token of love that I had." But right then, Corin hears a voice coming from that lake, hearing which Corin gets extremely happy. And this voice belonged to the gold-axe Taoist hermit who lived in that lake. And Corin tells us that this is the exact same hermit from the old fairy tales, who gave the woodcutter a gold and a silver axe for his honesty when his iron axe fell into the lake. And Corin further explains that we get a reference to that same story in this game too. But Corin also mentions that if you throw rare-grade weapons or items into this lake, you get absolutely nothing in return. And just like in the story, that hermit asks Corin, "Is this golden seed yours, or is this silver seed yours?" And just like the story, Corin replies, "My seed was just a normal seed." And getting impressed by this, that hermit returns Corin his original seed. Seeing which, Corin cries his crocodile tears and thanks the hermit. And because Corin didn't get greedy for the gold and silver seeds, the hermit gives him all 3 seeds as a reward, and then the hermit leaves from there. But the very next moment after he leaves, Corin makes that same predator-like face and starts laughing, and he explains the use of this mandrake seed, that with this seed, you can increase your mana. But when it comes to the golden and silver mandrake seed, they have completely different benefits. And in his past life, Saihu had eaten the gold seed and Corin had eaten the silver one. But this time, both the seeds belong to him, which makes Corin extremely happy. After this, Corin is heading back to the academy, and right then, he explains how Mariette became the final boss of the first act and a special vampire. So all of this will start 3 weeks from now, when during a mission, she will meet a vampire named John Doe, and after that, this final act will begin. And for this exact final act battle, Korin had shown off his power in front of all the second rankers. Because if he hadn't done that, why would they ever listen to a weak 5th rank guy and help him in this battle? And Korin further says that in 1 week, all these second rankers will recover from their injuries, and then he will propose them to form a party with him. After this, we see Mariette, who has just regained consciousness, and seeing her awake, her friend sitting next to her asks, "Are you okay? That first-year girl should have stopped, and at that time you were only fighting with your intermediate-level magic." But Mariette is paying absolutely no attention to all these things. And now, if we come back to Korin, his plan is just one thing. He wants to save poor Mariette from her misfortune. And for this, first he will train Alicia. After that, he will hire Drawn for this job and convince the druid for this as well. And lastly, he will befriend Cranel. And with all these preparations, Korin thinks that saving Mariette this time will be a piece of cake for him. But right now, we cut back to Mariette, who has opened her eyes. And the very next moment, she attacks her friend standing in front of her in her vampire form. After this, we come to Josephine, who is saying to someone, "I shouldn't have let you go there at all, and if you seriously want to learn something, then I will personally teach you. So now you self-reflect by yourself." And Josephine says all this to Hiron, whom Josephine is locked in her room for the mess she had created. And our sweet Hiron, no, only my sweet Hiron, is just thinking right now, should I jump out of here and run away? And she was lost in her thoughts when Korin suddenly comes and scares her, which genuinely scares poor Hiron. After this, Korin says to her, "I knew that I would find you right here." Then he tells her his name and reminds her that they have actually met before. Then Korin, showing a cake to Hiron, says, "I'm coming to meet you for the first time, and it is said that going empty-handed to meet someone for the first time does not look good, so I brought a gift." But Hiron is not understanding anything about what Korin is doing. Then Hiron says to Korin, "Coming here is against the school rules." But Korin in reply says to her that, "I am not inside your room right now, rather I'm hanging on a tree, and it looks like Josephine is also not here." After this, Korin tells his real reason for coming here, that he actually came here just to see Hiron, but seeing Hiron he was a little surprised because Hiron did not get a single scratch from her previous fight. And because of the mess Hiron made in the hunting ground, Josephine banned her from roaming around and meeting anyone and locked her in the room. And now Hiron tells Korin that not only did Josephine lock her here, but she hasn't even come to meet her for 4 days. But when your luck is completely trash, what can a guy even do? This same saying applies to Korin right now, because the very next moment, due to the tree branch breaking suddenly, the poor guy falls. But more than falling, he was shocked by this fact that Josephine did not come to meet Hiron even once in so many days. And in this shock, the poor guy falls the very next moment. Although, because of having the persistent warrior's regeneration ability, he immediately recovers and says to Hiron, "I just remembered some work right now, so I'm going from here right now, and I will definitely bring something to eat for you later." But Hiron was still confused about what this idiot is trying to say. After this, we see Korin, who is running away very fast somewhere, and while running, he is thinking that Josephine left a huge danger like Warren just like that. So Korin feels that there is something definitely wrong in the academy. After this, Korin also sees Professor Dana and Professor Framak of the Magic Faculty running in a hurry, due to which his doubt now starts turning into belief. After this, we see a guard who is guarding some room, and he says to Korin standing in front of him that your visiting request has been rejected. But Korin, like a sweet kid, says to that guard, "Oh, Officer Kron, I haven't come here for that work. Josephine has sent me here to give you something to eat and drink." And seeing the food, that guard becomes very happy and says to Korin, "Did Josephine send this? She knows very well how to take care of her companions." But Korin, first he analyzes the situation here, that his request to meet Mariette has been canceled, and Mariette's friend Isabel, who was taking care of her, is also missing now. And a guard who is keeping watch in front of a medical room. And now, from all these things, Korin starts becoming even more suspicious that something is definitely wrong here. And to find out about this mess, Korin has put the rune magic of a strong laxative in that guard's sandwich, which that guard is eating right now. And the very next moment of eating the sandwich, suddenly a very sharp pain starts in that guard's stomach. And seeing this scene, Korin was very happy, and now he says to that guard, "It seems your stomach has gone bad. I had seen a washroom right there on the side. You should go there." And hearing this thing from Korin, that guard starts going to the washroom to release his payload. But while going, he says to Korin that until I'm in the washroom, you guard this room. But he gives a warning to Korin that he should not go inside that room. And Korin, also laughing, replies to him that yes, he will guard this room and won't go inside the room either. But right now, Korin is in a lot of tension because he has already come inside the room, but he is scared of this fact that this final boss act was supposed to start after 1 month. But then he prays that this thing is a lie, and pulling the clothes kept in front of him, he gives a voice to Mariette. But there, instead of Mariette, her friend Isabel was lying, seeing which Korin was surprised. And from the teeth marks on Isabel's neck, Korin understood the whole thing, why all the professors have increased the security so much, because Mariette has awakened into the first act's final boss, Vampire. And Korin was now in trouble because the act which was supposed to start after 3 weeks has started right now. Now Korin explains a bit about how to defeat this final boss, Mariette. So there are 4 phases to defeat Mariette. In Phase 1, we have to fight with monsters, which will be cleared easily. In Phase 2, we have to stop Mariette with a magic circle, and as soon as we succeed in holding her back, then Phase 3 starts, where we have to face a powerful, bloodthirsty enemy. And when we defeat that powerful enemy, then we reach the last pattern, and the final phase also starts. And Korin further tells that we can easily reach the 3rd phase of this level even without Park Sihu, just by teaming up with the powerful students of the first year. But, as I said, when your luck is absolute trash, there's literally nothing you can do, because Alicia is injured right now, and the one who injured her is Korin himself. Drawn swords are also broken. Those 2 were broken by Korin himself. And lastly, poor Cranel, his golem core is also destroyed, which is also Korin's doing. And because of all these things, Korin is absolutely terrified right now, because even before the final boss, Mariette, Korin himself beat up all the powerful students of the first year. But Korin was still thinking that in the original story, only after Mariette's encounter with the murderous vampire of Fog City, Mariette attacks her friend and goes on a rampage. And in his past life, when Mariette attacked Isabel, Korin and his squad were waiting right outside the dorms where Mariette stayed, because Korin wanted to finish this matter quickly, but at that time, Sihu deliberately let Mariette run away from there. But right now, Korin thanks himself because in the training ground, not only did he break Alicia's bones, but he also broke Cranel's golem, because of which these 2 are of no use right now. And Korin also thinks about taking Hwarin in the team, but if she goes there, who knows what kind of terror she will cause, and being scared of this very thing, Korin doesn't take her. After this, we again come to the training room, where Korin is saying to someone that the difficulty level of this mission is special, and you have to capture someone without killing them. And Korin was saying all these things to Dron, who says to Korin, "Are you crazy? We mercenaries have a rule that we don't fight a battle which we can never even win, and on top of that, you also broke my swords, because of which I only have 2 swords right now." But Korin gives him an offer of 20 gold coins, but Dron was still not agreeing. So, to convince him, Korin offers him the Duke's soul dust, which now even Dron cannot refuse. And with this, Korin successfully includes Dron in his team. After this, we come to the library, where now Korin is with Yahello, and he promises to Yahello that he will teach her the Ogham alphabet of her Druid language, because Korin knows that the records of the Druid language have disappeared because of burning in the forest fire. And that is why Korin gives the offer of teaching the alphabet to Yahello. And Yahello asks Korin that, "What will I have to do?" And next to this, Yahello also joins Korin's team. After this, we come to the canteen where Korin was telling Yager and Lark about his mission, that he needs some members in the team. But in this, the salary will be less and the risk will be higher. And maybe life can also go, because they're going to fight with strong demons. But if we succeed, then we will get both honor and fame. And this useless Korin knows what his friends want the most, and that is why both of them also join the team. And with this, they set out on the hunt for Mariette Ark, where leaving Korin and Yager, everyone else was a little scared. And ahead, he remembers the thing of his past life, where Sihu had told him that it took him 1 month to find Mariette, because Mariette had dug a tunnel in the forest and was hiding there. And Corin is getting the advantage of those words of see who now, because in this academy there is only one forest, which is the hunting ground. After this, we come straight to the hunting ground, where Dron questions Corin that, I've understood my work, but how will we find Mariette? And Corin says to him in reply, what did you say? Finding her. If we kept sitting looking for her, 100 years will pass. That is why we just need to ask right now, so don't worry. And from these words of Corin, Yahello was surprised, and she asks Corin, how much more do you know about me? But the very next moment, Yahello asks for help from the spirits of the forest to find Mariette. And seeing this whole scene, Lark and Yager, both of them were very happy because they were getting to see so many spirits. And seeing the faces of those two, Corin had also understood that Yahello has summoned the spirits, but Corin cannot see them because of his commandment. But right now, all the team members of Corin were a little scared seeing him. And seeing them like this, Corin also asks them, what happened? Why are you looking at me like this? Did you find Mariette? But the very next moment of saying this, a monster attacks Corin from behind, which Corin easily blocks and kills that monster. But the very next moment, a whole swarm of monsters charges an attack on Corin and his team. And getting scared of that, Yager asks Corin, did Mariette turn into some monster? But Corin says to him, bro, nothing like that has happened. And the very next moment, Lark gets ready for the fight with his grimoire, and Yager gets ready with his hammer. But seeing the monsters, Yager gets a little too eager to kill them. That is why Corin warns Yager that do not go too far ahead, otherwise the monsters will surround you. And later Corin also gives an order to Lark standing behind him that he should cover him from behind. After this, Corin himself goes to the very front to fight the monsters, and he instructs Yahello that she should stay with Lark. And now to Dron, Corin just says one thing, that for the wise, just a signal is enough. And with saying this, Corin and his team start killing the monsters or getting killed by the monsters. After this, we come to Dron, who was covering Corin from behind and was also killing the monsters at the same time. But while killing those monsters, he was just thinking about Corin, that despite a monster attacking Corin suddenly, he did not panic. Instead, he is giving us proper combat instructions and also guiding us for the fight. He's not just stronger than us, but is also very experienced, exactly like a commander who guides the whole team. And seeing these fighting techniques of Corin, Dron starts doubting the rank test of the academy because Corin truly doesn't look like a 5th rank to him. That is why he calls the academy's rank test completely useless. After this, we come to Yager, who was yelling at Yahello saying that, I thought Mariette would be there, but there are so many monsters here. And in reply to this, Yahello says, I don't know, I'm only telling you what the spirit told me. But ahead, Yager questions that, so then, is Mariette controlling those monsters? But ahead, Lark says that it is completely impossible for these monsters to attack in a group, and today they are looking more ferocious compared to normal time. But now Corin tells everyone that Mariette cannot control any monsters this easily. Even if she did, she still wouldn't send any monster to attack us just like that without thinking. But then Dron asks him that then why are those monsters attacking us? But Corin tells him that they are not attacking us. Now, Corin explains to them that monsters always act according to their habits, but sometimes even they face such a situation because of which they also have to forget their habits. Suppose a thing that you cannot face and seeing which you just have to run away. And right now, if we look at Corin's team, then right now all the people in the team were scared looking at something. And that thing was none other than Mariette, who was looking a bit too terrifying this time. Immediately after this, Corin commands Lark and Yahello to get ready for battle and tells Yager and Dron to give him backup from behind, and he decides to handle the front line himself. And immediately after this, Corin's 3rd commandment, the Oath, activates, which is to save the world, and because of this oath, all his stat points increase by 50%, and these increased stat points will now decide Corin's future. And with this, Corin and his team get ready to fight Mariette. After this, we see that Corin's 3rd commandment gives him the task to stop Mariette and save the world. But this task was stopping his 1st commandment from activating, which is to help good people stuck in trouble. And Corin himself also wants to save Mariette instead of killing her. And that is why the system also activates Corin's 1st commandment and wishes him luck to save Mariette. After this, we look at Mariette herself, who is crying in pain. And seeing her like this, Yahello also says, look how much pain she looks to be in. But on this matter, Dron says, Yes, that is true, but we cannot do anything now. And right along with saying this, he attacks Mariette with his sword. But the very next moment, he gets shocked because Mariette had stopped Dron's heavy iron sword with the help of her magic barrier. After this, Lark explains that Dron's sword was stopped by the orb created by Mariette. But right now, Lark was surprised by this fact, how Mariette could create an orb so quickly despite being a newly awakened vampire. But on this, Corin tells everyone, "Do not be scared, that orb is just born right now, and it cannot take blood and mana from Mariette yet. That is why, until it gets blood from its mother, it cannot do anything else other than defending itself." And right now, friends, if you're confused about what this orb is and why Corin called her its mother, then let me explain this in short. So consider that orb like an egg which Mariette has made with her own power, and right now, Mariette's child is inside that orb, who is taking power from her to evolve. And right now we see Dron, who says to Corin that, "A mage's biggest weakness is their defense, but right now even her defense is covered, so did this not become a big problem?" But Corin casually says to him, "Do not be scared, bro. She will only do long-range attacks right now." And just as Corin had said, Mariette now attacks from a distance with a piercing blood attack, just like the top-tier anime villain Sukuna. But in its counterattack, Yahello also casts a spell of her own and says, "I do not know about other places, but this is the forest where my rule runs." And right along with saying this, she summons a massive tree wall, which the spirits themselves were giving power to. But just then, some of Mariette's attacks were actually damaging Yahello, seeing which Jaeger gets scared and says, "Oh man, this defense is not going to break, right?" But just then, Lark scolds him and says, "You idiot, do not jinx it." And right now, Yahello is also having a problem keeping this barrier up, because just to summon this barrier, more than half of her mana is already finished, and on top of that, she has not even recovered from the exam fight yet. But still, she tries to maintain this barrier. But just then, Corin asks her, "Have you reached your limit?" But seeing Corin, Yahello curses him in her mind that this bastard, if he had not made that promise, my condition would not be like this today. But just then, Corin says to her, "Just hold her off for a little while longer. After this, I will handle the rest." And in reply to this, Yahello asks him in a panting voice, "Will you be able to handle her?" And Corin says yes, he will handle it. And right now, we see Mariette, who was giving mana and blood to her orb. After this, Corin again tells about the 4 phases of defeating Mariette. In the first phase, monsters will surround you from all 4 sides. After defeating the monsters, in the second phase, Mariette will come to fight you herself. And by telling all these things again, Corin just wants to explain that until the last phase starts, Mariette will not use her full power, because this exact same thing has already happened in the game and his past life. After this, Corin says to Lark that, "Lark, you leave from here right now because you cannot use your beginner-level magic more than 2 times. And hearing this thing, Lark also gets a little surprised and says, "So you knew my weaknesses?" And the very next moment, Lark starts leaving from there, but Corin tells him while he's leaving that, "I will send Yahello after this, and once you both meet, run away as far as possible." And right now, we look at the barrier made by Yahello, where Mariette's piercing blood has made some holes. And the very next moment, all those holes turn into crystals. And seeing all this, Corin also understood that now the 3rd phase is about to start. And the attack that Mariette does is the alchemy magic freeze, which shatters that barrier into pieces the very next moment. And seeing that barrier break, Jaeger was the most terrified of all. And seeing this, he starts screaming, "Oh, bro, this just fell down." But behind them, Yahello was casting a magic spell saying, "That earth which nurtures trees, gods, and insects, and that ash which helps to complete the world." And all these spells were Ogam alphabets which were written in front of her. And right next to this, those spells start doing their work, and now Corin explains that he himself had written all those spells there, but no one other than a pure-blood druid can use those spells. And this text is just like rune text, it just has a different system and method to use them because they belong to a different ancient time. And Yahello would have gotten these spells in the future upon completing her own arc, but right now, Corin needed this the most, which is why he did not wait for the future. And seeing the result of the spell that Yule cast, both Yager and Dron were completely shocked, because Yule has used Hashirama's jutsu to summon a giant doll named Wicker Man. And Yule herself was surprised seeing this, that she successfully used Hashirama's jutsu. But Korin was feeling a little guilty right now because Yule herself would have found out this wooden doll summon spell with the help of her ability. But Korin helped her even before the future. But Korin knows that doing this was necessary. And right now, Korin immediately says to Yager that, "I can see one owlbear alive over there, so quickly pick it up and throw it on top of the Wicker Man." And hearing this fact that one monster is still left alive, Yager was a little surprised. But later, Yager listens to Korin's words and finds that monster and says to Korin, "Yes, Korin, you were right, there was a monster here." But actually, Korin had deliberately kept that owlbear alive. And just as Korin had said, Yager threw that owlbear on top of the Wicker Man in the exact same way. And as soon as that owlbear collided with that Wicker Man, the poor thing started burning there with an electric shock. And now, Korin explains that a sacrifice is needed to run that Wicker Man, and as long as that sacrifice keeps burning, we can use that wooden doll as a golem. And now Mariette also attacks that Wickerman, which does not have any special effect on it, and the Wickerman nullifies all of Mariette's attacks by just waving one hand. But Yule's condition was getting worse trying to control that Wickerman, but Korin motivates her that, "Yule, do not give up. If you did not control it, we will all die." And now that Wickerman was standing in front of Mariette, and Mariette throws blood spears at it to stop it, which were tearing right through the Wickerman. And getting scared of this very thing, Yager asks Korin, "That Wickerman will not break, right?" But Korin assures them, "This is not a living thing, and just a few holes will not do anything to it. And anyway, this fight is fire versus ice, and it is totally impossible for fire to lose to ice." But Korin forgot that his luck is absolute trash, because the very next moment, Mariette throws a giant spear right through the Wickerman. And now Korin himself agrees with my luck comment, because the next moment, that Wickerman also loses. And now Korin was cursing his own luck by saying, "My damn luck always shows me its back and leaves every single time." And now Mariette was looking right towards Korin's squad, and Yule was also completely exhausted, which is why Korin tells her to run away from here, because there was no use in her staying here. But Yager was yelling at Korin that, "Hey, will we be able to defeat her by ourselves?" But Korin says to him, "Mariette has used all her wide-range attacks. This means it is our turn now." And right along with saying this, he starts running to attack Mariette, and behind him, Dron and Yager also start coming, and seeing them coming towards her, Mariette also attacks them with spears, which these guys were barely able to block. And as soon as Dron sees an opening, he attacks on top of Mariette's orb with his sword. But that attack does not make any difference to that orb at all. But the very next moment, swinging his hammer, Yager jumps from behind Dron and destroys that orb in just one single attack, seeing which Korin was happy, and along with him, Yager too. But their happiness does not last long, because due to the orb breaking, Phase 3 had started. And right next to this, Mariette also opens her own domain, Realm of Blood, just like Gojo, the impact of which only Korin could endure. And now Korin explains that they are all currently trapped in the Realm of Blood, which activates only after the orb breaks. And right now, that orb has sucked Mariette's blood and mana and has taken a form of its own. And Korin right now laughs thinking about this fact that he did not think he would be the only one standing until the very end, and to clear this phase, 3 people are required. But Korin says, "To hell with 3 people, just a single guy like me is more than enough." After this, we see a red moonlit night where someone is saying, "If you are born as a human, then you can easily tell the difference between humans and animals. And if you are a human, then it is completely normal for you to shut your eyes in pure fear when you see an animal crying in pain and dying, especially when it does not want to die." And Mariette is saying all these things during the exact same time she was transforming into a vampire. Then her eyes fell on Isabel, who is calling out to her from the side. And seeing her, Mariette says, "Looking at her, I don't know why, but I started feeling a strange burning sensation in my throat." And right then, that throat of mine found someone's neck whose name I did not even know, and without thinking a single thing, I bit right into that neck. My fangs tore through her neck and pierced straight into her veins, and that animal started thrashing around in pure agony just to save its life. But even seeing that animal suffering so much, I did not feel scared, nor did the thought of closing my eyes even cross my mind. Instead, the terrified sounds of that suffering animal felt like the beautiful melody of a piano to me, and its warm blood was perfectly quenching the thirst in my throat. But when I regained my senses, my veins, which I thought had completely stopped, suddenly started pumping again, and the smell of blood that felt so delicious to me just a second ago now started feeling absolutely disgusting. And when I fully came back into my senses, I realized that the person whose blood I was drinking thinking she was an animal was actually my friend Isabel, and that is when it hit me that I had almost killed my own friend. Out of pure fear that I might take someone else's life, I ran away from there, and I stayed hidden in the forest until this guy came looking for me. And now, finally, we jump straight into the main fight where Mariette's orb has completely turned into a monster and is roaring furiously right in front of Corin. And now, to attack Corin, it first shuts its mouth and then hurls weapons purely made out of blood straight at Corin. Seeing this attack, Corin looks at that monster and says, "You absolute mutt. How did you even get the guts to bite a human?" And right along with saying this, he casually deflects the monster's attack with his spear. Following this, that monster brutally shoves its own hand right into its own chest, ripping that spot completely open. And from there, two more dog monsters pop out, which were literally made from that monster's own blood. And seeing them, Corin says, "Ah, so you truly are just a bunch of dogs." And the exact moment those monsters launch an attack on Corin, for his defense, Corin first casually tosses his spear into the air and then cleanly slides right under those dogs. After that, grabbing his spear again, he strikes those two dogs from behind, taking them both out in one single devastating attack. And later, tightly gripping his spear, he looks at the main monster and says, "Are you actually joking right now? Swatting a mosquito would have been harder than dealing with them. Honestly, your scream sounded way scarier than these actual mutts." And hearing all these savage insults from Corin, its anger hits the absolute ceiling, and the very next moment, it completely vanishes right in front of Corin. Seeing it suddenly disappear like that, at first Corin thinks, did it actually turn invisible? But then he quickly realizes that the monster is just running incredibly fast. After this, he says to that monster, "Looks like I really will have to teach you a solid lesson." And now we see that exact same monster, which is zipping around Corin at lightning speed. And ahead, Corin just says one single thing to that monster. To defeat an enemy, we do not need to stay 100 steps ahead of them. The only thing important to defeat them is to find out their absolute weak point. And right along with saying this, Corin thrusts his spear brutally straight into that monster's weak point, which was literally its butt. And Corin says to that monster, "Don't try to show me these cheap tricks. I have already seen this getting used 1,000,000 times." And right along with saying this, he attacks that monster with his poisonous dragon exit spear technique, due to which Mariette's entire domain completely shatters. And by defeating that monster, Corin successfully clears Phase 3 as well. And now, that monster is lying completely wrecked right in front of Corin. But even then, it desperately tries to get up from there just to save Mariette. Seeing which, Corin says, "You want to protect your creator until the very end." Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, what crime has she even committed? And he says to that monster, "You rest here. I will definitely save your mother." And right as Corin says this, the final phase officially starts, where Mariette is now going to fight using her absolute full power. And the very next moment, she jumps straight towards Corin to launch a devastating attack on him. And now Corin explains a bit to us about this final phase. He tells us that as soon as this phase starts, Mariette attacks a member of the team that came to stop her, sucks their blood, and injures them critically. And exactly because of this reason, this stage can never be cleared solo, because to save the member of the team that Mariette is about to injure, all the other team members have to stay closely grouped together and defeat Mariette as a full squad. But at this moment, Corin is completely alone, and absolutely no one can save him right now. That is exactly why he deliberately lets Mariette attack him. And now, Mariette also starts sucking Corin's blood using her blood-sucking skill, because of which her stamina and mana are rapidly recovering. And Corin, lying on the ground in immense pain, is just saying this, So this is how it feels when someone sucks your blood and slowly drains the life out of you. But still, he tries his absolute best to endure this pain. And now, his persistent warrior's regeneration skill also activates, which is exactly how Korin is managing to keep himself alive. And to endure this insane pain, he remembers Mariette's innocent face, where she used to try and share love with everyone just by handing out potatoes. And since Korin is a full-grown adult human being, he just softly places his hand on Mariette's head and lovingly says to her, "Drink it slowly, otherwise the blood will get stuck in your throat." And hearing this from Korin's mouth, she immediately stops drinking his blood and starts slowly coming back to her senses. And now, Korin remembers about Sabanchia Duke. He was a legendary great commander whose name is still spoken of in history even today. But even he could not control his own urge after turning into a vampire at that time, and he ended up killing his own servant. But in his past life, it took Park Si-hoo an entire month to find Mariette, and for that whole month, Mariette kept drinking monster blood just to keep herself alive, the taste of which felt exactly like drinking salty ocean water to her. But even then, she did not kill a single human, and she held back her own urges purely through her insane willpower. And Korin does not want the villains to always get a bad ending, and that is why he actively tries to give Mariette a happy ending. And now Mariette had also completely come back to her senses, and while crying heavily, she is apologizing to Korin. And seeing Mariette crying like this, he remembers his old days and says, "Initially, just like Park Si-hoo, I also used to view all these people simply as mere game characters. But my master, whom I met right in this world, turned me into a completely different person. Even though I used to consider her just a game character too, but that very same person ended up saving my life in the end. And the person whose final moments I personally witnessed, I fully adopted all of her teachings. That is why, being her successor now, it is my absolute duty to save people." And he also says to Park Si-hoo, "Look, Si-hoo, I will definitely become a way better person than you." And lastly, we see a system notification, where the system has officially increased Korin's rank as a reward for successfully saving Mariette. After this, we jump into the space prison, which was specially created by Josephine. And now we see Mariette, who is finally back in her normal human form, completely chilling and happily eating a potato while humming a little tune. But right then, Korin suddenly calls out to her from the side. Seeing him pop up out of nowhere, poor Mariette gets completely startled. After this, Korin asks Josephine, "Can I go inside?" But Josephine questions him back. "Will it really be safe for you to go in there?" But Korin calmly tells her, "Don't worry, I completely trust Mariette." And with that, he steps inside the prison to meet her. But because Korin had scared her so suddenly earlier, poor Mariette literally had a chunk of potato stuck in her throat right now. Korin immediately gives her a solid suggestion. "Eat slowly, otherwise that potato is going to choke you." But then he quickly adds, "Wait a minute. Who is the absolute idiot that gave you boiled potatoes but didn't even give you a single drop of water to drink?" Following this, Korin asks Mariette a genuine question. "I honestly thought your sense of taste would have completely changed by now, but I am actually super surprised to see you eating a normal potato like this. Does it even taste good to you?" And in reply to this, Mariette simply tells him, "A potato is a very hardy plant. No matter how you cook it, it will always taste good." But right in the middle of all this chatting, she didn't even realize exactly when Korin had moved so incredibly close to her. Seeing him standing literally right next to her, she instantly starts blushing super hard. But the very next second, she pushes him away and starts running back, yelling at him, "I am totally reeking right now, so stay away from me." But in a quick counter to this, Korin shoots back, "Hey, ever since you bit my neck, I haven't taken a shower either." But Mariette quickly tells him to just shut up. After this, Mariette sits far away from Korin, turning her face completely away from him, but Korin is still trying to reassure her. "Don't worry, you don't smell bad at all." But cutting him off right in the middle, Mariette softly says, "I was incredibly terrified of that girl, Huaran. She was absolutely horrifying, and in that moment, I truly felt like I was going to die." And hearing these exact words from Mariette, Korin immediately starts cursing himself. Because if he hadn't met Hwaran on that specific day, Hwaran would have never participated in the exam just to look for him. And if that didn't happen, there would have never been a fight between Mariette and Hwaran, which means Mariette wouldn't have awakened into a vampire so early in the timeline. But completely opposite to Korin's internal guilt, Mariette was actually praising Korin, saying, "When you were fighting the spirit body, I constantly wondered why you kept standing back up. Why weren't you giving up? Especially when all the other students were mocking you, saying that you could never do it. But in the end, you actually pulled it off and proved them all wrong." But Korin just brushes it off and tells Mariette, "Well, honestly, it wasn't really anything that special. Besides, I have always loved happy endings, where those who do good things get rewarded and those who do bad things get punished. And you are a genuinely good person, Mariette, and quite beautiful too. So as long as it is physically possible, I will always prefer happy endings. So what I basically mean is, Mariette, I always want to see you happy." And now if we look at Mariette, after hearing all these incredibly sweet words from Korin, her entire face has literally turned tomato red. And witnessing this whole scene, all of us have already figured out that Mariette is about to fall completely head over heels in love with Korin. But guys, don't even dream for a second that something like this is ever going to happen to you in real life, because I also had a friend who was battling depression, and I helped her out exactly like Korin did here. And since I'm a guy who basically lives in the anime and manga world, I honestly thought my friend would have gone completely crazy in love with me too. And if she proposed to me, I was totally ready to say no. But bro, completely opposite to my wild imagination, she actually ended up falling for some random stoner dude from the streets. And honestly, just remembering that scene still gives my heart a really weird kind of pain even today. But anyway, let's leave all that behind and get back to Mariette. She looks at Korin and asks, "Junior, can you please leave now? I really need to take a bath." Korin just says, "I literally just got here," but he still agrees and starts leaving. And right before stepping out, he promises Mariette that he will definitely come to meet her again. Watching him leave, Mariette silently thanks him for comforting her. But at the exact same time, she was deeply saddened by a heavy thought. Does she even have the right to be happy anymore? After this, we cut back to Korin, who is walking down the hallway deeply lost in his thoughts. He's thinking that Mariette will probably be kept isolated like this for a little while longer, because after the total chaos she caused, it will naturally take her some time to fully recover. But he further assumes that Mariette will be released very soon, because even Hwaran is now attending school daily without any issues. And even though Mariette is officially a demi-human now, nobody here is going to be scared of her anymore. And while Korin was just walking and thinking all this, someone suddenly calls out to him. And it was none other than our absolute waifu, the chairman. He looks at Korin and asks, "Can we talk for a little bit?" He further says to Korin, "This is the first time we're meeting face-to-face like this, so how is your health?" And to this sudden question, Korin awkwardly replies that he's doing totally fine. But hearing the chairman's next words, Korin gets completely shocked because the chairman brings up the topic of Mariette's punishment. Hearing the chairman say this, Korin instantly starts overthinking. He had never even imagined that Mariette could actually get punished, and now he was absolutely terrified that maybe Mariette wouldn't get a happy ending after all. So, purely out of desperation to save Mariette, Korin frantically starts telling the chairman, "Wait, please, I can explain to you exactly what happened." But the chairman cuts him off right in the middle and says, "Her punishment has already been decided." But Korin still desperately tries to explain to the chairman, "Please, you have to listen to me. I am the one who actually fought her. And honestly, what kind of person decides a punishment this incredibly fast?" Seeing Korin's sheer desperation to protect Mariette, the chairman just laughs and says, "Just as I thought. Don't worry at all. Mariette is not going to receive any punishment." He further explains to Korin, "I personally do not believe that Mariette is any kind of threat to us. And just to confirm this exact fact, I wanted to see the attitude of the person who actually fought her." The chairman then tells Korin not to worry about a single thing, promising that as soon as Mariette fully recovers, she will be completely freed from her isolation. Hearing all these reassuring words, Corinne finally breathes a massive sigh of relief. But then the chairman asks Corinne exactly how he managed to find and capture Mariette. And Corinne only tells him the specific details that were absolutely necessary for him to know. He was actually quite scared about whether the chairman would believe his crazy story or not, but he still told him as much truth as he possibly could. Listening to all these details, the chairman tells Corinne that they will have to make an official announcement regarding this incident, but he firmly assures Corinne that he will absolutely not make Corinne's personal details public. And after this, as a massive gesture of gratitude for everything Corinne has done for the Academy and Mariette so far, the chairman deeply bows his head and thanks Corinne. Seeing the chairman bowing his head right in front of him like this, Corinne gets incredibly nervous. The chairman then makes a solid promise to Corinne, stating that if Corinne ever needs his help in the future, he will always be completely ready to support him. And now, Corin explains a little bit about the chairman's true character. He tells us that this man is the kind of person who always accepts his own weaknesses and at the same time takes the maximum responsibility for every single task. While thinking all this, Corin gets a flashback to his past life, remembering the exact moment where our absolute waifu chairman had completely sacrificed himself just to save Corin. And because of that, Corin completely trusts the chairman more than anyone else in this entire world. That is exactly why he politely requests the chairman to lift his head back up. After this, we cut back to Mariette. She is still deeply overthinking everything that has happened to her so far. She remembers how she had literally tried to take the life of Corin and how Corin, instead of running away from there, had actually sacrificed himself. And it was only because of his massive sacrifice that she was able to come back to her senses. But right now, the immense guilt from all of this was literally eating her alive from the inside. Because Mariette is the type of person who genuinely cares about other people's lives way more than her own, but this time, she had actually tried to take the life of her own best friend, Isabel. And exactly because of this overwhelming guilt, she didn't even attempt to escape from Josephine's magic imprisonment. When Corin came to visit her, she basically put on a fake act, pretending that she was totally fine. But deep down inside, she firmly believed that Corin must absolutely hate her now. Because in her eyes, she is now just a literal demon who only craves the blood of humans. But the moment Corin told her that he always wants to see her happy, those exact words just kept looping endlessly in Mariette's head because she could feel the pure honesty in those words. And she also vividly remembered how Corin had completely sacrificed his own body just to save her. And constantly replaying all these beautiful moments in her mind, Mariette has now officially fallen completely in love with Corin. After this, we come back to Corin, who accidentally overhears the conversations of some students who were talking about Mariette. And Corin now explains that it has been one whole week today since Mariette's incident happened. And in the middle of this, many people heavily protested against keeping Mariette in the academy. But since Hwaran was coming to regular school without causing any absolute trouble, that is why that protest also stopped very soon. But ahead, those guys say that Mariette is still kept in isolation, so is she still incredibly dangerous? But Corin was totally surprised by this fact, because Mariette's isolation should have been completely over by now. But behind Corin, his friends Lark and Jaeger were doing some absolute dumb stuff. Honestly, who even knows what they were messing around with? And we see that Mariette had been freed from isolation a long time ago, and when she came back to the academy, all the students lovingly welcomed her too. But among all the students, she could not see her friend Isabel anywhere. And Mariette felt like her friend is now totally scared of her and does not want to come near her at all. And getting completely sad because of this exact thing, she has locked herself inside the room. And Mariette also totally understands this fact that if she was in her friend's place, she also would not want a friend like this who literally tried to kill her. That is why Mariette decides that she will leave this academy and go far away. And when she was completely lost in these depressing thoughts of hers, she hears someone's voice. And when Mariette opens the door, her friend Isabel is right there, who instantly hugs her super tight. And she asks, "Are you okay, Mariette? How are you feeling now?" But Mariette asks her, "Wait, what are you doing here?" And her friend says in reply, "Why? Was I not supposed to be here?" But Mariette says, "No, I did not mean that, but are you not scared of me?" Hearing which, at first, Isabel gets a little shocked, but later she laughs and says to her, "No, I had seen everything before fainting that day. I saw how terrified you were after injuring me, and you had absolutely no idea what you had just done. And the deep regret of hurting me was completely visible right on your face." But ahead, Isabel tells Mariette, "No matter what happens, I will always remain your friend, and I want that you also always consider me as your friend." And hearing all these words of Isabel, Mariette cannot control herself anymore and starts crying heavily. And she says, "Thank you, Isabel. I honestly felt like you totally hate me now." But comforting Mariette, Isabel says, "Were you feeling completely lonely until now? I'm so sorry. I had completely recovered a long time ago, but the doctor told me that I could not leave from here right now. That is why I could not come to meet you even after your isolation was over. And if that junior had not told me about you, I wouldn't have even found out about you at all." And now, hearing about the junior, Mariette was completely surprised, and she asks Isabel, "Which junior?" And Isabel also tells her, "He was standing right behind me just now, the one who was extremely tall and broad." And we all know that it is none other than Corin himself, who was secretly leaving from there after completely sorting out Mariette's matter. And Mariette had also fully realized now that it was Corin who helped her one more time. And now finally, instead of calling him Junior, she happily calls him by his actual name, Corin. And now Corin tells us that finally the story of the first part has ended, which is an absolute happy ending, which did not happen in the game or in his past life at all. Although not a single thing went according to his plan, he's still very happy about this fact, that even without Park Si-hoo and a perfect plan, this world can totally be saved. And he is absolutely confident this time that he will save this world for sure. After this, we come to the training room where Corin was practicing his spear skills. And while practicing with his spear, he tells us that he's completely exhausted with his daily schedule of classes, then training, then more classes, and then even more training. But even then, he cannot stop this training because this time he's going to face off against another absolute waifu. And to face her, he has to stay fully prepared. But right then, during his practice, someone calls out to him, which was Mariette, who says to him, "Wow, that attack was absolutely amazing, Corin. You are working a bit too hard today." And further, she says to Corin that since he's working a bit too hard today, he should eat a massive meal. And ahead, she apologizes to him because she could not make much food for him to eat. But Corin, in reply, says to this that, "You'd actually made way too much food." Then after this, Corin sits down to eat the food that Mariette has cooked. And he says to Mariette that since he's feeling very hungry, he's going to eat this entire food. And the exact moment Corin reaches his hand forward to grab the food, blood starts flowing from a wound on his hand. And seeing that blood, Mariette's mouth starts watering. And seeing such a face of Mariette, Corin asks her, "Is there something on my face?" But Mariette, getting a little shy, tells him, "No, there's nothing like that." But she knows that her mind had started craving after seeing Corin's blood. After this, looking at the blood packs kept next to Mariette, Corin asks her, "Are you still drinking blood?" And Mariette also replies to him with a yes. But Corin further questions her, "Is there any difference between this packed blood and human blood?" And in reply to this, Mariette lovingly yells at him and says, "There's a massive difference between this packed blood and human blood, because human blood tastes way more delicious, especially yours." So Corin also says, "So their difference must be exactly like an organic product and a pesticide product." And Mariette also says, "Yes, their taste difference is exactly like frozen meat and freshly cut raw meat." And to tease Mariette, Corin says, "So, are you going to eat frozen meat for your entire life?" But right then, Corin gives her an offer that she can drink his blood sometimes. Hearing which, poor Mariette gets super shy and tells him, "Do not talk such absolute nonsense." But to tease her even more, Corin says, "Oh, do not worry, you can drink it. Anyway, my wounds will regenerate fast, or if you want, you can try it right now." And hearing all these words, Mariette's face turns completely red, and scolding Corin, she says, "You should never say things like this anywhere." But after this, while blushing, she gives him her own vampire blood. which Korin drinks in one single gulp without any hesitation. And the very next second after drinking the vampire blood, all his stats increase by 1 point. And Korin himself notices this change too, and he says that even though the taste of that blood was incredibly bad, right now he has become stronger than his past life. And with this power, he is completely ready for a fight with his upcoming baddie. And now, finally, after a very long time, we see our... Oh, sorry, but she is actually mine too. We see Alicia, who has gone out for a stroll. And later we see that same training ground scene where Alicia, after losing to the 5th-ranked Korin, got motivated and made a promise to herself that she will grind insanely hard from now on. But just like every guy or girl watches a motivational reel on Insta and says, "This year will be mine, I will grind insanely hard this year and completely change my life," but 5 minutes later you say, "Was I even thinking something?" So exactly the same thing Alicia is doing right now. And while eating her favorite honey bomb candy, she just says this: "Training and all can happen later. First, let's just enjoy the absolute vibes of life." And now, Korin tells us a little more about Alicia, that she's a talented and a genius swordsman, but only when it comes to her ego. And the rest of the time, she's just a lazy girl who does not give a single damn about swordsmanship. And other than this, she is absolutely terrible at her studies too. And now we come back to Alicia, who for some reason is making a weird face and laughing while saying, "Hee, when I am here at the academy, neither do I have to practice swinging swords 10,000 times every day like an absolute idiot, nor do I have to duel with those stinky and horrifying brothers and sisters whose bodies only reek of pure sweat. And even better than this, my older sister is not here to watch over me. That is why I can just enjoy my life here." But right then, Korin calls out to her from behind. And seeing him here suddenly, Alicia gets totally scared and asks him, "What are you doing here?" But Korin asks her a counter question. "You are not showing up in the training room these days." But Alicia tells him while stuttering a bit, "I actually had a lot of work these days, and along with that, I also had to complete my assignments and missions." But cutting her words, Korin, getting super excited, says, "I know something where you can make some really good money, so for that reason, would you like to join my party?" Hearing this thing, poor Alicia, crying in her mind, says, "Why is this annoying dude always after my life?" Although whenever Alicia is in front of Korin, she cannot show him how incredibly lazy she is, and for this exact reason, she can never say no to Korin's words. But for poor Alicia, Korin's training methods are way too hardcore. But right now, Korin offers Alicia 2 gold coins for this mission, hearing which Alicia instantly falls into the thought of how many honey bomb candies and dresses she can buy with this much money. That is why Korin asks her again if she would like to come, and Alicia also replies in yes. And Korin further tells her that this mission of theirs will start next week, and today he is going to do a 20 silver coin mission. That is why he asks Alicia if she would like to come. And Alicia agrees to this as well. And seeing her like this, Korin, laughing in his mind, says, "It is so incredibly easy to convince her. Just show her the money and she instantly agrees." And Korin further says that according to his prediction, that level is going to start today itself. Which level, you guys will find out at the end. After this, Korin explains that Alicia likes doing patrolling missions, because in these missions, she only has to walk on the assigned paths and check if there is any problem there. And the monsters that come near the city are only of the 4th or 5th rank, and sometimes occasionally mid-level monsters also show up, killing whom is absolute child's play for her. After this, we come straight to Alicia, who is saying, "Captain, you can extract the claws and leather of these monsters to sell them." And seeing Alicia kill so many monsters, her teammates start hyping her up to the moon by saying that, "You killed these owlbears so easily? You truly are the absolute strongest swordsman of the Arden family." And listening to their words, Alicia actually gets hyped up to the moon too. And we see a scene from her past where her family members were brutally taunting her, saying that, "You are absolutely nothing in comparison to your older sister. At your age, she was already at the supreme stage." And a second person says, "Yes, she is just a stepchild anyway. What can we even expect from her?" And friends, now tell me this. After hearing all these things, any normal person would think in their mind, wait, you idiots, my time is bad right now, but a day will come when I will absolutely wreck everyone. Just like any anime character or any person in real life, they would think exactly this. But my girl Alicia, she is completely different. She says, to hell with the family members. Who's going to sit and take their stress? I'm just going to live my life with absolute fun. After this, Korin calls out to Alicia and says that he saw an owlbear over there. But Alicia says that she has already killed it. After this, the scene shifts to the night, where someone fires a signal in the sky, which Alicia is not able to see, but her companion standing next to her says, this is a special signal which can only be seen with the help of these goggles. And he further says, maybe our companions have found the nest of a second-rank monster over there. But hearing this thing, poor Alicia starts crying because she thought that the mission was over, but due to her being a part of this team, she will definitely have to go fight that monster. And Alicia's team members were motivating her, saying that if Alicia is here, then it is absolutely possible. And seeing this signal, Korin had already understood that the next level is about to start now. And ahead, they will have to fight werewolves. But Korin knows that Alicia had killed a werewolf even while being poisoned. So killing them now was absolute child's play for her. But right now, an unexpected guest had appeared in front of Alicia, seeing whom Alicia herself was completely shocked, because this was the first-rank monster Delahan, who was coming to attack Alicia herself. Although Alicia attacks it with her full power, but Delahan attacks Alicia first for its own defense, which Alicia is not able to dodge, and the very next moment, Delahan captures Alicia with its weapon. And Korin tells us that Alicia is a powerful swordsman, but she does not have the pride of a swordsman, because right now, Alicia is crying and screaming Korin's name to call him for her help. And her teammates right then tell her that he is fighting monsters on the other side over there. And the very next moment, Delahan was just about to kill Alicia, but right then, someone launches an attack on that Delahan and shatters its head into pieces, due to which Alicia's life is saved. And the person who saved Alicia's life was standing in front of her, seeing whom Alicia was a little nervous because she was none other than Alicia's older sister, the upcoming head of the Arden family, and Korin's next absolute baddie, Lunia Arden. And she says to Alicia in a slightly cold tone, what exactly were you doing just now? When you saw Dulahan, why didn't you step back immediately? Why don't you ever analyze who your enemy is before rushing into a fight? And even worse than that, the way you were swinging your sword out there? Can I please know exactly whose absolute trash sword skills you were trying to copy? And hearing all these harsh words from her older sister, Alicia apologizes to Lunia. But Lunia lectures Alicia even more by saying this. The results of your actions are entirely your responsibility, and they are not going to change with just a few empty words. And because of your literal clown behavior, the lives of your comrades were put in massive danger, the exact people who put their trust in you. Now, excuse me here for a second, Lunia, but the comrades you were talking about right now, when my Alicia was actually in danger, instead of helping her out there, those absolute cowards were literally just standing and enjoying the show. And now those absolute scumbags are picking each other up and acting like they just fought some epic world war. But anyway, let's drop that and get back to the story. Then after this, Lunia places her sword directly on Alicia's shoulders and tells her to keep her shoulders completely tight. And hearing such a sudden order, Alicia gets completely terrified once again. But Lunia tells her that a swordsman should always look incredibly confident. Going ahead, Lunia also calls out to Korin. But Korin was just casually swinging his spear around aimlessly simply to avoid Lunia's attention. But Lunia is an incredibly smart girl, and Korin absolutely cannot make a total clown out of her that easily, because simply by looking at Korin, she instantly figured out that he was just faking his spear swings. Then she walks straight up to him and tells her about herself. I am the divine sword Lunia Arden, the master of the first sword pavilion. And in response to this, Korin bows down completely in front of her and introduces himself as Korin Luck, the disciple of the 8 hanging spears and Alicia's friend. And hearing that Korn is Alicia's friend, Lunia gets a little suspicious of him. And Korn perfectly knows this fact too, and right now he is saying exactly this in his mind. I know exactly what you want to ask me, but I am so sorry I cannot tell you anything about my spearmanship, because other than me, only 2 people in this entire world can use this specific spearmanship. And Lunia also completely understands this fact that Korn is hiding things about his spearmanship from her. That is why she does not question him any further and starts leaving from there. But right then, someone calls out to Lunia and tells her, "Master, we have completely eliminated all the monsters in this area, so should we go and catch the monsters that managed to run away?" And the person saying this was actually Lunia's teammate. And now Korn explains a little bit about these girls, that this is Lunia's team, who are officially known as the 5 Swords, and every single member of this team is either exactly at Alicia's level or on an even higher level than her. And now if we come back to Lunia, she strictly forbids her team from going after those monsters and tells them to head back. And along with that, she also tells Alicia to come with her, hearing which Alicia was absolutely sweating bullets in pure fear. After this, Korn explains a little bit to us about swordsmen, that swordsmen always prefer roaming around in groups, which are officially called factions, exactly like some gangster organization, and they always follow only their leader and actively consider themselves a proper sect. After this, we arrive at the Merkaba Arden studio. And yes, inside the Merkaba Academy, the Arden family has its very own sword training studio. This studio was started by Alicia's grandfather, so that through this, their spearmanship could be spread even faster. And now if we step inside the Merkaba Arden studio, right now Lunia is asking someone to light her cigar. And friends, I am so sorry, I do not exactly know what this specific thing is called. That is why I just called it a cigar. But if anyone knows what it actually is, then definitely tell me in the comments. And now if we get back to the story, we see Lunia, who was smoking that cigar in absolute pure style. And right in front of her, all the swordsmen of the Arden family were sitting with their heads completely bowed, and Alicia was among them too. But if we look at those bowing swordsmen, they were absolutely terrified and were literally thinking exactly this in their minds. Wait, you total dirtbags, what the heck is even going on here? And even if this Lunia is a disciple of the main family, why on earth is she making us main family descendants bow down? But right now, Lunia was reading something on a paper kept in her hands, which were Alicia's missions. And while reading these missions, she says to Alicia in a slightly cold tone, "You have done patrol, security, and some 4th-rank monster group raid missions. This is incredibly absurd. And what is the actual scene with this cafe helper mission?" And to this, Alicia replies while feeling a bit shy. In that one, we actually had to wear the uniform they provided and distribute advertisement flyers." And later, Lunia questions Alicia if that was the work of some friend of hers, but on this, Alicia replies to her while getting a little nervous. "No, I just really liked the uniform of that specific job, that is why I did it." But Lunia does not give any special expression to Alicia's words. Then going ahead, she says to Alicia, "You are so completely foolish, and it actually surprises me just thinking that you are using your guardian certificate on these completely useless tasks, which you received purely as a favor. Are you trying to put a massive stain on our family's name? And those raid missions that you did, weren't all of them just low-rank monster missions where you could easily kill low-rank monsters just to look like a hero in front of your team?" And poor Alicia had absolutely no answers for all these harsh reality checks. And finally, after listening to a long lecture from her older sister, Alicia sets out for the academy. And now after Alicia has left, Lunia's teammates praise Alicia a little bit, saying that Alicia is looking much healthier than before, and maybe she has even gained some weight. But Lunia cuts their words off and asks about Korn. And her teammates tell her that his name is Korn Luck, and he's just a 5th-rank knight. And hearing this fact, Lunia says, "It is completely impossible that he's a 5th rank. This academy's testing absolutely cannot be trusted." But now, who is going to tell these guys that the academy's test and everything is fine? The actual glitch is Korn himself. But now Lunia remembers that specific time when she came to save Alicia, and at that time, Korn's entire focus was completely on Alicia, but even then, absolutely not a single monster had the absolute guts to even dare touch him. And the way he was using his spear, that was neither just experience, nor was it any practice. That was a literal obsession, which can only be achieved by purely improving one's skills. And she further says, even if Korin's spearmanship looks completely normal to people, people like me who have reached the 8th style of Arden perfectly know exactly what he is going to become in the future. And Lunia was completely satisfied with this thought, and she says to her team, let's go. We have received a call from the academy, so maybe I will get to see him again this time. After this, we come to Mariette's food, where Korin tells us that whenever Mariette comes to meet him in the training room, she brings a massive amount of food cooked for him. And this time, Mariette has made a potato pie in which she has also added mutton. And hearing about the mutton, Korin gets incredibly happy, and Mariette tells him that this is fresh mutton which just arrived today, and Josephine specifically gave this to me. And eating this food, Korin was incredibly happy, but the tears in his eyes were not of happiness, but of sadness, because he was deeply upset by this exact fact that since poor Mariette is a vampire, she only has to eat frozen meat. But Mariette was super happy that Korin loved her food, and to impress him a little more, she says, if you loved this food so much, then would you like to eat braised oxtail next time? And hearing the name of braised oxtail, at first Korin grabs our Mariette's, my Mariette's hands, and making an absolute goofy hero-like face, he says, yes, why not? I would absolutely love that. And seeing her hands being held exactly like this, Mariette starts getting a little shy and tells Korin, okay, I will bring it. And ahead, she starts actively praising his hands by saying this, your hands look so massive and incredibly hardworking. Now with these exact hands, I will totally stroke my... Sorry, that just completely slipped out in the flow. And guys, she wasn't doing anything wild. She was literally just praising Korin's hands. And when Mariette was completely lost in her own vibe, right then, a voice from behind completely terrifies her, which was Isabel's voice. But Isabel was actually in the absolute biggest shock, wondering exactly what her best friend was doing here. But Mariette quickly runs straight to her and tells Isabel, you are completely misunderstanding. There is absolutely nothing like that. And completely changing the topic exactly like this, Mariette takes Isabel along, says a quick bye to Korin while leaving, and totally rushes out of there. And Korin was still deeply enjoying the food made by Mariette. And along with that, he was thinking exactly this in his mind. I really do not know much at all about kids of this specific age. And later, he completely remembers those 3 miserable years of his past life where he absolutely could not even pull a single girl. And he gives the entire credit for this absolute tragedy to Park Si-hoo, because Korin had some good relationships with a few girls. But how on earth could our dear Si-hoo ever let Korin belong to anyone else? But Korin tells us right now that this current life of his is completely different from his past life, because sometimes Yule brings rare mushrooms specifically for Korin from the forest. Then Korin takes her to the library and teaches her the Ogham alphabet. And sometimes even Dron comes to meet him, but Korin genuinely feels like Dron looks at him exactly like a useful colleague instead of a friend. Because whenever there are difficult missions where the money is extremely good, he asks Korin to come join his party. But Korin is usually always in class with Jaeger and Lark, but right now if we look at Jaeger and Lark, those two were completely terrified of something. And seeing them suddenly get so incredibly scared like this, Korin also gets a little serious and asks, what happened? Did some monster show up? But actually, it was Hwaran standing right there, who herself is absolutely nothing less than a literal monster. And she is here to remind Korin about his promise to feed her food. And now Korin also relaxes a little, because he genuinely thought that there was an actual monster behind him, and now he remembers that specific time when he made the promise to Hwaran. But right now, he is actually surprised because it has been a whole month and Hwaran still remembers this thing. And to completely fulfill his promise, Korin tells Jaeger and Lark, sorry guys, maybe I won't be able to hang out with you much today. But Korin's friends are even smarter than him, because they know perfectly well that if they stay here, death is absolutely certain. That is exactly why they had completely bolted from there even before Korin could say it. After this, we see a restaurant where Korin has brought Hwaran to feed her food, and since Hwaran looks exactly like a cat, Korin feeds her fish. But Hwaran literally starts aggressively stuffing the entire fish whole straight into her mouth. But right then, Korin stops her and says, hey, wait, are you crazy? Food is not eaten like that. And now Korin teaches her exactly how food is eaten in a respectful way. So first he tells her that instead of completely swallowing the food, you should chew it properly and then eat it. And then Korin gives her a bowl of rice, adds some fish into it, and says, "How is it? It looks tasty, right? Now you just feel the absolute scent of this food." And looking at this food, Hwaran's mouth started watering, and then she starts eating that food with absolute passion. And seeing her eating food so incredibly fast, Korin tells him to eat a little slowly. But after this, he completely changes his reaction, because now the second part of this story is about to start. And according to his timeline, this is a little early, but this time he is completely prepared. And right now we look at the intro of the second part, where Jaeger's entire face had completely gotten soaked with water, which he had actually done himself. And the reason for making his face wet was that the midterm exams have officially started, and he has absolutely not studied a single thing. And exactly for this reason, he is dunking his face into the bowl kept in front of him. But seeing him doing such absolute clown activities, his friend Lark says to him, "What is even the point of doing this just 10 minutes before the exam?" But Jaeger says to him, "You should have scolded me to study." But Lark replies back, "You should have actually listened to me." After this, they ask Korin if he did any preparation for the exam, and Korin says to them in reply, "What preparation? A guy like me does not need to do completely useless stuff like that." And now, we find out exactly why Korin is so incredibly confident about the exam, because he has already given this exact same exam in his past life. And that is why he feels like he is absolutely going to top the class this time. And with this, the exam instructor officially starts the exam. And now Korin was incredibly happy at first just looking at the paper, but the moment he actually read the questions, only one single thought came out of his mouth. "Bro, I am absolutely cooked." And now the exam was also completely over, where looking at Jaeger, it totally seemed like his paper went really well. And now Lark also asks Korin how his exam went, but in answer to this, Korin just simply says this: "For the entire time, I was literally just thinking about how to turn a white paper into blue color." But looking at Korin's sheet, Lark says, "Pro, this is completely blank." And to rub absolute salt on his wounds, Jaeger also chimes in and says, "Even I managed to solve at least one or two questions." And now Korin reveals the reason why his exam went so terribly bad, because he had totally forgotten that he never actually studied at all in his past life, and he only used to completely research about combat skills the entire time. That is exactly why he has absolutely zero knowledge about this specific world's academics. But Korin motivates himself by saying this, that a single sheet of paper absolutely cannot decide your future, and he still has one last chance left to top the class. After this, our scene completely shifts to the Academy's festival conference hall, where a massive amount of students were gathered there along with Korin. Now Korin tells us exactly where he is and what he is about to do. Right now, Korin is in the faculty exam, and this is an absolute golden opportunity for all those people whose marks are incredibly low in the written test, because this exam is specifically conducted by the night faculty professors who are specially invited from completely outside the academy just to conduct this exam. And this exam has teams, and every single team has 15 students in it who have to show those professors exactly what they can do, and according to their performance, the professors hand out marks to them. But now, Korin reveals his absolute master plan. Right now, Korin is a 5th-rank student, and 5th-rank students are always given an incredibly weak instructor, and if Korin completely claps that instructor in a fight, he will get massive extra marks, because of which he will easily be able to top the class. And just thinking about this exact fact, Korin is laughing out loud. But as I always say, Korin, your luck is an absolute degenerate, because along with Jaeger, all the rest of the students completely lost their minds in pure terror just looking at that instructor. And that instructor also calls out to Korin and asks, "So, how are you doing?" And the exact second Korin looks at that instructor, it was none other than my Lunia, seeing whom Korin's soul literally left his body, and absolutely terrified in his mind, only one single thought was completely running through his head. What the actual hell is she doing here? And now the announcer of this game tells us that for this year's first-year group test, the elite family of swordsmanship has been invited, which is the Arden family. And after this, we again look at the 5 swords, which is our Lunia's, My Lunia's first pavilion team, and one girl from that team asks, "Will we have to hold back in front of these kids?" And her companion says in reply to her that probably yes, because they are still just students right now. But one of their companions warns them that they should pay special attention to the boy who controls the sword because he is strong, and they know very well who in the entire academy controls the sword. After this, the practice test starts, and right as the test begins, all the students rush to attack the 5 swords. But behind them, we see Dron standing, who was first analyzing the situation, because he knew that all his opponents are on the 2nd rank, and in his own team, only he and Alicia are on the 2nd rank, and he has a good idea that their chances of winning are extremely low, because right next to this, we see that the 5 swords folded all the students in just one single attack, and now Dron had understood that his tricks are not going to work here, because they first blocked their vision so that no one could see them, and even though Dron knows that they are all of the same rank, they are way more experienced than him, because they are responding through their experience, not their rank. And now to fight them, Dron first thinks of clearing his vision, and for this, by swinging his sword, he starts clearing the dust from all 4 sides. And right when he was clearing the dust, suddenly from behind him, a member of the 5 swords, who was Milia, attacks him straight from behind. But Dron easily blocks her attack with the help of his giant sword. And seeing such a sudden attack happen on Dron, Alicia's focus gets distracted. Taking advantage of this, her opponent Jenny launches an attack on Alicia, which Alicia is barely able to block. But after this, Jenny kicks straight on one of Alicia's legs and drops her down to the ground. And with a little bit of style, she says to Alicia, "Young lady, your posture is a bit too unstable." And as soon as Alicia drops on the ground, right then, Jenny executes a lethal move on Alicia with her sword, but Alicia dodges that attack right on time. And watching this entire fight, the audience starts praising the 5 swords, because the 5 swords were clapping all the students one by one, and now only Dron and Alicia were left remaining. And now Dron had also cleared out all the dust that was blocking his view, and the moment he got a chance, he attacked Milia with all 5 of his swords. And seeing such an attack, Milia got terrified and started saying, "This is cheating! You are using 5 swords against 2 swords!" But Dron, how was he going to listen to anyone's words now? He defeats Milia and clears this test. After this, we come back again to Alicia, who is fighting with Jenny, and during the fight, Jenny says to her, "Young lady, you need more practice. Will you stand for the family head position with skills like these? If it stays like this, then it would be better if you drop your graduation, go back home, and focus on your practice." But in reply to this, Alicia says in pure anger, "Nothing like that will happen." And she attacks Jenny and throws her far away and activates her special ability, Eyes of the Boundary. But due to not having much practice in using this ability, she cannot use it properly. And taking advantage of this, Jenny defeats Alicia. And in the end, she also gives a suggestion to Alicia. "Young lady, you need more practice." And Corin himself was agreeing with Jenny on this matter. And according to the game's original story, instead of Jenny, Luminia would have fought with Alicia. But right now, he himself is surprised as to why she left Alicia and came to fight with his group. And now Luminia also takes up her sword stance to fight the students standing in front of her, and she tells them, "You can take this fight as an experience of a great special rank war." And hearing these words of Luminia, all the students fall into confusion about what the heck this great special rank war even is. And right now, Corin tells us what this great special rank war actually is. Imagine a monster who alone can wipe out an entire army, or a disaster whom even dozens of experienced warriors teaming up cannot defeat. A monster whom warriors have never seen in their entire lifetime. And if you tell such stories to others, they will laugh and call it nonsense. But when the talk is about Lunia, it is a different story, because Lunia is a warrior who goes head-to-head with any such monster, because she herself is a monster who lives among monsters. And whatever words Corin just said, we see its impact now, because Lunia shatters the entire stadium into pieces with just one attack. And if we come to Corin, he saves himself by getting behind a rock. But if we look at Jaeger sitting by his side, the poor guy was shivering in fear, and he yells and tells Corin, "She almost killed me! Has that examiner lost her mind? Which motherfucking examiner fights with students this seriously?" But Korin, giving a little comfort to Jaeger, says, "Bro, she is going easy on us. If she was serious, then she would have ended the entire match in just 10 seconds. After this, Korin asks Jaeger what is in his hand, and Jaeger, with a sweet smile, tells him, "This is Lark, and I felt that if I had left him there, he would die, so I brought him along with me." But looking at Lark's condition, Korin says to Jaeger, "But why does he look like he's already dead?" But after this, Lunia attacks Jaeger too and folds him down, but our guy Jaeger, right before passing out, says to Korin, "Korin, don't pass out because I don't think I'll be able to pick you up and carry you." And saying these words, our Jaeger also gets sent straight to the lobby. And now we hear Lunia's voice, who is saying, "All you students are such trash bags that you don't even have the worth to take guidance from me." And going ahead, Lunia tells Korin to stop hiding and come outside. And hearing her words, Korin also comes outside, but he asks Lunia, "Can I surrender?" And Lunia says to him, "If you want low marks, you can surrender, but I know you won't want to miss a rare opportunity to fight a powerhouse like me." And on these words of Lunia, Korin, with a smile, says to himself, "Looks like the lovely lady understood." And now Korin tells us a little more about his past life, where he and Lunia were comrades who had fought many battles together. If Korin's master was his spear teacher, then Lunia was the person who taught him real-life combat techniques. And because of this reason, he could never surpass her in his past life. But in this life, the matter is different, because now he is the main player of this world, so this time he can defeat her. And with this thought, he gets into his fighting stance. And now Lunia also quickly charges an attack towards him. And now finally, the fight between these two starts, where by looking at Korin's face, it was clear that he is having trouble holding her off. And their fight continues like this, where Lunia, without giving Korin a single chance, was continuously launching attacks on him. But as soon as Korin sees an opening and tries to attack Lunia, Lunia dodges it and attacks Korin instead, which Korin blocks right on time. And like this, their fight keeps continuing. But if we come to the audience, they were shocked looking at Korin's performance, because Korin, despite being a 5th-ranked knight, was actually giving Lunia a good head-to-head clash. But Korin was completely exhausted from this fight and was panting, and seeing Korin so tired, Lunia says to him, "Ran out of gas. What a shame." And right next to this, she starts putting her sword back inside her scabbard, seeing which, at first, Korin thinks, is she backing down? Does she think I gave her a good fight? But he knows very well that Lunia is not one of those who just backs down like that. And now she is going to attack him with her most powerful attack, Domain Severance. And coming into the stance of that attack, she says to Korin, "Show me if you are worthy of blocking this with your spearmanship or not." And right along with saying this, she releases her full power for this attack. My friends, if you're a little confused about how this domain severance works, let me explain it to you a bit. You can understand this attack like Gojo's domain expansion, where Lunia also opens a domain of her own, and inside that domain, time stops for whatever enemy is there, and they cannot do any movement for a while, but they can easily see whatever attack Lunia launches at them. And right now, looking at this attack, along with the audience, the professors themselves were shocked and were yelling, "Stop this test quickly! Does she want to kill this student?" But it was too late for this, because Lunia's domain had been activated. But the good thing was that this was a fake domain, and as I said, nobody other than Lunia can move. And right now, Korin was trapped here, and he could clearly see Lunia's sword coming towards him. And to block this attack, he tries to slightly move his spear, but because of this attack, he was frozen, due to which he could not move. Then he remembers his and Mariette's fight, where he was able to control Mariette's domain. But now, he starts doubting himself if that was just a coincidence. But Korin, ignoring these things, motivates himself and says to himself, "I don't need to be perfect, I just need to take one step." And he tries to push his spear a little forward, and he also gets successful in this task, seeing which Lunia herself was shocked. And now finally the weapons of those two crash against each other, causing a massive explosion. And seeing this entire scene, all the professors were shocked. And Lunia, she had held her sword straight in front of Korin, and going ahead praising him, she says, "So you finally reached my domain after all." And along with saying this, Lunia stops this fight. And if we look at Korin's spear, Lunia had sliced it straight from the middle. And going ahead, she gives an advice to Korin that his weapons are very weak and he should use strong weapons. And she starts leaving from there. But while leaving, Lunia's eyes fall on Alicia, who, seeing Lunia's attack, was shivering in fear. And friends, the main reason for her shivering is also that her ability, Eyes of the Boundary, was currently active, which can see straight through any attack. And Lunia also, while leaving, asks Korin a last question. This test was not that important, and you didn't avoid the fright because you wanted to show the domain to Alicia, so you knew about her talent, right? And on this question, Korin just gives a smile, but deep inside his mind he says, "Yes, you said it exactly right, and I have also achieved my goal." But going ahead, Lunia gives Korin a warning that she has some work in this city, so she is going to stay here for a few more days. And she gives Korin a suggestion to not poke his nose in her work, because no matter how much he struggles, nothing is going to change, because she will definitely dismantle Alicia. But Korin didn't give a single damn about these words of Lunia. In reverse, he was happy, because he managed to show the domain to Alicia, with the help of which she can defeat Lunia now. After this, the scene zooms out a little bit, and the announcer of this match says to Korin, "Since all the instructors have made their decision, you were given full marks and additional points in this practical test." And if we look at the crowd, everyone was shocked by this, because Korin not only survived in front of Lunia, but he also got full marks. And this was the exact same condition of all the professors sitting there, because they couldn't even believe that a 5th-ranked guy went head-on alone against Lunia. And if we look at our fellow professor, he was lost in this exact thought, that a few days ago Korin was getting beaten by spirit bodies, but today he gave a head-on clash to Lunia. But if there is anyone who is even more shocked than them, it is Fermac Damon, because he doesn't care who Korin fought with. He was actually shocked just by looking at Korin's spearmanship, because he knows someone who uses this exact same spearmanship, and who that is, you guys will find out in the future. After this, a few days pass by, and we see a blacksmith's shop where Korin has come to get his new spear made, because Lunia had broken his old spear. And if we look at the blacksmith, he was asking Korin, "How do you know about my family's secret, and why does the Academy provide us with such rare and precious ingredients without any hesitation?" But Korin, with a smile, just tells him, "Don't worry too much about this." But in his mind, he tells us that in his past life, he has visited this place so many times that he doesn't even feel like talking about it anymore. And right now, Korin gives us a little information about that ingredient from which his spear is going to be made. So, to get this ingredient, the players of the game have to waste blind gold, just like buying cheap stuff. But not every player has the worth to spend this much money. That is why players combine the rewards they get from completing quests and make such ingredients. But Korin's case is different, because along with the Duke's Soul Dust, he has a 2nd-rank runestone and a 1st-rank silverstone. And even bigger than this, our Korin has the hand of the waifu chairman on him, so he doesn't need to take tension about anything. And right now, Korin was smiling looking at his newly made weapon, because this is one of those rare weapons that can easily handle attacks like a domain, which is a legendary rank weapon, the Shadow Kingdom's Silver Knight Spear, which is also called the Silver Spear. After this, we see a scene from Alicia's past where she was terrified of something, and she was muttering to herself in her mind, "This blood won't stop, but this attack wasn't even that terrifying." Then, after this, we see that time of Alicia when she had entered a real battle for the first time, and looking at the monster corpses fallen in front of her, she says, "I still remember that day when I had killed 5th-rank monsters, and how their blood was flowing like water, and how their intestines had come out. But the smell of human blood is very different, and even though that was my first fight with someone, I handled that fight easily. But the smell of anyone's human blood still reminds me of that person's final moments." And now, the story comes to the present, where Alicia is traveling in a train, and she has set out to do her mission for today, which is to catch werewolves, in which she was going to get 70 silver coins. Other than this, she had also received an urgent mission, which was to catch the murderous vampire of Fog City. And friends, if you remember, this is the exact mission after which Mariette's vampire arc starts. But thanks to Warren, that has already happened. And Alicia rejects this mission right from the start because she is scared of doing missions where it comes down to her life. But right now, Alicia is only doing the missions of finding werewolves because she wants to find her savior, Corin, who had saved her. And yes, guys, Alicia still doesn't know that Corin is her savior, because at that time, Alicia had poison in her body, due to which she couldn't see anything clearly. And Alicia was lost in her thoughts like this when she hears some voices from behind her, which was of a person who was saying to someone, "Hey, 5th rank kid, do the job of carrying our luggage properly. And what bad days have come upon me that I have to take a useless kid like this in my team?" And this man to whom he was saying all this was none other than our Corin, who was coming right towards Alicia. But if we look at the people sitting behind Corin right now, it's clear from their faces that they did not like Corin coming here, and Corin himself knows this too. But because this is an academic task, they cannot do anything. But they were annoyed with Corin for the exact reason that he's only on the 5th rank. But Corin doesn't care what they think about him, because right now, he has the Sword Emperor's granddaughter Alicia with him, because of which they don't have the guts to say anything to him in front of her. But seeing them glaring at him like this, Corin kept saying this in his mind. "Stop glaring like I asked for your mom's hand in marriage, you clowns." But now, Corin, ignoring all those things, places his hand on Alicia's shoulders and says, "Hey, Alicia, how are your eyes now?" And on this matter, Alicia says in reply, "What? My eyes? They're fine." But Corin further says to her, "You know what I'm talking about." And on this matter, Alicia says in a slightly suspicious tone, "So you know about my ability? Did my sister tell you this?" And Corin also says in reply to this, "Yes, you can assume that." But he and we know what the reality is. After this, he further tells Alicia, "Lunia is serious this time. You have to hurry. She really wants to destroy you this time so that you can never swing a sword again." But on this matter of Alicia, Corin gives Corin a simple reply. "When it happens, can I stop swinging the sword?" And on this matter of Alicia, Corin gives no reply, but deep down he knows that nothing like this is going to happen. And now finally, Corin and Alicia reach their mission location, where Corin's party members had easily killed all the hounds and captured their boss werewolf. But suddenly a lot of hounds and werewolves attack them, of which they had no idea. And a member of that party asks his companion about Corin, but he tells him that he doesn't know anything about him, and this is not the time to think about him. And if we look at Alicia, she was easily handling these monsters, but right then, evil spirits also show up there to increase her trouble. And seeing these evil spirits, Alicia was confused that this is not a place where so many evil spirits would be together. And usually, evil spirits don't come to places where there are fewer people. And from this, she understands that this is the work of a human. And right then, we see something behind Alicia which was coming towards her, and after that, he attacks Alicia. At first, Alicia thought that it was an evil spirit, but from his weight, she understood that he is a knight, and she asks him too, "Why are you attacking me? Back off or I will cut you down." And taking advantage of Alicia's distraction, another knight attacks her from behind, which Alicia fails to block. And as soon as that first knight is about to kill Alicia, at that exact time, Alicia activates her ability and cuts that knight into 2 pieces. And the smell of that knight's fallen blood starts scaring her, and Alicia feels like she has killed a human. And when Alicia was lost in these thoughts, taking advantage of this, that second knight is also about to attack Alicia from behind. But right then, Corin comes there and shoves his spear into that knight's head. And he says to Alicia, "Don't just stand there like that. This is not a human." Hearing this, Alicia gets surprised and says, "What? This is not a human?" And Corin says, "Yes, these are just dead bodies which are being controlled by black magic." And now Corin also reveals that this is the main event of the second part's opening, the subjugation of the murderous vampire of Fog City. And Corin further tells that when Mariette fails to catch this crazy serial killer in the first part, this clown goes after the player's party. And if you choose the werewolf capture mission later, you meet this murderous vampire John Doe, whom you can defeat by fighting him. And right now we see that a soldier was running towards Alicia and asking if she's okay. But Alicia was shocked looking at something in front of her, which was another undead wearing a cape flying in the air. And right now Alicia is also going to attack him, but Corin stops her right then and says, "Everything is fine, just prepare to run away from here." And right along with saying this, he throws his spear at that cape-wearing undead, which goes straight through his chest and pins him to a tree. And seeing that cape-wearing undead get defeated so easily, a soldier from Corin's team starts saying, Was it this easy to defeat him? But on this matter, Korin says in his mind, no, if it was this easy to defeat him, he wouldn't be the boss of the opening act. And according to John Doe's characteristics, it is impossible to catch him alone. And right now we hear the voice of that John Doe himself, who says, "It is impressive that you broke my doll so easily. But sorry, I am going to end all these things today, so hope to meet you again." And now, Korin explains that John's specialty is not his strength, but his stealth, meaning attacking quietly from hiding. And now the undead which Korin had pinned to the tree starts releasing a fog. And Korin further tells that this fog is called Crimson Haze, and it activates when the doll's HP becomes 0. And this is the reason why catching John Doe is so difficult, because he has countless such dolls. And he blends into this fog so well that catching him becomes almost impossible. After this, Korin orders his team, "Run away from here quickly, because this fog is deadly." But right then, Alicia reminds Korin about his spear, which was still pinned to the tree. But Korin uses his rune of return magic and calls his spear back. But right then, while running, Alicia and Korin hear someone's voice, which was of their team member who was left behind. And to save that team member, Korin and Alicia turn back. And reaching there, Alicia reaches her hand forward to pick him up. But right then, from behind Alicia, that fog grabs her and pulls her inside. But Korin first picks up his team member and tells him to run from this forest. And before leaving, Korin borrows his robe. And to save Alicia, he himself goes inside that fog. And while going, he was just saying this, "I didn't think I would have to go inside this fog again. In my past life, I was trapped inside this fog, and within a minute it came down to my life. But right now I have the regeneration ability, so this time I can last longer." But the problem is Alicia, because due to bleeding from the attacks of that fog, she won't be able to last long. And right now, Alicia, with the help of her sword, is trying to cut the hands made of this fog. But due to blood loss, she's exhausted. And looking at her own condition, she questions herself if she is not strong or if her posture is wrong. Then she remembers her older sister's words, where she was saying, "Look at yourself, what condition you are in." And she drops her sword and says, "All this is happening because I'm weak." And in these final moments, she was saying, "I also wanted to look cool by saving someone. I wanted to become a respectable person in the eyes of that person who saved my life." And right now, that same person calls out to her, bringing Alicia back to her senses. And hearing this voice, she starts remembering that this voice sounds similar to her savior. After this, Korin comes to Alicia and asks her if she is okay. But Alicia was injured and fully exhausted. And in that same tired voice, she says to Korin, "Is that you, Korin? Korin, this is not moving from its place at all. Please save me, otherwise I will just die like this." But in reply to this, Korin first puts that robe on her, which he had borrowed from his teammate, and tells her, "First, you calm down, Alicia. Randomly throwing your hands and legs around like this won't work. First, focus, and then attack. You just need to stay calm." And further, he says that he is going to fight the undead to save her. But on this matter of Korin, Alicia crying tells him, "No, Korin, I cannot do it. I do not have the strength to fight right now, and I am feeling dizzy, and because of this fog, I have gotten many injuries." But on this matter of Alicia, Korin says, "You can do it, Alicia. Out of all the swordsmen I have met till now, you are the most talented. And if you make up your mind, you can do it. You just need to take one step, Alicia. Just one step is enough." And my brothers and sisters who are watching this video, if you are also struggling with your problems, then friends, do not give up. Because as Korin just said, just one step is enough. Then, whether, when, and how you take it, that doesn't matter. And hearing this motivational speech from Korin, Alicia gets emotional. And now Korin also thanks her in advance and goes to fight the undead. And right now, if we look at Alicia, she was saying in her own mind, "Korin, I myself cannot last long here, and you, whose aura rank is even lower than mine, how will you last here?" But sorry, Alicia, he will last longer than you, because this time he has the regeneration ability. And now Alicia, coming out of her thoughts, finally decides to fight back. First of all, she takes her sword stance and remembers that sword technique of her grandpa, which can cut anything. And remembering this, Alicia activates her ability, Eyes of the Boundary, which forcefully shows her the domain of others. And in these domains, a falling tear, flowing blood, or overwhelming emotions become Alicia's fuel and give her strength. And just like Corin had told Alicia that only one step is enough, remembering that exact thing, Alicia takes her first step. And with Arden's first sword style, with just one slash of her new attack, Domain Severance, she cuts all the undead, along with their controller John Doe, in half. And this clown John was still shocked by how Alicia found him. But this attack from Alicia not only clears the undead, but also slices and clears half the forest. And now the fog also starts clearing up, and we see Alicia, in front of whom John was lying dead. And right now, to find Alicia and Corin, their teammates also come back. But reaching here, they get shocked looking at John Doe's dead body. But going ahead, one of those teammates starts praising Alicia and says, "You cleared out half the forest? Can a human really even do something like this?" And his other companion says in reply to him, "I know about this attack. This was the Sword Emperor's Domain Severance." But just as the rest of the teammates were happy, the exact opposite, Corin, had gone into a trauma. Because he thought that Alicia would handle this fight by doing some normal sword attack, but he never thought that she would learn the Sword Emperor's most powerful attack in just one go. And Alicia comes to Corin and starts saying with pure happiness, "Corin, I did it! I really did it!" But in answer to this, Corin was keeping on saying to Alicia in his mind, "Girl, you keep quiet. You shouldn't have known how to do that attack right now." But right now, Corin's mouth gets left wide open hearing the words of the teammates standing behind him, because those two were discussing that, since no one other than the Sword Emperor can use Domain Severance, this means Alicia will be the next head of the Arden family. And getting happy at this, all those guys start cheering Alicia's name, and Alicia, in reverse, starts cheering Corin's name. And from this suddenly changed situation, Corin was in a trauma now. And just like I tell him every time, finally Corin also accepts this fact that why his luck always shows him the middle finger and leaves. After this, we come to the Merkaba Academy newspaper, where the news of John Doe's death was printed, and along with it, news about Alicia was also printed there, asking who this unknown girl is who defeated John Doe. And exactly as news reporters always do, exaggerating any news, the same thing was happening with Alicia too, because news started printing there asking if there will be a competition for the Arden family head position now, and more nonsense like this was printed, reading which Lunia's companion tears up that newspaper, and she tells her rest of her companions to quickly get rid of this trash news. But Lunia was very calm about this, and while drinking tea, she gets lost in her own past thoughts, where she tells that her Arden family comes among the most famous families of swordsmanship, where her grandpa, whose name is Garand Arden, leads all the sword factions of this family. And looking at his amazing leadership, the family members were expecting a capable head just like him for this generation too. Garand Arden's specialty was his attack, Domain Severance, which existed on the path of the heart. And for many martial artists, that path was still unknown, and Garand Arden also waited a long time for a person who could take his legacy forward. And to become that person, Lunia practiced day and night, even if blood flowed from her hands during the practice, and the swelling and wounds on her hands are proof of how she has lived her life. And Lunia, who was considered the genius of her generation, even she could not make Garand Arden happy. However, her younger sister, who was her father's second wife's child, and who had just learned to hold a sword, ended up having a duel with Lunia. And Lunia also never thought that her younger sister would ever become her competitor, because when Lunia was continuously launching attacks on Alicia, right then, Alicia accidentally activates her ability, Eyes of the Boundary. And by the time Lunia could understand anything, she had already lost. And what she did was not some high-speed attack, but a domain, where Alicia took the first step on that path of martial arts to reach where Lunia had put her heart and soul. And right now, injured Lunia was thinking, how is this possible? How can a lazy girl like her do this? But the very next moment, the sight in front of her scares her, and right then she remembers a saying of her grandpa which he had told her, that a swordsman's twisted nature, which normal people can never understand. And that twisted nature is called the sword demon, or the talent of the sword demon, which was clearly visible on Alicia's face. But Alicia, consciously, was sad after hurting Lunia, but unconsciously, the demon inside her was very happy seeing this. And looking at this exact talent of hers, Grand Arden nominated her as well for the family head position, to which nobody in the family had any objection. And right now, Lunia is left with this final memory of how happy they both were together before this incident happened. And right now, we come back to the present, where Lunia was still drinking tea, but right then her companion calls out to her and asks if she's okay. And looking at them like this, Lunia thinks, are they worrying about me? But Lunia tells them, do not worry about me. And along with that, she says in her mind that anyway, she wanted Alicia to use the domain too, because if she can see that sword attack again, then maybe she can also reach that level. And saying this, she orders her team to prepare for the sword challenge. After this, we come to the Merkaba hospital, where Korin asks Alicia, how long will it take for you to get better? And Alicia tells him that the hospital staff told her that if she applies potions, she will recover in 1 or 2 days. Further, she asks Korin, would you like to eat a honey bomb candy? In answer to which Korin tells Alicia, what? Candy? You really are a carefree girl. After this, Korin questions Alicia about domain severance, asking how she learned this attack in just one go, even though she has eyes of the boundary with the help of which she can see others' domains. Doing it on the very first try, he couldn't understand it. And in answer to this, Alicia shyly says to him, you trusted me, that is why I was able to do it, and like you said, if I want to, I can. And in answer to this, Korin, getting a little annoyed, says, you really are a genius who always avoids working hard. But right then, someone knocks loudly on their door, which was Mariette, and right as she comes in, she asks Korin if he is okay. And seeing her here suddenly, Korin was a little surprised, but Alicia greets Mariette and tells her name, and in reply, Mariette also introduces herself. And seeing Mariette here, Korin asks her, did you come to meet Alicia? But Mariette tells him, no, I heard the news about you and I was worried whether you were okay or not. That is why I came to meet you. And right next to this, activating her yandere mode, she asks Korin, are you two close to each other? And looking at her sudden change, Korin also gets scared and starts thinking what happened to her now. But right then, someone knocks on their window, which was Hwaran, and her sudden entry scared Korin. But Hwaran was telling him to feed her that fish. But seeing Hwaran here, Mariette starts shivering a little, seeing which Korin thinks, does she feel uncomfortable looking at Hwaran? But Mariette, in that same shivering condition, asks Korin, did you both eat food together? And hearing such a sudden question, Korin thinks, was this thing making her uncomfortable? But to make her happy, Korin tells her, don't worry, I will make a tasty lunch for you too. Hearing which, Mariette was happy now. And I know, friends, you all are excited right now to see the clash of all the waifus, so Korin is also thinking the exact same thing right now, that this is the first time all the heroines of the game are meeting each other. But Korin puts these things aside and tells Alicia, since the news has spread that you have learned to use domain severance, maybe Lunia will challenge you to a sword challenge, so are you confident for this challenge? But Alicia starts getting scared just hearing these things. Then Korin tells us a little about the sword challenge, that this is a swordsman's tradition, where you have to fight 5 sword master level swordsmen, and the result of this fight decides who will become the new master of the sword pavilion. And if you guys are thinking what this sword pavilion is, then let me explain it to you a little. You can understand the sword pavilion as a type of post, where you have the authority over all the family's things, like all the sword techniques and control over the family's finances. And if we come back to Alicia, she was crying and saying, you are asking confident. If I fight her, I will definitely be killed. But on this matter, Korin says he has a way. Hearing which, Alicia stops crying and asks him what that way is. But Korin says he has one condition. And on this, Alicia also says she is ready to do anything. Then Korin tells her his condition, that whenever he asks her to fight a monster or calls her for training in the training room, she will have to agree to all those things without any complaint. And from now on, Alicia will be his fixed party member. And on this matter of Korin's, Alicia crying says, I swear I will listen to everything you say. Just help me. And if we look at the rest of the waifus standing on the side, it was clear from their faces that they had no idea what was going on here. And Corin, also accepting these words of Alicia, says to her with a little style, "All right then, I, Corin Loach, from now on will put my life on the line to help you." After this, we see a member of the Five Swords who was patrolling, but right then she gets suddenly attacked with a knife. But when she looks at the attacker, she gets surprised because it is Hwaran. And seeing Hwaran here suddenly, the Five Swords member asks her what she's doing here. But in answer to this, Hwaran says, "I, Hwaran, Knife-Style Master, challenge you here on behalf of Alicia Dojo." And saying this, she attacks her. But hearing this from Hwaran, the Five Swords member asks her, "What did you say? Knife-style? What is this nonsense? But tell me, why are you attacking me?" And Hwaran tells her that if she does this, Corin will take her out to eat sushi. And if we come to Corin right now, he was also fighting with a Five Swords member. And that Five Swords member also asks him why he is attacking her so suddenly. And Corin also replies just like Hwaran, saying, "I, Corin Loach, Guandao-style master, challenge you on behalf of Alicia Dojo." And friends, Guandao means a Chinese weapon, which is long like a spear, but it has a large blade at the top. And Corin, with that same monster-like laugh, says in his mind, "When you know that your enemy is going to attack you, then before they clap you, you should reverse it and completely wipe the floor with them." And with this strategy, Corin folds the Five Swords member, but looking at his monster-like face, that Five Swords member starts thinking if this guy has lost his mind. Then after this, Corin introduces all the members of Alicia Dojo one by one, in which the first was our Knife-Style Master, Horan, and the second was our Flying Sword-Style Master, Drone. Third was Gandalf-Style Master, my Mariette, from whose face it was clear that the poor girl was forced to do this for Corin against her will. And last was our dojo's head, Alicia Arden herself, who along with her team folded the Five Swords. And right now, a member of the Five Swords angrily asks Corin, "Tell me, why did you do this?" And Corin gives the answer to this with a creepy smile. "I just wanted to make our dojo a little popular so that our dojo's name grows, and for this, we needed some spicy news." And exactly as Corin said, that spicy news spreads in the newspaper that Alicia's new dojo easily defeated Arden's first pavilion. And now Corin reveals his real plan of why he suddenly attacked the first pavilion members. Because according to the Arden family's rule, for the position of pavilion master, both teams have to do a sword challenge, which decides who will become the pavilion master. But actually, this is a way through which you can crush your competitor beforehand. And to avoid this, Corin changed the structure of this game into a dojo challenge. And by defeating all the Five Swords members, he just wanted to set up a one-on-one duel between Alicia and Lunia. And if he defeats all the first pavilion members first, then they won't interfere in Alicia and Lunia's fight later. And right now, Alicia tells us that Mariette alone handled all the expenses of buying this dojo and hiring Drone. And thanking Mariette, Alicia says in her mind, "If I just get the reward for defeating John Doe once, I will return all your money." And Alicia was lost in her thoughts when Lunia calls out to her from behind and says, "This is quite interesting." But right then, she suddenly changes her expression and angrily tells Alicia, "If you really had to do this nonsense, then you should have run away the moment you saw me." And looking at this stunt, it is clear that this was not your plan. And the poor girl Alicia, hearing this, says crying in her mind, "I got caught." And looking at Alicia's crying face, Lunia also understands that this entire mess is Corin's doing. But right then, Corin calls out to her from behind Alicia and says, "Hey Alicia, didn't you have something to say?" And hearing this from Corin, Alicia starts thinking if she can really defeat Lunia. But gathering her courage, she says to Lunia, "As the master of this new dojo, I challenge the master of the first pavilion sword, Lunia, to a friendly duel." And Lunia accepts this duel of Alicia, but she warns her that she will not use any practice sword in this fight. And Alicia had no problem with this either. And at last, both these sisters take their respective sword stances for the fight. After this, we come to Mariette, who, looking at Lunia, was thinking that even if she transforms into her vampire form and fights Lunia with her full power, there is no guarantee that Mariette could defeat her. And thinking this, Mariette asks Corin, "Is Alicia really ready for this fight?" And Corin tells her, "Yes, I have full faith in her that she will handle it." And hearing this from Corin, Mariette also relaxes now. But right then, Lunia throws something towards Corin, which Corin catches. And what Corin caught was a pouch full of money. And holding that pouch, Corin asks Lunia, "Is this for repairing the damages to the dojo? But isn't this a bit too much money?" But to this, Lunia replies with a no and says, "This money is for the reconstruction of your dojo." And along with saying this, she launches the first attack on Alicia. And the impact of that attack was so terrifying that the roof of that dojo just vanishes. Looking at which Corin and Mariette both were now in a trauma. And if we look at this dojo from outside, it had been split into two parts. And right now, if we come back to Lunia and Alicia's fight, looking at Alicia, it was clear that Lunia was overpowering her. But right then, in the middle of the fight, Alicia says in her mind, "I have always admired you, Lunia. When the fire to swing a sword was burning inside me, you were my idol at that time." Then we see a flashback of Alicia, where Lunia had just returned after defeating a first-rank monster, and everyone was praising her. And remembering that moment, Alicia says, "You were a hero to me, exactly like a fairy tale. A hero just like our grandpa, listening to whose stories I grew up. And in comparison to you, I was an illegitimate child whose mother died giving birth to her, and for that reason, our father always ignored me. But you were the one who always took care of me and gave me love. But that day where I heard a human for the first time, everything changed since that day." And right now we return to the present moment where Lunia was preparing her attack. And to dodge this attack, Alicia first takes a step back. And when she sees an opening in Lunia, taking advantage of that chance, she attacks her. But Lunia easily dodges this attack. And she was also surprised that Alicia was able to find her unguarded spot. And seeing Alicia fight like this, she says in her mind, "Whatever this girl has learned so far, she's using it very well. Although her skills are amazing, she cannot last in front of me." And along with saying this, Lunia launches an attack on her, the impact of which pushes Alicia back. And for not being able to stop herself from being pushed back like this, Lunia tells Alicia, "Your footwork is still very trash." But actually, Alicia was letting all this happen intentionally, because she had a different plan for this situation. And right then, suddenly increasing her speed, she runs fast from there, goes behind Lunia, and tries to launch a close attack on her. But Lunia hadn't played with raw marbles either. And before Alicia could do anything, Lunia attacks her with her sword attack upper slice, which Alicia barely manages to dodge. But what Alicia does next surprises even Lunia, because Alicia holds Lunia tight, from which Lunia gets the idea that Alicia is now going to attack her by her body. And to dodge this attack, Lunia throws herself and Alicia backwards, which frees her from this attack. And Lunia was in pure anger from this stunt of Alicia. And kicking Alicia on the face, she tells her, "You idiot, did you really think that these cheap tricks would work on me?" And along with saying this, she attacks Alicia, which Alicia blocks. And the very next moment, pushing Lunia's sword away from her and remembering what Corin had told her, she launches a powerful attack on Lunia. But Lunia also blocks that attack and tells Alicia, "Oh, so this kid knows how to do such attacks too. Looks like I took you a bit too lightly, but you are still inexperienced in front of me." And along with saying this, she ticks hard on Alicia's stomach, which actually hurts Alicia. But how was Lunia going to stop now? She jumps straight on Alicia and attacks, which Alicia barely manages to block. And like this, a fight between Lunia and Alicia goes on, launching attacks on each other and dodging them. And seeing Alicia fight like this, Lunia says in her mind, "So, she is matching me now, and at the same time she can also see my domain." And right now, this exact thing of Alicia was giving her the most happiness, and pushing Alicia back with her next attack, she says, "I always wanted to see this real form of yours, where despite having talent, you always kept denying it." But Alicia was fully exhausted from this fight, but even then she takes her stance for her next attack. Seeing her not giving up, Lunia says, "Looks like you understood that your victory is not 10 steps, but only 1 step away. All right then, now I am also not going to show any mercy to you." And along with saying this, she takes her sword stance for her final attack, and Alicia takes that exact same stance too. And the very next moment, both charge forward to attack each other. And during the attack, Lunia remembers those words of Alicia which she had said to her in their childhood, where Alicia wanted to grow up and become a great swordsman like Lunia. And right now during the attack, Lunia was seeing Corrin's reflection inside Alicia. And now, finally, both of their swords clash with each other, and both open their domains and use the same attack, domain severance, on each other, the impact of which causes a blast there. And looking at that blast, Mariette asks Corrin in a little shock, "Is this over?" And Corrin also says, "Yes, and the winner has also been decided." And this was none other than Alicia, who defeated Lunia by cutting her sword. And seeing Alicia win this match, Mariette happily says to Corrin, "Look, Corrin, Alicia did it. She won." But Corrin wasn't much surprised by this, because he knew that she was going to win. Because if Alicia is compared to Lunia, Alicia only has one advantage, which is her attack domain severance. And since Alicia could only win this fight inside the domain, Corrin had already told her that she just needs to waste some time by dodging and escaping. And since Corrin had met Lunia in his past life, he knew about all of Lunia's habits. That is why he told Alicia to wait until Lunia opened her domain, and as a result, in the domain clash, Lunia lost due to her sword getting cut. And right now, if we look at Alicia, she was surprised that she finally defeated Lunia. And Lunia, also getting up from her place, says, "Whew, looks like my performance wasn't anything special." And getting up, she starts leaving from there, but while leaving, she tells Alicia that from now on, neither she nor any of her subordinates will interfere in her work. But right then, Alicia goes to Lunia and tells her to stop, but due to fear, she isn't able to say anything to her. And Corrin tells us that right now, Alicia is scared because she knows that despite being weak, she has defeated a pavilion master, due to which people will now look at Lunia as a failure. And more than that, Alicia was scared that Lunia will start hating her even more now. And going ahead, Lunia takes her hand near Alicia's head, seeing which Alicia was shivering in fear. But Lunia just places her hand on Alicia's head, seeing which Alicia also gets surprised now. And Corrin tells us that Lunia is not a person who would hate Alicia. And he talks about that moment from his past life where he met Lunia for the first time. Even though he met her before Mariette's incident, which was a bit too early according to the story, the reason for meeting Lunia so early was that Lunia was looking for Alicia's killer, whom she could never find, because that killer was none other than this game's hero, Park Sihu. But Lunia did not give up back then and kept searching for that murderer like a crazy person until her third death anniversary. And when Lunia was standing near Alicia's grave, Corrin had asked her, "You come near her grave every year, but I used to feel that you hated your sister." And in answer to this, Lunia says to Corrin, "Yes, I always hated her because she was very lazy, never paid any attention to anything, and was a very clingy type of person. But other than me, she had no one in this world who could understand her, who could give her love." And coming to the present right now, Corrin tells us that even after Alicia's death, Lunia never turned her face away from her. And even if Alicia moves ahead of her by defeating her, Lunia will always keep supporting her from the shadows with a smile. And right now, if we look at Lunia, she places her hand on Alicia's head and says to her, "You have grown quite tall." And looking at this behavior of Lunia, Corrin says this is the exact same Lunia whom he has always known. And seeing this love of her sister, Alicia also cannot stop herself from crying now. And since Corrin helped Alicia to defeat Lunia, as a reward, his commandment takes his rank from medium-low to medium. After this, we come back to the Merhaba Academy Hospital, where Alicia was telling Corrin, "You know, I was always scared of fighting." And in answer to this, Corrin says, "Yes, I know." And going ahead, Alicia says to him, "But still, there's a part inside me that always wants to fight." And on this matter of Alicia, Corrin gives the exact same reply. But Alicia doesn't stop here and tells him further, "I always avoided that part of me because it didn't feel like me. And I was always scared of facing Lunia. That is why I started pretending like I don't care about anything." And now in answer to this, Corrin says, "If anyone else was in your place, they would have done the exact same thing." And going ahead, Alicia says to Corrin with a slightly sad face, Since I have won this fight, I have officially become the head of this family, and from now on, Lunia and her followers will keep an eye on me. But if I leave this work and run away, then maybe Lunia will end our relationship with me. And on this matter, Corin tells Alicia, "Don't worry, nothing like this is going to happen. Sometimes maybe the distance in your relationship increases, or sometimes the relationship becomes awkward, but relationships aren't something you can break so easily. After all, you are sisters, so don't take tension. Nothing like this will happen." And hearing this from Corin, Alicia also calms down now. After this, Corin tells Alicia a childhood story of his, where when he was small, the bully kids of his street always used to beat him. But later, the thing that gave him the most trouble was not the pain of those kids beating him, but the anger on himself, that he could never take a stand for himself. And that is why he tells Alicia, "You are way stronger than that weak kid who I was." And hearing this from Corin, Alicia says to him, "You are a very weird person, Corin." And Corin asks why. In reply to which, Alicia tells him, "We both are of the same age, but you always sound like a mature person." Hearing which, Corin says, "Do I look like an old man to you?" And on this matter of Corin, Alicia says without any hesitation, "Yes, looking at you, it feels like you have faced many hardships in your life." And on this matter, Corin says in his mind, "You feel like this because I have lived 14 years more than you, and if you add the memories of my 30 years, then I'm 50 right now." But Alicia ignores this now and thanks Corin, and Corin asks what for. And Alicia tells him, "For today, and for saving my life in the jungle that day." And hearing about saving her life in the jungle, Corin got surprised. But Alicia reminds him that it was Corin who saved her life in the forest. And shocked by this, Corin asks her, "How did you find this out?" And Alicia, giving a detective-like pose, says, "Your voice and your belt. I figured it out from that." And in answer to this, Corin says, "Liar, you aren't that smart." But now, Corin also accepts this fact, and seeing Corin accept this, Alicia says to him, "I owe you a lot. If you ever need anything, just tell me." And hearing this from Alicia, Corin reaches his hand towards her and says, "Then let's become friends." And from this sudden proposal of Corin, Alicia was a little surprised, and seeing such a face of hers, Corin asks her, "Why? Don't you want to be my friend?" But on this matter of Alicia, blushing, says to him, No, it's not like that. It's just, I never had a boyfriend. I mean, a boy who is a friend." But on this matter of Alicia, Corin says now, "Then from today, we are friends." And going ahead, Alicia also smiling says that she's happy to have a friend like him. And Corin, he punished the evil and guided the kind-hearted people towards a bright future, and he has no regret for the changes he made in this story. After this, we see Isabel, who is secretly spying on someone, and from these weird stunts of hers, the poor people around her were getting uncomfortable. And the person she was spying on was none other than her friend Mariette, whom a boy was proposing to while looking at a blood pack. And that boy says to Mariette, "Please, accept my feelings. No, wait, accept this blood." And looking at that blood pack, Mariette gets confused. And seeing her in such confusion, that boy tells her, "Should I offer my neck instead?" But on these words of his, Mariette tells him, No, there's no need for this. I get blood packs from Madame Josephine every day." And seeing this whole drama, our legend Isabel angrily says, "You bastard! Instead of being impressed by your words, she's getting even more uncomfortable." But Isabel didn't have much to do with all these things, because her main concern was Corin, who comes behind Mariette and asks her, "Hey Mariette, is your class over?" And just hearing these few words from Corin, Mariette turns completely red. And Isabel tells us that this is her biggest worry. Corin Locke, who is a first-year student whose rank is just 5th, but this doesn't matter much because he stood against Lunia Arden, which means he's definitely talented. And saying this, she starts secretly following Mariette and Corin, and seeing these stunts of hers, the people around her get scared. And right now, Corin asks Mariette, "Would you like to drink my blood?" And Mariette, blushing at this, says, "Should I drink it?" And with this, they go into a room, and Isabel puts her ear on the door of that room, trying to listen to the things going on inside. And seeing both of them locked alone in a room like this, Isabel starts thinking, wait, are they doing some dirty stuff inside? But Corin was reminding Mariette of a proposal, hearing which Isabel says, "What proposal is this bastard talking about?" And if we look inside that room, Corin was telling Mariette that the place they bought for the dojo is now damaged, so reconstruction work is going on there. So Corin was saying that he wants to build a hotel there instead of a dojo. And hearing this from Corin, Mariette is a little surprised. But Corin gives her a guarantee that if she invests in it, he will make a 3% profit for her. And hearing these things, Isabel starts losing her mind. And she says about Corin, "Who is this anyway, planning to loot money from Mariette?" After this, we come to the training room where Corin, Alicia, and also Isabel were present, who was keeping an eye on Corin's actions from the roof. But right then, Isabel's eyes fall on Alicia, seeing whom she first thinks, "Who is this girl?" But later she recognizes that she's the second girl of the Arden family. Then, after this, Corin gives Alicia a coupon, seeing which Alicia gets extremely happy, because this is a food coupon which was for a famous restaurant named Holy Panda, and Isabel also recognizes that coupon and angrily says, "This is a coupon for the famous restaurant Holy Panda, which is famous for dating. This Corin, after trapping my friend Mariette, is making her his next target." But poor Isabel, she was in so much anger that she couldn't keep her balance, and due to her hand slipping, she falls from there. And Alicia also hears the sound of Isabel falling, and she asks Corin, "Did you hear something?" And Corin says no, and going ahead, he asks her, "Would you like to earn some money?" And hearing the talk of money from Corin's mouth again, Isabel says, "You not only did you trap 2 girls, but now you were looting money from them too, you bastard Corin Locke." After this, our scene shifts to a restaurant where Hwaran and Corin were eating food. And while eating, Corin asks Hwaran about money too and says, "I have an investment. Would you like to put money in?" And on this matter, Hwaran has a simple reply, "Do whatever you think is right." And seeing Corin and Hwaran eating together like this, Isabel's anger was on the 7th heaven now, and she had decided that Corin is none other than a massive gold digger. After this, we see a luxurious car in which none other than our Corin was sitting. And right now he tells us the real reason why he asked for money from all the girls. So Corin explains that in the dojo registration and hiring drone, 97 gold coins were spent, which if converted to Korean currency is approx 62 lakh rupees. And all this money Mariette gave from her own pocket, for which he thanks her. But at the same time, he's confused about how she just gave 100 gold coins like it was nothing for her, and he was surprised if mages really earned this much money. And Lunia gave him 50 gold coins for the dojo reconstruction, and Alicia also got 110 gold coins for the John Doe mission. And Lark, Yule, and Jaeger also had some money saved, and the money-crazy drone had a good amount of money collected. And finally, combining all this money, he got 550 gold coins, with which he bought this entire land. Even though this land looks empty right now, Corin tells that as soon as the second semester starts, an exchange festival is going to happen here where the Eastern Continent's Borame Academy is going to come. And this is going to be an absolutely fixed season for tourism because the city will be completely packed with people. And whatever money Corin invested in this land, it will be covered in 1 to 2 weeks. And thinking this, Corin says with pure flex, "I am a regressor, so why shouldn't I take advantage of future knowledge? And now this whole world will see that even Elon Muskie will be at my feet." After this, we come back to ManhwaCapped Academy, where our chairman was saying to Josephine, "The Catholic Church, Royal Family, and Mage Tower, their attitude towards our school is not looking very good right now. But this is not something that we cannot fix." And in answer to this, Josephine, supporting the chairman, says, "We will fully help you in this decision of yours, and I feel like everyone should be given a chance." And the chairman, also getting up from his place, says, "I will be outside the academy for some time." But Josephine tells him that she will go in his place. But the chairman tells her, "The other places are fine, but the Catholic Church won't be a good place for you." And he further says to her, "Until I'm not here, take care of this place, and if anything goes wrong, please use the emergency communication network." And along with saying this, he leaves from there. And now because the chairman is not in the academy, Josephine will handle his place. So she first sits in the chairman's place and starts checking his document work. And as soon as she sees Corin's name on a document, that document shocks her. And looking at that document, Josephine starts thinking, "What is this boy going to do this time?" And right now, we see the same paper held in Josephine's hand, where Corin had put in a request for mandrake harvesting. After this, we come to the Academy's testing facilities, where Corin and Alicia have come to harvest mandrakes. And right then, Alicia asks Corin, "Are we going to harvest mandrakes in a place like this?" And in answer to this, Corin questions Alicia, "How much do you know about mandrakes?" And in answer to this, Alicia says, "I only know this much, that when we pull them out of the ground, they start screaming loudly." And guys, those who have watched the Harry Potter movies definitely know what these mandrakes are. And on this answer of Alicia, Corin says, "You are absolutely right. And while harvesting mandrakes, there's always a fear of eardrums bursting. That is why it is always important to wear high-quality earplugs for safety. And also, if the harvesting place is big and empty, then it is even better." And after giving her the harvesting instructions, Corin says to Alicia in excitement, "Are you ready, Assistant Alicia?" And in reply to this, Alicia also says in pure excitement, "Yes, Captain Corin, I am ready." And with this, Corin starts pulling the mandrake out of the ground. And when he is pulling the mandrake out of the ground, he tells us that he cannot do the mandrake harvesting work alone. That is why he called Alicia, because while pulling the mandrake out of the ground, you need a partner. And when you pull the mandrake out of the ground, your partner should cut its roots and stem. Because until you don't cut its roots, it will continuously keep screaming. And Corin already has the experience of this thing because this is his 4th time harvesting a mandrake. Before this, he had harvested mandrakes with Park Sihu. And right now, Corin says to himself, "I am feeling a little nervous to do this." But Alicia felt like Corin was saying something to her. That is why she starts taking out her earplugs. But right then, suddenly, with a demonic smile, Corin rips the mandrake out of the ground. And as soon as that mandrake comes out of the ground, it starts screaming loudly. And Corin says to Alicia, "Hey, Alicia, come on, quickly, show the magic of that swordsmanship which can even cut a domain." But poor Alicia, because of taking out her own earplug, she hears the loud voice of the mandrake, which instantly makes her faint. And seeing this condition of Alicia, Corin had understood that he will have to do this work alone. Then he says to the mandrake, "You scumbag, you aren't the only one who can scream loudly." And right after saying this, he himself starts screaming loudly in the mandrake's ear. And hearing Corin's voice, the mandrake faints now. Then immediately he throws it up and cuts its roots. And after doing this work, Corin's face turns red with anger. And because of the mandrake's screaming, blood was also coming out of Corin's ears now. But in that same condition, calling out to Alicia, he says in anger, "Hey, get up, you useless dumbass. I brought you here to help me, and you're sleeping peacefully here, you useless girl." But Alicia, she was sleeping peacefully and was probably having some sweet dream. And in that sleeping state, she says to Corin, "Did you sleep well too, Corin?" But on this remark of Alicia, Corin gets even more annoyed and then angrily says, "Alicia, do you have a death wish today?" But now Corin starts cleaning the blood from his ears, and while doing this, he was thinking that he also had to harvest the silver mandrake. But he knows that if he does this work alone right now, then this time he will definitely get killed. And after this, someone calls Corin from behind, hearing which Corin thinks, "I had put a no entry board here, so who came now?" And the one calling Corin was none other than Mariette, who, whatever you say, was looking very cute. And seeing Mariette here, Corin asks her, "Didn't you have an experiment in the testing facilities today?" And on this question of Corin, Mariette says, "Yeah, I did, but I was hearing a lot of noise from below, so I jumped from there and came here." If we look at that building from where Mariette jumped, then that was the 12th floor of that building, seeing which Corin was surprised how she came jumping from so high. But immediately after this, Mariette activates her yandere mode and asks Corin in a slightly cold tone, "So, can you tell me what you two are doing here alone?" And seeing this form of Mariette, Alicia gets scared, but our Corin, he says very calmly, "I already told you that we're going to harvest mandrakes." And hearing this from Corin, Mariette's mood instantly changes, and laughing, she says to Corin, "Are you thinking of harvesting the remaining ones too?" In answer to which Corin says, "Yeah, I was thinking about it, but we're tired today, so we're thinking of doing the rest of the work later." But Mariette says to Corin, "I will do the rest of the work for you." But Corin explains to her that you are not a knight, so this work will be difficult for you. But was Mariette going to listen to Corin? She goes straight and rips the silver mandrake out. And looking at the silver mandrake, Corin absolutely shits his pants because if Mariette heard the voice of that silver mandrake, she could even get killed. And now that silver mandrake was just about to scream, but before it could scream, Mariette shuts it up by ripping out its roots just with her bare hands. And going ahead, laughing, she says to Corin, "There is a mandrake farm in my house, and every year I alone harvest 30 mandrakes, so this is child's play for me." And seeing this skill of Mariette, even Corin himself gets surprised. Then Mariette says to Corin further, "You were going to make a potion out of these mandrakes, right? So until you were sitting idle, let me make something for you to eat." Then Mariette tells Alicia to bring some ingredients for cooking, and Alicia, also listening to her, goes to bring the cooking ingredients. And then Corin says to Mariette, "So what work should I do till then?" In answer to which, with a flirty face, Mariette says to Corin, "You don't need to do anything. I will do everything for you." Oh man, I wish the girl next door to my house would also say this to me in the exact same way. Seriously guys, I would make her sweep and mop my house every day. But whatever, where is my luck like that? And after this, Corin thanks Mariette for the help she gave him. But inside, he was thinking how awesome Mariette is. After this, Corinne tells 2 ways to consume the mandrake, in which the first way is that you chew and eat the mandrake directly. But the second way is much more effective, where you make a potion out of the mandrake, to make which you mix 28 Chinese ingredients in it and leave it to boil for 10 hours. And if you do this work carefully, then you will easily make the herbal mandrake potion. And right now, we come back to Corinne and Mariette, where Mariette was making the potion, and Corinne was writing some rune letters on the ground. And Mariette also asks him what he is doing, where Corinne in reply says, "Nothing. I was getting bored, so I just started doing this to pass time." Right then, Mariette also comes near him and recognizes the rune letters that Corinne had written, from which Corinne also gets a little surprised. Then later, he says to her, "I didn't know you knew how to read rune letters." In answer to which, Mariette says, "I don't know their meaning. I just have seen them many times in class." Then, after this, Mariette questions Corinne, "Where did you learn these rune letters? Because in today's time, this is a dead language." But hearing this question, Corinne says with a slightly sad face, "My master taught me these." Then, Corinne gets a little lost in his past, where he tells us that 1 year ago, his master was teaching him spear and rune magic. Even though Corinne learned spearmanship, the runes his master was teaching him were a little different. Because the runes his master was teaching him, unlike other runes, they couldn't be used just by writing them or knowing about them. To use that rune, first of all, Corin would have to take that rune out of his master's body and engrave it on his own body. Only then he could use it. But this same goal was also of this game's final boss, who also wanted this same rune, for which he killed Corin's master. But before dying, his master was going to give these runes to Corin, but due to the main villain of this game, this couldn't happen. Then, right now, we come back to the present, where Mariette asks Corin about his master, and Mariette felt that since his master knows about runes, she must definitely be some member of the Magic Tower. But on this matter, Corin says to Mariette, "No, she is just a normal person whom you'll find anywhere, a person who always tries to do good for people." And hearing these words of Corin, Mariette says in a slightly sad tone, "Maybe you are a bit too affectionate with your master." Then after this, to change the topic, Mariette asks Corin, "Would you like to eat some potatoes?" In answer to which Corin says, "Yeah, sure, I haven't eaten food today anyway." And on this response of Corin, Mariette gets happy, claps her hands, and calls out to someone named Duckgoo. And Corin also starts thinking, what the hell is this Duckgoo? But the very next moment, that thing is standing right in front of Corin, and this is the same orb which we had seen in Mariette's boss act. And actually, this is made from Mariette's blood, so this is her son, whose name is Duckgoo. And seeing Duckgoo, Corin says to Mariette, "So, have you completely connected with the orb?" And on this matter, thanking Corin, Mariette says, "All this was possible only because of you, because you kept sharing your blood with me. That is why I could completely form it. And also, look how cute it is. The more I look at it, the cuter it gets." And on this matter of Mariette, Corin says in his mind, "What did she say? Cute." But ignoring this thing, he asks Mariette, "If this is made from your blood, then half the blood in its body must be mine, so by that logic, I'm its dad, right?" And hearing the talk about being a dad, Mariette starts completely blushing and says, I never thought about it like that. And then Mariette says to Corin, if you are its dad, then would you like to play with it? And on this matter, Corin says in his mind, play with it? This is not some real dog. But was Gu going to listen? He starts playing with Corin, but this felt less like playing and more like thrashing Corin. And now the potion was also ready, and Corin, filling the potion in a bowl, starts drinking it. And Alicia had also come back, and she asks Mariette, why is Corin's condition looking so bad suddenly? In answer to which Mariette says he was playing with Gu, that's why, and Alicia also starts thinking, what is this Gu thing now? Then, after Corin is done drinking the potion, he gets a system message where his mana recovery ability and mana amount had increased by 1,300. And seeing this system message, Corin says, now my stat points are also equal to the named players of this game. After this, Corin gives the remaining potion to Mariette and Alicia to drink, seeing which both of them hesitate a little. But Corin tells them that you both should drink this, because even if I drink one more bowl, it won't benefit me at all. After this, Corin explains a little that mandrake is a powerful herb, but its benefit happens only once, and whatever potion is left, Corin thinks of giving it to Lark and Yule. And after this, we see the silver mandrake, which Corin eats raw just like that. And right then, a system message also comes that he has eaten a silver mandrake and his aura core has been created. And right now, due to Corin's aura core being created, blue aura was releasing from his body. And right now, Corin explains a little bit about the aura core to us. So, an aura core is a knight's storage to gather aura. And for any knight to create their single aura core, they have to train their aura to an extreme level. But right now, Corin already has an aura core created, and right now he's happy about the fact that when he takes his aura to a high level, he will have 2 aura cores. After this, Corin tells Alicia and Mariette that he has an aura core now, hearing which both the girls get surprised. And Corin, also praising the silver mandrake, says, wow, what an amazing thing this is. But right then, from behind him, Alicia says to him in excitement, Corin, now quickly eat the golden one too. Its effects will be even better than this. But Corin refuses to eat the golden mandrake and says, I want to save it for later. On which matter Alicia also says, you're right too. Eating so many good herbs in one go won't be good for you. And on this matter of Alicia, Corin says in his mind, you're not wrong, but my intention is to use it for some other work. Then after this, we see the meeting of the professors of this academy, where a fellow professor was talking about retesting Corin's rank again. And on this matter of the fellow professor, the other professors say, he's just a first-year student right now, and according to the information written on this paper, his rank is 5th, and his talent is also mediocre, so why do you want to retest his rank? And on the words of those other professors, the fellow professor tells them, all of you were not present in the first year's midterm exam, that is why you don't know what happened there. And in support of the fellow professor, Fermac tells that Corin's fight was directly with Lunia, which lasted for almost 3 minutes. And on this matter of Fermac, another professor says, maybe she went a little easy on him. Otherwise, why would Lunia use her full power on a student? And on this matter, the fellow professor says, what did you say? Easy? And then he asks those professors who were present in the midterm exam, did Lunia really go easy on Corin? On which matter, all the professors stay completely quiet. And after this, one professor says to the fellow professor, you are right, but increasing a student's rank based on their midterm exam performance is against the rules. And anyway, we increase ranks based on the student's achievements, not on their performance. And from the words of that professor, the fellow professor also starts thinking and says, you are saying absolutely right, so let's leave this to the official Rank Assessment Association, and for Corin's rank retest, let's just send an official guardian certificate from our side. And on this matter of the fellow professor, another professor says, then that student and the instructor professor will have to remain absent from the academy for some days. And on this matter, a professor gives a suggestion that since you are the one who brought up this topic of Corin's rank retest, then why don't you yourself become the instructor for his rank retest? And the fellow professor also accepts this matter and says, I wanted the exact same thing. And Fermac, he was carefully listening to the talks of all these professors, and was thinking that all of Corin's stats are exactly like a 5th ranker, but despite this, his and Lunia's fight was absolutely remarkable. And the spearmanship he was using, Fermac knows someone who uses the exact same spearmanship. That is why he also wants Corin's rank to be retested again. After this, we see Alicia, who comes and sits in the seat next to Corin, and says to Corin, looks like we both are in the same class today, so can I sit next to you? In answer to which Corin says, What is the point of asking now when you have already sat down? And now Jaeger had also arrived behind them, and Corin tells Alicia that this is Jaeger's seat. And Alicia, also saying sorry to Jaeger, starts getting up from there. But Jaeger, jumping from there, goes and sits in the row in front of Corin and tells Alicia, "You can sit there." And from this action of Jaeger, Corin, praising him, says, "I didn't know you were such a gentleman person." But Jaeger, his blood was boiling just looking at Corin. And Corin also asks Jaeger why he's looking at him like that, in answer to which Jaeger says in his mind, "You scumbag, you're asking me?" The most famous celebrity person of this academy, a super cute demi-human girl, and now the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. Seeing all of them with you is burning me with pure jealousy. And saying these things in his mind, the poor guy starts crying. And crying, he says further, "Why is only this single guy getting all the girls? What about my youth? What about my school romance life? When will someone ask for this damn empty seat next to me, asking if they can sit beside me?" Bro, look, Jaeger, seeing your bro's girl, everyone gets salty as hell and everyone's throat goes dry. That is why pick up a dew, drink it, and say Mountain Dew, do the... Wait. Sorry guys, this is no sponsorship. It just slipped out in the flow. And returning to the story right now, seeing this condition of Jaeger, Alicia thinks that Jaeger is going through a very bad time. In answer to which, Corin, making a weird face, says, "Who knows?" After this, Fermac takes entry into the class and says in full hype, "Are all you first-year students ready for the class?" And he further tells the students, "So, as I said in the last class, your group projects will start from today." And hearing the name of the group project, all the students' faces drop, just like when we get a free period in school. But right then, some teacher comes into the class and tells everyone, "Hello, and starts teaching their own subject. And when we were students, we used to shout at the teacher saying that this is our free period, not yours. And these students were also saying the exact same things. But just like our school teachers, Fermac was not going to listen either. And he tells the students, "Stop making such rotten faces. This project will help you a lot. So, come on, before starting the class, let me explain the group project to you. And since we are from the night faculty, I will not give you any math problem or any magical crop growing task like the magic facility professors do." And along with saying this, he snaps his fingers, due to which the papers kept on the desk start making a picture in the air. And Fermac tells all those students to look towards that picture, which was going to be their group project topic. Seeing which, Corin also gets surprised, because that project is spearmanship. And looking at that project, Alicia smilingly says to Corin, "This is spearmanship, so this'll be easy for you." But Corin doesn't pay any attention to Alicia's words, because he was just thinking that in his past life, this project was boxing. And right now, Corin tells us about Fermac, that he is a boxer who was known for his range adjustment, dash, and his specialty, shadow. And at the same time, he is the first-ranked knight of the North's Verkut Academy, who is famous for the rune magic attached to his goblet. And seeing Fermac switch to spearmanship like this, Corin says, "You turn out to be quite smart." And Fermac, he was just staring at Corin with a pure death glare, and seeing him like this, Corin also says, "So, do you want to test me?" After this, we come back to Fermac, who was explaining about this project to the students, where in this project, students can choose any spearmanship technique according to their choice, and they will have to perform that technique in the class. And on this matter of Fermac, a student questions him, "Professor, won't this test be in favor of those people who already use spearmanship?" And in answer to this, Fermac says to that student, "Don't worry, I will keep this thing in mind, and looking at your test performance, you will get extra points." Then Fermac further says, "There will be 4 members in every group, and with the help of the sticks kept in the cup on this table, group members will be randomly divided." After this, Corin tells us a little about the group projects. That group projects are given so that you can increase coordination with your teammates. But Corin says that all these are bullshit talks, because in reality, he knows that in these group projects, the one who works the hardest is the one who gets screwed the most. And he remembers those college days of his when he was on Earth. Back then, in such group projects, his teammates would make excuses and leave all the work on him, and they used to say that my grandma's dead, so you will have to handle all the work. And right now, Korin, crying fake tears, was cursing these group projects, saying that these group projects are not for increasing coordination among team members, but it was for those people who don't even know what they have to do, or those people who want to pass for free, or those scumbags whose grandpa or grandma conveniently dies right at the time of the project. And he tolerated all these things for 4 years on Earth, and 3 years in this academy. But right next, with a smile, Korin says, "But this time, it won't be like that." And right now, we get to know the reason behind Korin smiling like this, because this time all the powerful players are in his team. And Jaeger, he was very happy because Korin was in his team. And Korin also tells us that Jaeger is a third-rank knight whose physical abilities are on the upper rank, and whatever he's told, he does that work without any question. And right now, if we come to Alicia, she was crying because Drone took 20 silver coins from her just to swap seats with her. And Korin, praising Alicia a little, says that, "What can I even say about this girl? She's a prodigy of swordsmanship who can easily learn any martial arts." And the last member was Hwarin, and about her, Korin says, "Even if her attitude is a little rough, she is hardworking, and nowadays she's also paying attention in the class, which keeps Korin happy." And thinking about this fact that he has strong and hardworking team members this time, he won't have to work too hard. And with this confidence, he orders everyone, "All right, I've taken a training room on reservation for 3 hours today, so from right now, I will teach you all the theory and attributes of the spear." And now we come to the training ground itself, where Jaeger was saying to Korin, "Hey bro, we've been practicing here for 2 months, and the walls and floor of this room are also made of high-density shock-absorbing material." And on these words of Jaeger, Korin says, "And also, this material is not from China that it'll break after one use." And now we see why Jaeger and Korin were talking about these things. Because Hwarin had completely destroyed the training room in just her single punch, and poor Alicia, she was shivering looking at this attack of Hwarin. And on this stunt of Hwarin, Korin says in his mind, "This crazy girl, I told her to do a light sparring match with Alicia, but why does she always mess everything up? And look at her face, she doesn't even know what she did." And because of the incident Hwarin caused, Korin and his team get kicked in the ass and thrown out of the training room. After this, our scene shifts to a church where Korin was saying to his teammates, "So come on, let's have a little chat about the practice we did till now. You guys can share your thoughts openly." And looking at the faces of Korin's teammates, it was clearly visible that their practice didn't go that well. Now Alicia starts the conversation first and says to Korin, "Please forgive me for yesterday, Korin. I couldn't keep control over my power." In answer to which Korin says, "This is not your fault, Alicia. You did very well yesterday. It's a good thing that I was able to help a little in your practice." And on this matter of Korin, Alicia says, "Your spearmanship is so perfect that just copying its movements, it feels like I have become a spearman." In answer to which Korin says, "That is because you have the Sharingan in your eyes." After this, Korin asks Jaeger for his opinion, where Jaeger says, "What should I tell you? I myself don't know, because I'm not used to using long weapons. And what did you say? The returning heaven technique? I'm having a lot of trouble using that. I can't understand how to do it." In answer to which, Korin says to Jaeger, "You're already doing quite well. If you learn this technique, you'll be able to swing your hammer easily too." And lastly, Korin asks Hwarin, "And what about you?" And if we come to Hwarin, she had brought something for all of them to eat. And Korin asks Hwarin, "What did you bring for us to eat?" In answer to which, Hwarin says, "This is the blood and flesh of the Santis." And Korin further asks her, "Are you doing volunteer work here?" Answering which, Hwarin says, "Working here on the weekend is mandatory." Hearing which, Korin understands that even if Hwarin doesn't want to, she still has to do this work. Then Korin further asks Hwarin, "Are you practicing to become a nun with the Protestants here?" And guys, if you don't know about Protestants, then let me tell you a little about it. So Protestants come under Christianity, but this is a different community separate from the church. Because in the old times, the church used to take money from people and said that we'll wash away your sins. But right then, this guy named Martin Luther founded the Protestants and started preaching that there is no need for a third person between humans and God. And sorry for giving a little lecture in the middle, but I thought it was important to know some things. And now we come back to the story, where on Korin's words, Hwarin says to him, "It's not like I want to become one." But going ahead, Korin, giving her a suggestion, says, You should read the scriptures here, and you can learn a lot from the stories of the saint and saintess written in those scriptures. Even if the Catholic Church's ideologies are old-fashioned, the Protestants' teaching always talks about only one thing, which is love. Love yourself. Love the people who are with you. Love your neighbors. Love and receive love. And on this matter of Corinne's, Alicia also says, "What a wonderful teaching this is about love. Love is important." But from Hwarin's face, it was completely clear that she doesn't really care about these things. After this, Corin asking Hwarin a question says, "So, Sister Hwarin, can you tell me the reason for our failure yesterday?" And Hwarin's answer shuts everyone up because she says, "Because you all are very weak. Even if I use a little bit of my strength, you guys won't be able to survive it. No matter how much we practice this thing, the weak will always remain weak and the strong will always remain strong." And on this matter of Hwarin, Corin says, "You are right, but the thing you just said can only be said by the truly strong people." After this, Corin says to Hwarin in a slightly mocking tone, "Would you like to make a bet with me? Just 1 minute. I will bring you to your knees in 1 minute, and if I am able to do that, then you will pay for tonight's dinner." And in answer to this, Hwarin also says in an aggressive tone, "Fine, I accept it, and if I win, I don't want any reward either, because I might just break something else." And now we finally come to Corin and Hwarin's battleground, where Corin says to Hwarin that this place will be absolutely perfect for the battle, and we will start our fight on Jaeger's signal. And our poor Jaeger and Alicia, they both were only praying for Corin that their friend just comes back alive. And after this, Jaeger also giving the fight signal starts this match. And Corin and Hwarin, before getting the signal, were staring into each other's eyes. And as soon as they get the signal, Corin charges the attack first. And while running, he was just thinking that if he has to defeat Hwarin, he will have to use his secret, highest-rank techniques right from the start. And with this, he attacks Hwarin with the attack named Calamity Serpent Intent. But this attack doesn't have much effect on Hwarin, and she just stops this attack with her bare hands, seeing which Corin says in his mind, "Just as I thought, she's blocking this attack like it's nothing." But Corin, without wasting time, tries to attack her with his second attack, Tiger Sweeping Wind. And before his attack hits Hwarin, Hwarin breaks his spear, seeing which Corin also gets surprised. But Hwarin, she was in the mood to absolutely thrash Corin now, and she tells him, "Enough of this attack bullshit of yours. Now, taste my punches." And seeing Hwarin in her attack stance, Corin, with a smile, says to her, "So you really enjoy breaking things, huh?" And the very next moment, Corin was easily dodging all of Hwarin's punches and avoiding her. And to tease her, he says, "Why? What happened? You couldn't land even a single punch on me." And by Corin teasing like this, Hwarin gets even more angry and says, "You scumbag, you are running a lot, right? Now try surviving this." And giving a warning to Corin, she says, "If you don't want to die, dodge this quickly." And now Corin had also understood that if he doesn't dodge this attack will lay him down in the hospital for 1 month. That is why, with the help of his aura core, he gathers a blue lightning in his hands, and instead of dodging Hwarin's attack, he decides to block it. And just as Hwarin is about to attack Corin, right then Corin releases his lightning on her. And while doing this attack, he says in his mind, "Even though I have blocked this attack is completely tearing my muscles from the inside." Corin blocked Hwarin's attack. Hwarin was also shocked by this fact. But due to Corin's lightning attack, Hwarin's eyesight gets disturbed for a while, due to which she falls to her knees, and Corin, standing behind her, wins this fight. Seeing which, Alicia and Jaeger both were shocked, and Alicia says to Corin, "Corin, when did you go behind her?" And in surprise, Jaeger also says to Corin, "Bro, you did amazing." And right now, if we come back to Corin, he says to Hwarin with pure flex, "Hee, I defeated you." And going ahead, Hwarin also says to Corin, "Come on, let's have one more fight." In answer to which, Corin says, "No, I won, so why should I fight again?" And on this answer of Corin, Hwarin angrily says, "Come on, let's have one more fight." But Corin says, "I don't want to fight," and going ahead teasing her even more, he says, Oh my, is a little kid getting angry? But Corin, my brother, you should not have done this, because Huaran takes these words of his straight to her heart. And a few days have passed now since Huaran and Corin's fight. And now, Corin, holding a letter in his hand, was saying in his mind that he has solved all the fights in his team. And as soon as he felt that now he can easily teach spearmanship to his team and prepare them for the presentation, right then, a new problem arrives. Because in the letter that Corin was holding, Huaran had written that she is sick, so her team should give the presentation without her. Reading which, Corin completely loses his mind and says, "Oh, so you want to take revenge on me by doing these stunts? Looks like now I will have to bring out my secret weapon." After this, we see in a hotel where Corin was tempting Haran by showing her a fish dish and was saying, "You can eat this, but if you eat this, it will mean that you are not sick." And if we look at Haran, her mouth is literally watering. And seriously, guys, this expression of Haran has completely won my heart. But if we come back to Corin, he was trying to tempt Haran even more by showing the fish and was saying, "Look how tasty this is. You cannot say no to this." And Haran, also giving up, now eats that fish and says, "I'm not sick." In answer to which, Corin, laughing, says, "I knew it. You came here trying to make a clown out of me." After this, Corin asks Haran a question. How much time does it take a chef to make a dish? In answer to which Haran says, it must take him less than 30 minutes. But on this matter, Corin says, no, it takes him 10 years to make one dish. From finding good ingredients to refining them and making a dish to present in front of the customers, it takes 10 years. And hearing this matter, Haran says to Corin, what do you actually want to say? On which matter, Corin says, it took me 3 years to get good at martial arts and bring you to your knees. There are similarities between your favorite fish and my martial arts, where from finding good ingredients for your favorite dish to paying attention to which stance should be taken before attacking, one has to pay attention to it. And all these things start with small details. And hearing these words of Corin, Haran starts thinking about what she should say now. But the very next moment, Corin going near her says with a sweet smile, "So, you are coming, right?" But in answer to this, Haran smacks a book straight on Corin's face, and Corin asks, what is this? But when he recognizes that book, he gets happy, because the principles and positions of spearmanship were written in that book, and Corin had given all this work to Huaran to do, which Huaran had done very well. Seeing which, Corin gets very happy and rubbing Huaran's head says, "You sweet kid, you have done all the work." But seeing Corin doing such a stunt, Huaran says, "Hey, remove your hand." Then after this, Corin tells us that Jaeger and Alicia both are honestly practicing spearmanship. And because of the research Huaran did, now they don't even have any worries about the preparations. And now finally the day of presentations arrives, where 4 students are standing in front of Fermac to show their presentation. And Corin tells us that every student has been assigned a different number for the presentation. And after this, Fermac also starts the presentation. Then we see the first team of students who are giving the presentation, and a boy from that team introduces himself and says, "I am Group 1's leader Palais, and our topic today is 5-star spearmanship." And now Fermac also tells them to demonstrate their spearmanship. And those students also start demonstrating their spearmanship. And looking at their spearmanship, Corin and his gang say, "They're doing this very well." And now, finally, the demonstrations of those students also end. And Fermac says to Palais, "That wasn't too bad." Then Fermac, going ahead, says, "So, now I will try to break your spear formation." Hearing which, poor Palais absolutely shits his pants. And now Fermac also gets ready by wearing his gauntlet and says to Palais, "If you can survive even 10 seconds in front of me, then I will give you full marks for this project." And hearing this matter of Fermac, Palais and his team both were shocked. But Fermac was not in the mood to pass the time. He tosses the cardboard held in his hand into the air, and within a second, with high speed, before the cardboard falls to the ground, he knocks down Palais and his team. And seeing this speed of Fermac, even Jaeger gets surprised, but Corin doesn't show much reaction and says in his mind, so he is not holding back. And the cardboard that Firmac had thrown in the air, he catches that too, and says to Palet's team, "It is a good thing that you chose group spearmanship, but you fell behind in practice. That is why a B grade will be fine for you guys. So, do you have any objections?" And on this matter of Firmac, Palet and his team reply with a no. After this, Firmac called Group 2, and seeing the condition Firmac left Group 1 in, all the students start saying to each other, "How will we fight Professor Firmac? Should we just accept defeat right now?" Then after this, we come to Group 2, where that group's leader was shouting loudly and saying, "We have chosen the North's deadly spearmanship, which is the 9 deadly dragons." And this team's leader had chosen this spearmanship because he liked dragons. But if we leave this group leader and look at the rest of the team members, from their faces it was clearly visible that today Firmac is going to beat them absolutely raw with his massive stick. And right next, this exactly happens, where Firmac knocks out all of them in just a single punch. And he says, "You scumbags, first of all, you didn't even practice this technique properly, and you are coming here and talking absolute bullshit." After this, Firmac calls the next group, which is our Corin's group. And now Corin and his group were standing in front of Firmac. And Corin tells Firmac that today they are going to showcase the 8 trigram spearmanship, which is Lan Na Za. And Firmac also tells them to demonstrate their spearmanship. So first of all, the start happens with Jaeger, who performs Lan, which means to deflect any incoming attack. And Alicia performs Na, which means to push your opponent's weapon down. And lastly, Huaran performs Za, which means to attack your opponent's unguarded spot. And seeing his team doing spearmanship so perfectly, Corin starts crying with happiness and says, "Very good, my friends. You did very well, especially you, Huaran. You worked harder than my expectations." And seeing Corin's team's performance, not just Corin, but Firmac was also very happy. And he says to Corin's team, "Incredible! You removed all the useless things from your demonstration and kept it simple, and your principles were also very good." And on this matter of Firmac, Corin replies, "All right then, sir. I will tell the team to get ready for the fight." But on this matter of Corin, Firmac says, "There is no need for this, Corin." Hearing which Corin and his team get a little surprised. But Firmac says to Corin, "I want to fight only you this time. Do you have any objections?" And on this matter of Firmac, Corin, smiling, says in his mind, "So this scumbag was planning this right from the start." And going ahead, he says to Firmac, "No, sir, I don't have any problem." And on this answer of Corin, Firmac also starts this fight, and releasing his power within seconds, he comes right in front of Corin, seeing which Corin also gets a little surprised. And Firmac, gathering power in his right hand, was about to attack Corin. And about this attack of Firmac, Corin tells us that this is a right hook, which needs to be used with a special posture before punching someone. Normally, anyone would try to block this punch from the right side after seeing it. But if you look at Firmac's footwork, he's using his left foot instead of his right foot. And Corin already knows this fact that Firmac is not a right-handed player, but a left-handed player. And right next to this, he blocks Firmac's surprise attack with his spear, seeing which Firmac also gets shocked and says, "How did he do this?" And right now, we come to those group leaders whom Firmac had beaten raw, where first of all, Group 2's leader, getting excited, says, "Professor Firmac's movements have completely changed compared to our fight. Just look at his speed." And our friend Palet was the most shocked by this fact, that despite Corin being a 5th ranker, not only was he easily blocking Firmac's attacks, but he was surviving much longer against him. Forgive me, Palet, but this question comes not only to you, but to every professor and student. And seeing Corin fighting like this, Firmac had understood that Corin has already surpassed all the students and moved ahead of them. And preparing his final attack, he says in his mind, "Don't show me the basics, show me that spearmanship." But Corin, seeing this attack of Firmac, neither blocks it nor tries to move from there, and giving a slight smile, he just stands in one place. And at last, Firmac also launches his final attack on Corin, seeing which all of Corin's friends get scared. But if we look at Corin, Firmac's punch didn't even hit him, because Firmac stops his punch right in time, and he also asks Corin, "Why are you standing like this?" In answer to which Corin says, 10 seconds are complete. And on this matter of Korin, Fermac also doesn't have any excuse, and seeing Fermac in such confusion, Korin says in his mind, "You must definitely be doubting me. Until now, you only used your right hand and showed everyone that you were a right-handed person, but my response was different because I already knew that you were left-handed." And if we come back to Fermac, he steps back from this fight. Then, calling out to Korin's group, he says, "Whenever it comes to secret martial arts, many people blindly choose any hard technique. But to tell the truth, these basics are the true secrets of martial arts." And along with saying this, Fermac gives an A+ grade to Korin and his group, hearing which Korin and his friends get very happy, and Korin, dancing like a crazy person, kept saying, "From today I am not Korin, but A+ Korin Luck." But stopping this fun of Korin in the middle, Fermac says, "Korin, can I talk to you alone for a bit? There's no need to be scared. I just want to talk to you casually." After this, we come to the teacher's staff room, where Fermac questions Korin. "Korin, are you really a 5th rank knight?" In answer to which, Korin says yes, but Fermac further says to him, "You should know that your abilities don't align with a 5th rank knight at all." In answer to which, Korin says in his mind, "But a guy who can't even sense spirits and can only catch an evil spirit under a certain condition, and for this reason, I cannot even catch a 5th rank ghost." After this, Fermac further tells Korin that recently there was a debate among the professors in the Knight faculty regarding him, and the debate topic was that your rank should be tested again. That is why, Korin, you will be given some missions through which your rank will be retested, and the highest rank that will be given to you will be semi-first rank. Because you have shown good results, that is why this test is happening early. And hearing about the rank retest, Korin thinks, semi-first rank. If I increase my rank, there won't be any problem right now, since having a higher rank gives good money and I can choose the ranking missions myself too. And if I were a main player, my rank would have increased in the 2nd year. And Korin had understood that if he increases his rank, it will only benefit him. That is why he says yes to Fermac for the rank retest and asks, "What will I have to do for this?" And in answer to this, Fermac says, "You will have to complete 2 missions which will have semi-first rank monsters and evil spirits. And luckily, we have 4 semi-first rank missions available, out of which 2 are monster missions and 2 are evil spirit missions." And hearing the name of spirits again, Korin says in his mind, "So, these scumbags ultimately want me to catch 1 monster and 1 evil spirit." And with this, Fermac, placing those mission documents in front of Korin, asks him, "So, which mission will you choose?" And man, I can't understand Fermac's deal. Whenever it's about Korin, I don't know why, but his one eye starts glowing. After this, we come to a jungle where Korin's rank retest is going to happen, where the test instructor will be our fellow professor, and since we know his name now, we will call him Heyman. So, seeing Heyman, Korin first greets him, and Heyman, for a friendly conversation, tells Korin his stories that when he was Korin's age, he used to go out alone in such foggy jungles to find monster nests. And hearing this matter of Heyman, Korin says to him, "If you tell me some more of your heroic stories, then the journey won't be boring." And getting impressed by Korin's words, Heyman also starts telling his stories. And Korin tells us that if you listen to Heyman's stories, this makes him very happy. And now Heyman starts explaining his mission to Korin, where Korin has to find a semi-first rank monster, which is a twin-headed ogre that is hiding in the city's western mountains. And Korin says to Heyman, "Even though I have chosen this mission, but aren't twin-headed ogres first-rank monsters? So why is this ogre semi-first rank?" And in answer to this, Heyman says, "It is yet to become an adult, that is why its rank is low. And as I have heard, it is raising some hounds and hunting dogs." In answer to which Korin says, "Meaning attacking it directly would be foolishness." And going ahead, Heyman tells Korin, "The Guardians won't just check your strength, but they will also check your knowledge." After this, we come to the city's western mountains where the two-headed hound is hiding. And now Korin tells us that apart from Professor Hammond, association staff has also come for help, even though they will only help him in some dangerous situation, but if Korin takes their help, his rank test will get ruined. After this, Hammond asks Korin, "Korin, tell me the result of your analysis." And Korin tells him that looking at the footprints, it seems like the ogre and the hounds are traveling together. And Hammond asks how many hounds are there, and Corin tells him 3. But Hammond asks Corin further, "But there are only footprints of 2 4-legged monsters here, which are following the ogre's steps." In answer to which Corin says, "It looks like there is a female among them who is pregnant." And hearing this matter of Corin, Hammond says, "Impressive. Maybe you know the answer, but still, explain it to us a little." In answer to which Corin tells that, "Here, apart from the footsteps, there are marks of dragging some beast. This means that instead of eating the beast, it was dragged away, and neither the ogre nor the hounds have the habit of saving food. That is why they're taking this food for someone who cannot move." And hearing this detailed explanation of Corin, Hammond gets very happy and says to Corin, "So, Corin Locke, tell me, how are you going to hunt these beasts?" In answer to which Corin says, "First of all, I will separate them from each other." And Hammond asks how, where Corin says that ultimately they are animals who can sense danger. That is why this time he's going to use humanity's strongest weapon. And from this matter, Hammond also gets a little surprised about which weapon of humanity Corin is talking about. And Corin, with an evil smile, says that he will use his brain, because he's a pro player at this job. After this, Corin tells us that as humans increase their influence in this world, new dangers also wait for them, like the demonic beings who want to rule over this world. And the ruler of this forest is one of them, a ruthless, twin-headed ogre who commands this forest, where no human dares to enter. And for that ogre, this forest is like his own kingdom. After this, we see those hounds who were screaming in anger. And the reason for their anger was that Corin kidnapped their girl. That female hound. After this, some hounds call out to their fellow hounds because they had found traces of the female hound being taken away. And those hounds also understand the fact that their female hound, who was pregnant, has been dragged away from here. And this fact makes that ogre and those hounds so angry that just the sound of their screaming shakes the entire jungle. After this, 2 hounds following those traces head out to find the female hound. And as they were moving forward, they start getting the smell of the female hound and also of Corin. And the twin-headed ogre also starts coming behind them to help them. And since the ogre is the boss of this jungle, no one could stop those hounds. And right now, the hounds only wanted to find the female hound and punish that intruder who kidnapped their female. And at last, those hounds actually find the female hound, whom Corin had tied up with ropes like a bait. After this, first of all, the male hounds check whether the female hound and her child are safe or not. But while they're checking, the traps planted by Corin get activated, and suddenly, many chopped tree trunks start falling on top of those hounds. And before the hounds could understand anything, a tree trunk was rushing straight towards a female and male hound, which one hound even notices, but before it could understand, that tree trunk goes straight and hits that female and male hound, due to the impact of which both of them are killed. Even though, guys, Corin is killing monsters, but there was a pregnant hound there. He just shouldn't have killed it right now. Then after this, the remaining traps also get activated, and many trees start falling on top of that last hound. And seeing the fielding set against them, that lone surviving hound had realized that they came here to hunt, but they themselves became the hunted. And now, to save its own life, that hound, also dodging all the traps, starts running away from there. And while running, it sees an empty ground ahead where it feels there won't be any traps. But poor guy's scumbag luck, it thought it survived, but the very next moment, a light starts glowing from its surroundings, which was coming from Corin's runes, which he had attached to every fallen stone there. And before the poor guy could understand what was happening to it, a massive blast happens there. And now the twin-headed ogre had also arrived here, and seeing its fellow hound burning like this in front of it, it starts screaming in anger. But after this, the rest of Corin's remaining traps also get activated, which were coming towards the ogre from all 4 sides, but that ogre very easily destroys all the traps that were coming towards it. And Corin also knew this fact, that the ogre is not a weak monster like those hounds, because it is the ruler of this jungle. And the ogre, it was now angrily searching for the attacker who planted these traps, but the poor guy didn't even know that the attacker has now come behind it, who is now going to hunt the hunter. After this, Corin tells us a little about the twin-headed ogre, that a twin-headed ogre is a natural hunter, and out of its 2 heads, the first head has good vision and the second head has a good sense of smell. And right now, both are working together to take revenge for their fellow hounds. For the ogre, finding the traces of the hounds was not a hard job, but the traces that were bothering it the most were Corin's footsteps, who hadn't hidden his footsteps and scent at all. And the ogre thought that it would find Corin with the help of these traces, but what it expected, nothing like that happened. And just like that, one whole day passed, and whenever it thought it had found Corin, it couldn't find him. And now, keeping these things aside, that ogre goes to sleep. But right then, Corin suddenly attacks it, where he throws a stone towards the ogre on which he had written rune magic, due to which many ice crystals start coming towards the ogre. Even though Corin thought that this surprise attack would shock the ogre, but due to one of the ogre's heads being awake, the ogre easily stops these attacks. But when the ogre looks at the ice crystals thrown at it, it gets a little shocked that someone is attacking it with such a useless thing. But after this, whenever the ogre went to sleep, Corin would attack it with the same ice crystals, due to which the ogre had become completely furious. But later it ignores this thing because these attacks weren't really harming it much. But after this, Corin with his rune magic sets a fire there, due to which that ogre's body gets completely burned. And all these things kept happening exactly the same with that ogre for 3 days, where every time the ogre would follow Corin's traces, but it would find nothing. And now the ogre also slowly starts understanding that it is being hunted here. And when it finds out that it is no longer the hunter, but has become the prey of its prey, then only fear and anger, these emotions are left inside it. And after this, when Corin calls out to it, its anger goes to the 7th heaven. But our boy Corin, he in an absolute chill mood while yawning, says to that ogre, "I had to work so hard just to catch you, so come on, let's finish this quickly." And the ogre, it was waiting for this exact moment for so long. Without wasting any time, it starts running straight to attack Corin. And seeing it coming towards him, Corin also starts running towards it to attack. And while running, he jumps straight to attack on top of the ogre. And seeing him jumping like this, the ogre plans that when Corin lands near it, it will finish him in a single strike with its wooden stick. And what the ogre is about to do, Corin had already understood that. That is why instead of going near the ogre and fighting, he throws his spear straight at its chest. And from that impact, one side of the ogre's body gets destroyed. And from that pain, the ogre also starts screaming now. But Corin, without wasting time, activating his aura core, attacks the ogre with his 8 trigram palm. And from the impact of that attack of Corin, the twin-headed ogre couldn't survive. And now finally, Corin defeats that twin-headed ogre. And catching his spear back, yawning again, he says, "Looks like I am still not used to my aura core. Anyway, I defeated the ogre. Now I am thinking about what Mariette must be doing." And why Corin is suddenly remembering Mariette, we're going to find the reason for that right now. So, right now we see the scene 3 days before Corin came to this retest, where Corin asks Mariette, "Mariette, how much do you trust me?" And hearing such a sudden thing from Corin, Mariette, blushing a little, says, "I trust you so much that if you say you will run a bike with filling water instead of petrol, even then I will believe you." And on this matter of Mariette, Corin says, "Is that possible?" But hearing Corin's further words, Mariette in excitement bursts the blood pack that was in her hands, because Corin asks her, "If you trust me, then how far can you go with me?" And hearing about being together, Mariette says in a little excitement, "I am ready to go till the end with you." And Mariette was so excited that all the blood of the blood pack she had burst spills on her clothes. And Corin, giving her a cloth to wipe that blood, says, "I have a plan. I need your help." And now Mariette also calms down because she was understanding Corin's words as something else completely, but the actual matter turned out to be something else. After this, Corin says to Mariette, "I will tell you the rest of the things later, but from tomorrow you and Alicia," and hearing Alicia's name, Corin, stopping Corin in the middle, says, "Corin, this is a plan for both of us, right? So why are you adding that girl into the plan?" And seeing this sudden reaction of Mariette, now Corin was also a little surprised. After this, we see Mariette's clothes on which the blood had fallen. And right now, Mariette had taken off these clothes and kept them aside. And right now, she was taking a bath. And while bathing, she was just thinking about Corin's plan, because that plan was looking very risky to her. And after this, we see a very beautiful bathroom scene, which I will watch alone in my bathroom. And sorry guys, I can't show you this thing because I have heard that watching such things makes a man forget his goals and he just starts simping 24/7 for a hole. And if we come back to the story, Corin's plan had scared Mariette, but at the same time she also trusts him. because before any trouble could even happen, he has always been one step ahead, whether the matter is about him or about Alicia. Even though she wanted to ask Corin many questions about how he knows about all this beforehand, but due to him being her love, she trusted him and didn't ask anything. So after this, Corinne tells us a little about a specialty of the Merkaba Academy, why the mages of this world want to become the professors of this academy. And the reason for this is that not only does this academy have a library with an incredible collection of books, but there is also a research building where such ingredients are found which mages only dream about. And along with that, such monsters which cannot be killed, which can only be sealed. And after this, we see Professor Dana, who is with Fermac. And along with that, we see a monster in front of them which is sealed. And right now, Professor Dana says to Fermac, "You must have seen this monster only in books, right? This wild boar who ate the entire Iron Mountain alone." And on this matter of Dana, Fermac questions, "The research you were doing, is it based on the characteristics of a special entity alpha, right?" And answering this, Dana says, "Yes, I want to write a thesis about what effect high-ranking monsters have on low-ranking monsters." Then Fermac going ahead says, "So you want me to engrave a special rune on this monster?" On which Dana replies in yes and says, "It's such a matter of relief that you are with us, Professor Fermac, because right now it is very hard to find any mage who uses rune magic." And on this matter, Fermac also says, "Yes, that's how it is with dead languages. And also using it in a real battle is very hard until you have a man like me who has a lot of mana." And along with saying this, Fermac starts writing the rune word, but right then someone calls them from behind. Seeing whom, Dana says to Fermac, "As you know, we have many special monsters in this academy, and I never thought that a special vampire would help us in our experiment." But Dana apologizes for calling her a monster and a vampire, and the person to whom she was saying all this was none other than Mariette, who with a sweet smile says to Dana, "It's no problem. What you said wasn't a lie either." And now we finally see that sealed monster too, which is going to be the final boss of the second act, who is standing in front of our first act's final boss, Mariette. Things take a wild turn as we come back to Corin, where his rank retest second mission was going on, which was a haunted house mission. And now, Corin explains a little bit about this mission to us. This mission, you can choose it in the second semester of the original game, but this house is haunted by a first-rank evil spirit. To defeat it, players have to dodge the household items kept in the house and destroy the hidden magic circle in the basement. And as easy as this mission sounds, it is much harder than that. That is why players call it the Haunted House, where this mission reveals just how expert of a player you are in this game. And due to Corin's second commandment, he cannot see or sense any spirits. But the matter is different in this mission. Because when the Duke possessed Lark, and also in the Academy's training room, spirits attack by possessing a magical tool. But this time, the spirit has possessed the entire house itself, which will do physical attacks on him. That is why he doesn't need to take any tension about spirits this time either. And right now, Corin is also at the entrance of that haunted house, where from behind him, some possessed tree roots are coming at him. And Corin, without wasting any time, attacking those roots, starts cutting them. After that, keeping his spear straight, he jumps onto the terrace of the house, where to stop him, the terrace window's glass breaks and attacks him. And to dodge those glasses, he slips from there and enters inside the house. And after entering the house, he tells us with his game knowledge that to clear this mission, you have to cut these things, do this, do that. And seeing Corin, all the instructors were eating popcorn and enjoying Corin's mission like a movie. And Corin, he was just blabbering the same things about how to clear the mission. And now the last part of this mission, where the spirit has no furniture left to throw at Corin. And right when the spirit is wondering what the mother going on here, Corin activates his rune magic, which he had engraved secretly, due to which the haunted house starts burning in a fire, and Corin also completes his mission. And while leaving from there, he drops a dialogue that real men never look back at such explosion scenes. And going ahead laughing, he says, "Only 30 seconds. This was too easy." Right now, we look at Professor Heyman, who was himself in shock seeing Corrin's performance, because even second-ranked mages cannot clear this mission so easily. So how did he do it? And behind Heyman, the rest of the professors were talking to each other about what Corrin was blabbering during the mission. And now, Corrin also reveals the secret of how he completed this mission so fast, because in his world, a famous streamer had completely shaken the whole world by completing this challenge exactly like this. Right after that, Heyman, coming near Corrin, wishes him congratulations and tells him that Corrin is now officially a semi-first-rank student. Going ahead, he invites him to come along to a city named Sar to eat food with him. And answering Heyman's words, Corrin says, "Sar? This is the same city where you get raw fish, right?" But in Corrin's mind, a completely different thing was going on. That why did he choose to do the mission in this very area? Because there is something in Sar that he is going to need. Next up, Heyman putting his arm around Corrin's neck, they both start leaving from there. And while leaving, they were praising Sar's food. But right then, Corrin looks behind him, where Deku was following him. Shifting focus, Corrin tells us an 88-year-old story, where in the northern continent, there was an island named Dingle. Even though it was a very cold place, there were countless natural resources buried in those mountains. And among those mountains, there was a mountain named Iron Mountain, in which many mines were found. And just like that, one day, when the miners were digging for iron and gold in that mountain, they saw something which they couldn't believe. It was a massive boar which was eating all the iron ore from the mines and hadn't left a single resource there. And that was the first time when the king of Iron Mountain was seen. After this, we see someone running, who is none other than Alicia. And while running, she was saying in her mind, "How did I sleep so late today on such an important day? He had told me to go to the 4th floor of the testing facilities. I cannot be late. Corrin has asked for something from me for the first time." And why Alicia was going running to the testing facilities, we get to know that right now. So we look at a scene from a few days ago where Alicia has come to meet Mariette. And Mariette, she was making an elixir with full focus. But Alicia's sudden voice scares her. But when she sees Alicia behind her, she gets a little relaxed. Then later, Alicia also apologizes for scaring Mariette so suddenly like this, and says, "Were you doing some important work?" On this matter, Mariette says, "This is not that important, I was just passing some time." After this, Alicia asks Mariette why she called her here. Dyaku had told her that she was calling her, but he didn't tell why. And on this matter of Alicia, Mariette, laughing, says to her, "Corrin had told me to call you here and explain everything." And hearing that this is Corrin's work, Alicia also starts blushing now. But before Mariette can tell Alicia anything, she gives her the elixir to drink, which she was making a little while ago, which Alicia drinks in a single gulp without any hesitation. But Mariette warns her, "Don't drink it so fast. It must be hot right now, and I also have to check whether this is safe or not." And on this matter of Mariette, Alicia says, "What did you say? Safe?" And then the very next moment, Alicia starts coughing. And seeing Alicia coughing like this, poor Mariette gets scared and asks, "What happened? You are fine, right?" But the very next moment, Alicia, making a baby face, says to Mariette, "This was very tasty." Hearing which, Mariette also gets relaxed. Then Mariette notes down the taste, safety, and toxicity of that elixir. And now Alicia asks Mariette what Corrin wanted to tell her. And Mariette tells her everything about the incident of the second act's final boss, which is going to happen in a few days. And right now we come back to the present, where Alicia in a hurry is going running towards the testing facilities. And on the way she was just thinking, "I don't know why Corrin wants to send me there, but I will have to hurry." After this, we come inside the testing facilities itself, where Professor Dana questions Mariette. "Mariette, tell me, what is that thing which makes special demons different from monsters?" In answer to which, Mariette says, "Their strength. I feel like strength is what makes all special demons different from everyone else, because they have the strongest ability, power of domination." And on this matter of Mariette, Dana tells her that some demons are like that whose aura is different from normal demons, who are called alpha entities. And they are different compared to normal demons because they can give commands to demons weaker than them. But these alpha entities can only command demons of their own species. But when it is about demons of a different species, this ability does not work. But when it is about special demons, then this matter is different. On which now Mariette also says, Does this mean that special demons can give commands to any demon weaker than them? On which matter, Dana says, "You said absolutely right." And now Mariette also remembers that time when she transformed into a vampire and ran away to the jungle, where to satisfy her hunger, she drank the blood of monsters. But right now, she says to Dana, "I feel like I used their fear instead of domination in the jungle." And on this matter of Mariette, Dana says, "This depends on your species. Look, there are 3 types of species of demons, where monsters, evil spirits, and demi-humans come. And just like alpha entities, they also have the same ability to give commands." And on this matter of Dana, now Mariette questions her. "So, can I also give commands to the rest of the demi-humans?" On which matter Dana says, "Right now we are researching on that itself, but as far as I feel, this is possible. And as far as demi-humans are concerned, their intelligence is more than a normal human, so maybe domination might not work on them." Right after that, Dana says to Mariette, "We have talked a lot about theory, so come on, let's do a practical now." And then she snaps a finger and tells her subordinates to bring the fang boars kept in the cage. And right next to this, her subordinates bring all the fang boars and place them in front of them. Then Dana tells Mariette the real purpose of this experiment, where she wants to see how much these demonic beasts with the alpha trait can control normal demons. And if this experiment becomes successful, then humans will already have control over many monsters and evil spirits. And hearing this matter, Mariette gets a little into thinking and was saying in her mind that being a mage, she is finding this experiment very interesting. And if this becomes successful, then humans can stop demons beforehand, even before they attack. But right then, Dana, suddenly going near Mariette, asks her in a low voice, "Were you successful in making that elixir tasty, about which you came to ask me?" And by this sudden behavior of Dana, Mariette gets a little surprised. But she says to her, "Yes, I was able to make it tasty with your help." And hearing this matter, Dana also feels relieved and apologizes to Mariette for asking this thing suddenly. After this, Mariette stands in front of the cage of those boars, and Dana says to Mariette, "Can you try to dominate these boars?" Where replying in yes, Mariette, using her power, orders those boars to come out of their cage, and coming under Mariette's power of dominance, those boars also come out of their cage. Then Mariette orders them to stop at one place, where listening to her they stop. Then Mariette orders them to sit down, but surprisingly, instead of sitting, they fall upside down on the ground and start rolling here and there. Where Mariette, in anger, again orders them to sit down, but those boars are not listening to her words at all. And getting scared by this matter, Mariette asks Dana, "Why are these not listening to my words?" And answering this, Dana says to Mariette, "I feel like this is the limit of communication between demi-humans and monsters, because these monsters have low intelligence due to being low rank. That is why they cannot understand your command." And now Dana wants to see if Mariette's domination will also have an effect on the King of Iron Mountain. And that is why she tells Fermac to release the King's Seal. And listening to Dana's words, Fermac, also using the Rune of Removal, releases only the first seal of the king for now. And as soon as the King's Seal is released, he starts roaring loudly. Then, with the help of his aura, he takes the boars under his control, and Dana tells her team to be ready for precautions. But the very next moment, the boars advance to attack Mariette and Dana on the King of Iron Mountain's order, where Mariette thrashes the boar in just one tight slap and says, "Get lost, you scumbag." And Dana tells Mariette that maybe because the king and this boar are of the same species, that's why he could easily control them. But right then, a big blast happens behind them, and Dana's subordinate Mike announces that the monster from Cage 107 has escaped. And hearing this news, Dana also gets scared. And now we look at that monster itself, whose name is Manticore, who is coming straight from behind Mariette to attack her. And I don't know if this is a lion, a monkey, or a snake, but whatever it is, this monster's design is dope. And then Mariette also attacks it with a blood spear for her defense. But that monster is so fast that dodging all of Mariette's attacks, it is coming to attack her. And Mariette thinks of calling Deku right now, but since he is with Korin right now, she thinks of saving her strength. But right then, suddenly a heavy punch lands loud on that Manticore, which is thrown by none other than Fermac. And he says to that Manticore, "Motherfucker, dare attack our bro Snorlax Explainer's girl?" And going ahead, he absolutely thrashes that manticore with his left punch. Then he says to Dana, "Hey, Dana, I'm feeling something wrong here." And Dana's subordinate was telling her that all the monsters are trying to escape from their cages. That is why he tells her to get out of here. But Dana tells him, "Quickly activate the monster-resisting circles and sealing magic, and I will seal the King of Iron Mountain here again. And even if we lose a little research fund, right now our priority is to handle this situation safely." But right then, one of her subordinates tells her that Team 2's magic circle is not working. And her other teammate also says, and the binding circle is not working either. And he further tells that someone has damaged the magic circles, from which matter Dana gets completely frustrated now. And now the sealing chains of the King of Iron Mountain also break, seeing which Dana also panics. And finally, the King of Iron Mountain also frees himself from this sealing. Right after this, we see Sar City, where Professor Hammond has brought Korin to give him a treat at this city's most famous raw fish restaurant to celebrate his semi-first rank promotion. And in the middle of eating, Korin says to Hammond, "Sir, it would have been so much fun if we got a little booze with the food." And hearing this matter, Hammond, stuttering a little, says, "Hey, what kind of things are you saying? I'm your instructor." And now Korin tells us his internal thoughts, that it has been 3 years now living this life of Korin, and this Korin cannot do any kind of drinking or smoking because of his young age, because the laws of this world are exactly like his world. That is why Korin doesn't want to miss the chance to have a peg with his food right now, because it's been more than 3 years since Korin enjoyed chicken with his favorite beer in his favorite restaurant. And surviving without beer was very hard for him, because he comes from Korea, a country which is considered #1 in daily alcohol consumption. But to tell you the truth, guys, this is a lie. Korea does not come at #1 in daily alcohol consumption. European countries come at #1. And returning to the story right now, for this very reason, making a face like a sincere student in front of the professor, he says it. But Hammond gets surprised seeing this sudden change in Korin. And Korin, in that same sincere tone, says to Hammond, "Professor, there is a saying in the East that alcohol is such a thing which we should learn from our elders. That is why I want you to be the first person who teaches me how to drink alcohol." And seeing such sincerity from Korin, the professor also gets impressed and starts thinking, just look at his eyes, where there's no greed for drinking booze, but rather he wants to make the relationship between us strong through this. But Hammond, oh Hammond, you are forgetting that the boy sitting in front of you has only one principle on which he walks. There is no one close to him whom he hasn't scammed. Because right after this, falling for his trap, Hammond pours beer in his glass for him to drink. And this Korin, with his demonic smile, says in his mind, "Oh, this guy fell right into my trap." But before Korin can enjoy his drink, he hears the sound of a dog barking, hearing which he freezes. And that barking sound is so loud that Hammond is also able to hear it clearly. And hearing this voice, he says, "Who is barking in broad daylight?" But hearing this voice, Korin was shivering, and that barking dog is none other than Dioku, who was continuously barking from behind Korin. And hearing the sound of this barking, Korin starts crying and says, "You scumbag! First of all, I got a chance to drink booze after so many years, and this thing had to happen exactly right now?" Then after this, we come back to the testing facilities, where the King of the Iron Mountain had broken his seal and freed himself. And right then, immediately, Fermac sends to Mariette, "We have to stop him quickly." And to stop the second act's boss, Mariette, preparing an attack named Crystal Lance with her magic, immediately charges it straight at the King of the Iron Mountain. But right after attacking, she gets shocked seeing the sight in front of her, because that attack does hit the King of the Iron Mountain, but he doesn't even get a single scratch from that attack. But right after this, Fermac himself goes to attack the King of the Iron Mountain, and to boost Mariette's morale, he says to her, "No problem, you did very well." And right after saying this, he lands a powerful strike from his left hand straight onto that king. But right after attacking, Fermac also gets surprised, because even from this attack of Fermac, the King of the Iron Mountain doesn't give a damn. And now the King of the Iron Mountain starts creating lightning with his magic, and the magic he was using to create lightning was rune magic, seeing which Fermac also gets shocked at how he can use rune magic. And in this thought, he lets his guard down, whose advantage the King of the Iron Mountain takes, and he attacks him with a lightning strike, from whose impact Fermac goes and crashes into the wall behind him and gets knocked down. Then we come back to Dana, who is very scared because all the monsters that were captured in cages in the testing facilities, they break their cages, free themselves, and start running to get out of the testing facility. And so that all those monsters don't run outside the testing facility, Dana activates spirit golems to stop them. And right after this, a gang war breaks out between the golems and monsters, where all the golems were thrashing the monsters nicely. But right then, two first-ranked demonic beasts, Poisonous Dragon and his partner King Herent, break and destroy all those golems in a split second. And guys, seeing both these monsters, I was reminded of Godzilla and Anaconda, who were going to get out of this academy along with their monster team. And to stop them right there, Dana activates Lightning Strike, due to which monsters start dying right there. But right then, one monster dodging those lightning strikes comes straight to attack Dana. But before it could reach Dana, two swords attack it and finish it off. And the controller of that sword says in a little style, "Now I'm getting scared of these things. How does he predict beforehand what is going to happen?" And suddenly, seeing that sword controller here, Dana gets surprised because he was none other than our boy Dron, to whom Dana also asks what he is suddenly doing here, in reply to which Dron tells that he has only come here for a field trip, and without wasting time and talking, giving a command to his sword, he starts killing the monsters. And right then, to stop Dron, Godzilla prepares his fire attack, and without wasting time, he charges that attack on Dron. But right then, the pieces of the broken golem join together with magic and become a big giant golem. And next up, it starts fighting with Godzilla. And the one who created that giant golem was none other than our boy Cranel, who was very happy about the fact that he was able to successfully make this giant golem. And how he was able to do all this, we get to know about that right now. So a few days ago, Corin went to him to train in the training room, where Corin wanted Cranel to pay attention to his strength as well. And later, Corin gives him a golem's secret magic equation and tells him that he found this while reading books in the library. And in exchange for that equation, Corin takes a favor from Cranel that he should go to the testing facilities today. And right now, back to the present. So here, Godzilla was absolutely thrashing Cranel's golem, seeing which, Cranel getting scared says, "Hey, my golem is losing." And on this matter of his, someone says, "That is why he is not just a first-rank beast like that." And right now, if we look at the golem, some roots come and start healing its body. And now Cranel's golem is also ready to fight Godzilla with a new form. And we see the one healing that golem, who was none other than Yule, who says in a little relief, "Well, it's good that technique worked, but how does he know what is going to happen every time?" And Yule said this thing for Corin. And right now, if we look at Godzilla's partner, Anaconda, he was breaking the ceiling and trying to run away. But before reaching that ceiling, Alicia comes there and kills that Anaconda with the help of her sword. But I am feeling a little bad for that poor guy, because Godzilla at least got more screen time to farm his aura. But poor Anaconda, as soon as he came back into the story, he immediately got thrashed. And coming back to the story, suddenly all the second-ranked students come here in the testing facilities and help Dana and the rest of the people, for which she was thanking them. But right then, a question suddenly comes into her mind, and she asks all the students, "What are you guys suddenly doing here?" Answering which, all the second-rankers say that they have only come here for a field trip, but who will tell them that sending them here was Corin's own plan? After this, Mariette, activating her domain, Realm of the Blood, traps the King of the Iron Mountain there. And to stop him in the domain, Mariette, creating some ice shards with her ice magic, pierces them into the body of the King of the Iron Mountain so that he cannot move. And seeing this attack of Mariette, the researchers standing behind her also get shocked. And Mariette also says to the King of the Iron Mountain in a little style, "Don't make the mistake of thinking I am weak. After all, I am also a special rank like you." After this, we come back to Godzilla, who is in a lot of anger and was throwing his hands and legs here and there, causing destruction. And seeing all this, Dron says to his friends, "Hey, do something quickly, otherwise he will destroy everything." After this, we see Cranel, who was controlling the golem, and Yule is also there to help him. And Cranel was asking for help from Yule to keep the golem stable, because this golem is made from the pieces of other broken golems, and to keep it stable, Cranel needs Yule's magic. And accepting this request of Cranel, Yule also helps him. After which, Cranial, readying a punch from his golem, lands it straight on that Godzilla's face. But Godzilla was not in the mood to lose today. That is why, without wasting time, with the help of his claw, he comes to attack Cranial's golem. And inside the golem, Cranial tells Yule to heal this golem's fist, because he had planted 5 spirit bombs in the golem's fist, and as soon as he gets the chance, he will blast all those spirit bombs on Godzilla in one go. And after saying this, Cranial blocks Godzilla's attack, and checking all the preparations of the fist bomb, he gets his fist bomb ready. But before attacking, he makes a face like this world is going to end right now, and he is the last hope to save everyone. And Yule, standing behind him, seeing such actions of Cranial, she also starts considering him weird. But Cranial, at last, pressing the attack button, lands a heavy spirit bomb fist right on Godzilla's face. And even right now, Cranial, with that exact same expression, says, "Very good, my Luden warrior." And hearing this name, Luden warrior, Yule gets into thinking whether it was really necessary to name this golem. Right after this, we come back to Sar City, where Corinne has come to a church. And the main reason for coming to this church was that Corinne is miles away from the academy right now. And there's something in this church which can send him back to the academy immediately. Next, Corinne locks the door of that church. And beside him is Dioku, who is shivering with fear. And the main reason for his fear is the church, because he is a vampire and vampires are always scared of churches. Then, hearing a knock on the door, a nun comes out, whom Corinne greets first, then politely says to her, "I am an academy student who has come from abroad, and due to some work I wasn't able to attend the prayers for a few days. So because of that, can I use your prayer room?" And on this matter of Corinne, the nun also gives him permission to use the prayer room. Right now, we look at the prayer room, where Corinne is sitting in front of the cross and says to himself, "If my guess is right, this should be the marker." And after saying this, he touches a part of the marker and says, "I'm not in a big hurry, but right now the situation is such that if you come quickly, it will be good." And immediately after clicking the marker, a purple portal starts opening from behind Corinne. Seeing which, Corinne with a smile says, "I didn't think you would come this fast." But just as Corinne finishes his sentence, right after that, someone points a magic sword at his neck. And the one pointing that sword was none other than Josephine, who in a cold tone asks Corinne, "How do you know about this marker? It would be best if your answer satisfies me." But before Corinne can tell Josephine anything, he says in his mind, "I know you must have a lot of questions in your mind right now, but forgive me, right now is not the right time to tell you all this." And later he says to Josephine, "Leave this matter for now. Right now there's an even bigger urgent work which we have to do." After this, we come back to the Academy's testing facilities again, where right now Cranial is still celebrating his victory with that exact same expression, and standing beside him, Yule is still looking at his weird actions. And seeing this fight between the Golem and Godzilla, Alicia gets surprised and says, "What was this? I haven't seen anything like this in my entire life till now." But right then, we see that the anaconda which Alicia had killed gets up and is coming fast towards her from behind, which Alicia also notices. And I thought that this anaconda had died, but it felt good that the writer gave him screen time too and did justice to him. And right now, seeing that anaconda in front of her, Alicia was thinking, will I have to fight this alone? Right after this, we see a scene from Alicia's past when she went to meet Mariette. At that time, Mariette had told Alicia that Corin has forbidden her from using domain severance in a fight. And now, back to the present. That anaconda attacks Alicia without wasting time, to dodge which Alicia jumps over it and goes behind it, and says to herself, if Corin has forbidden me from using domain severance, then he must have felt that I have potential. But right then, she starts doubting herself and says, but will I really be able to? But right then, suddenly she hears the sound of something, which was coming from inside Mariette's domain, in which cracks start appearing fast now, and next it blasts, due to whose impact Mariette also cannot survive and goes flying far away. And right now, Mariette is lying on the ground completely injured, but even then she gathers courage, tries to pick up her staff, and stands in front of the king of the Iron Mountain again, and says, just like my friend said, I really couldn't defeat you. And now, let's know how the King of the Iron Mountain broke Mariette's domain. So the king of the Iron Mountain was previously a demonic pig who consumed all the minerals of the entire Iron Mountain, because of which an original rune appeared on his head, which gives him 100% resistance to save him from any physical and magical attack. And for this reason, no one has been able to kill him till today. That is why he was sealed here. And right now, the king of the Iron Mountain standing in front of Mariette starts roaring loudly, and Mariette, gripping her staff tightly, says, "Corin gave this job to me. That is why I cannot accept defeat." And right after saying this, she advances to attack the king with her blood spears. And back to Alicia, so right now her attention is on Mariette, and taking advantage of this fact, Anaconda comes to attack her. But Alicia had gotten motivated seeing Mariette's never-give-up spirit, and now keeping her fear aside, she takes her sword stance to fight the Anaconda. After this, we look at Dana, who is just watching. "Madam, you are their professor, you should be fighting there, but you left fighting there and are watching your students fight." But keeping all this aside, Dana gets surprised seeing how Mariette is able to stop this king, even though she is struggling to stop the king, but she was able to stop him for this long for the only reason that she is also a special rank monster. And this fight which Dana is watching right now, seeing this, she knows that this fight will be written on the pages of history one day. But the king, he was not in the mood to hold back. He just starts running towards Mariette to attack. And to stop him, Mariette also throws her ice crystals at him. But the king neither blocks this attack nor dodges it. Taking all the attacks on his body, he is coming running near Mariette. And now to survive from him, Mariette with her magic creates a multi-layer blood wall all around her. But the king of the Iron Mountain effortlessly breaks this too, and running straight reaches near Mariette. And seeing this, Mariette also understands that she cannot defeat him. And finally, the king rams into her, due to whose impact everything there gets destroyed. But the king of the Iron Mountain gets a little surprised because he cannot see Mariette anywhere there. But as soon as he looks to his side, our boy Dioku is there, who coming right on time saves Mariette from that dangerous attack. And seeing Dioku here, Mariette also understands that Corin has also arrived here. After this, we come back to Alicia and Anaconda's fight again, where Alicia is thinking that according to Corin's words, she cannot use domain severance, so what should she do to defeat this Anaconda? And she starts thinking what she would do right now if she were Corin. And right now, Anaconda, also changing its direction, advances to attack straight at Alicia. But now Alicia had understood what she would do if she were Corin. Following up, first, she dodges Anaconda's attack and jumps over it, and throwing all bullshit things like basics, attacks, dodge, and cut out of her mind just like Corin, she uses her basic attack, Arden First Sword Style Rising Heavens, on that Anaconda and lands sword slashes on its entire body, because of which now finally that Anaconda rests in peace. After this, Alicia, cleaning the dust off her clothes, says in a little surprise, "This is amazing. I didn't think I would be able to defeat it without the domain." But right then, suddenly someone there praises Alicia's work, and when Alicia turns back to look, it is Corin, who has arrived in the testing facilities with the help of Josephine's portal, and Cranel and Ewell had also defeated Godzilla together. And this success had probably gone a little too much to Cranel's head because he was just blabbering like a crazy person. "Corin? Who Corin? That clown. I don't need anyone now. Neither do I want friends now. I only need my Luden warrior." But Ewell explains to him from behind that this Luden warrior was only made possible with the help of Corin and friends. And Corin first observes what has happened here so far, and with the report of the situation that has happened till now, he asks Alicia about the demonic pig, where Alicia tells him that Mariette is still stopping the king. That is why we will have to go quickly to help her. After this, Josephine asks Corin, "What is your plan? You brought me here from so far, so you must definitely have a plan in your mind." And on this matter, Corin says, "Yes, I do. You just have to help us a little in catching that pig." Hearing this, Josephine says, "Apart from this demonic pig, there are many monsters here too." On which Corin says, "Don't you take tension." And after saying this, he slams his spear on the ground. And why did he hit his spear on the ground? We know the reason for that now. So when he had told Mariette his plan, he knew that all the monsters would run away from their cages. That is why he had given Mariette some stones in which he had engraved rune magic and had told Mariette to secretly mix these stones in those monsters' food. And as soon as Corin slammed his spear on the ground, right then the rune magic placed on the stones also gets activated and starts burning and killing all those monsters. And Corin, running from there, now heads towards the king, and while running, he also tells Alicia to come along with him. Even though Corin's rune magic had killed more than half of the monsters, but even now some mid-upper rank monsters are left on whom this rune has no effect. But Corin has no tension about this matter, and he calls out to Dron and tells him to join him. And Dron says to him, "So boss, you've finally arrived." After this, Corin calls out to Cranel and Yule and says stop passing time there and come here quickly. And hearing Corin's order, Cranel angrily says to him, "What did you say, you scumbag? Get lost from here. I have no need for you now." But from behind him, Yule explains to him to stop these donkey-like actions and quickly go to help Corin. Next up, Corin finally reaches near Mariette and first asks her about her condition. And after getting a positive response, he includes her in his team too. And at last, Corin becomes successful in bringing all the strong players of this game into one team. And right now, he and all his friends get ready to fight the second act's final boss in a pure Avenger-style pose. And the team Corin has right now is equal to dozens of mages and knights. But despite having such a strong team, he has no guarantee that they can win this fight. Because this time, their opponent is not a normal demonic beast, but one of the bosses of this game, the King of the Iron Mountain, whom many people tried to defeat, but no one could ever succeed. After this, Mariette orders everyone to split up, because the king was coming running to attack all of them. But this Cranel, because of his over-smartness, goes alone to fight that demonic pig. And seeing him attacking so suddenly, Corin thinks, did he down a whole bottle of cheap local booze before coming to fight? But later, shouting, he gives him a warning that he cannot defeat this demonic pig alone. But maybe Corin's guess about the cheap local booze was right, because Cranel, ignoring his warning, goes straight head-on to fight the king. And the way Corin sometimes makes a demonic face right now, Cranel had made the exact same face. And he says to himself, "My Luden warrior, you are very strong, you who defeated Godzilla. So what is this pig wandering in the drains compared to you?" And saying this, he attacks the king with his golem's knee. And Yahello, standing beside him, also seemed to agree with Corin's words that Cranel really did down a bottle of local booze. And later, Cranel also launches his golem's attack on the king. But he forgets that this king is not a normal pig whom you can chase away by throwing a stone. Because even before the golem attacks, the king breaks that golem with just one kick. And seeing this condition of his golem, Cranel goes into a state of shock. And seeing all this, Corin also says in anger, "You scumbag, I told you not to go alone. Now that you have attacked, try to stop him." But Cranel, he was not ready to accept this fact that his golem lost. Right then, Corin, calling out to Yahello, says, "Yahello, quickly, stop him with the help of your magic plants." And Yahello, summoning plants with her magic, captures the demonic pig. But right then, the king activates his rune magic, due to which his body color changes from blue to red. And he easily frees himself from Yahello's magic, and seeing him freeing himself so easily, Yahello also gets surprised. But right then, we see Dron and Corin running together towards the king, where Corin tells Dron to attack from the king's side. And Dron sends his two magic swords to attack the king, and while attacking, he says in his mind, just as he thought, Corin is an amazing strategist, and being a mercenary, if he doesn't listen to him, he would definitely be called a fool. After this, we look at Dron's swords, where the first sword is Blade of Flames, and the second is Blade of Lightning, in which he has placed first-rank mana stones, which he got as a reward for stopping Mariette. And he charges both his swords at the king. But the king, again using his rune magic, turns his color blue and without dodging, takes that attack on his body. And still, he doesn't take any damage. And seeing this, Dron also gets shocked. But seeing this chance, Corin immediately tells Mariette to send Deku to attack the king. And as soon as he gets the signal, Deku also attacks straight at the king's head. And where everyone's attacks had failed, right there, Deku in his very first attack damages the king and pushes him back. And Corin explains that if they have to defeat the king, they will have to half-split physical and magic attacks and use them. After this, Korin tells us about original runes. That in original runes there are 8 rune texts, and by combining those 8 texts, paradise is formed. And remember this word paradise because you'll know what it is later. And there is so much power in these original runes that they can make anyone invincible. And out of these 8 runes, the king has 1 rune which makes him powerful. And if I explain to you about his power, when the king's color is red, physical attacks have no effect on him, and when it is blue, magic attacks have no effect. That is why Korin is sometimes doing physical and sometimes magic attacks. And apart from these, there is also a special color, which is gold, whose use you will get to see in a little while. After this, we come back to Korin, who was explaining the fight strategy to his team. First, he tells Yahello and Cranel to somehow hold the king. After that, he tells Dron to fight from mid-distance, and he, along with Alicia, will be on the lookout for a good opportunity. Korin gives some work to everyone, but he hadn't said anything to Mariette. That is why Mariette asks him, "What should I do?" On which Korin tells her, "Your work will be handled by Deku. You just do exactly what I'm saying." After this, we see an iconic panel in which Korin and his gang are ready to fight in front of the King of the Iron Mountain, where to motivate them, Korin says, "Friends, don't worry about what is going to happen next. Anyway, this fight is going to end very soon." And as soon as Korin says this, the king also comes running fast straight to attack Korin and his team. And to stop him, Yahello and Cranel come first, where Cranel with his golem from above and Yahello from below, the king try to stop him with the help of her plant magic. And both of them become successful in capturing him too. But the king, again using his rune magic, changes his color and breaking both of their defenses, gets out of there. Later, to stop him, Drone attacks the king from above with the help of his 2 magic swords, where seeing this magic attack, the king again changes his body color and easily escapes from this attack too. But right then, suddenly, Deku arrives there, who again lands a straight strike right on the king's head. And seeing this surprise attack, Yahello and Cranel feel that this time he must have definitely taken damage. The king didn't take damage, but Deku definitely got a shock, because this time the king hadn't changed his color at all, and all this was his plan to quickly take Deku out and finish him, because going ahead, Deku could become a problem for him. And after making a complete fool out of all of them, the king with a mocking smile was laughing at them all. After this, the king attacks Deku with the help of his lightning magic, due to whose impact Deku goes and crashes into the wall behind. And seeing this condition of Deku, Korin tells Mariette to call him back. And later he tells her to attack the king with Blood Spear, and Mariette, also listening to Korin's words, attacks the king with Blood Spear, but the king, again changing his color, makes this magic attack useless. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Korin straight up comes running and jumps to attack the king. From which the king also gets surprised for a while, and Korin says to him in style, "Come on, let's see how you block this attack." And right after saying this, he slams his spear straight onto the king, but the king dodges it right on time, and seeing the impact of this attack of Korin, Yahello and Cranel both were shocked. But Korin, without wasting time, lands near his spear and picking it up again, tells Mariette to attack again. And when Mariette was attacking, taking advantage of that chance, Korin goes to attack from behind the king. And this time, his strategy was that if the king changes color to escape from Mariette's attack, he will attack. And if he changes color to escape from Korin's attack, Mariette's attacks will hit him. But looks like the king had already understood Korin's strategy, because next, both of their attacks fail. And seeing this scene, Cranel also gets shocked. And Korin, while getting up, says, "So you finally used your trump card." And now we see that the king of the Iron Mountain had turned his body color gold, and the specialty of this gold color was that for the next 5 minutes, no physical or magical attack will have any effect on the king. And the king also, again with a mocking smile, teases Korin, because he knows that for the next 5 minutes, he can defeat everyone without holding back. And now the king also, without wasting time, comes running straight to attack Korin and his team. And seeing this, Korin tells everyone to step back and tells them that for the next 5 minutes, no attack will work on the king. Right then, Dron says in a little fear, "Boss, we cannot run away from here because all the paths have been broken with broken stones and walls." And seeing all this, Korin understands that the king purposefully caused so much destruction just to corner them. And the king was also coming fast towards them. And right then, Cranel with his golem tries to stop him, but the king effortlessly breaks his golem. Later, Mariette with her magic creates a blood wall in front, but the king breaks that too. And Corin says now for 5 minutes we cannot do anything. But the very next moment, with a smile, he says, "Looks like everything is going exactly according to my plan." And then we see Alicia, who is above the king in her attack stance. And suddenly seeing her above him, the king also gets surprised. And now Corin reveals his trump card, which is Alicia's domain severance. Because whether the attack is physical or magical, it can cut both. And finally, Demon Slayer Alicia attacks that demonic pig with her domain severance. And the king had no chance to escape from this sudden attack of Alicia, and finally this attack of Alicia connects to the king and defeats him. And Alicia herself was surprised seeing that she defeated that demonic pig. But right then, Corin starts praising her from behind and says, "Wow, Alicia, you defeated that demonic pig. You were the strongest among all our party members." But Alicia tells him not to hype her up so much right now. What if that demonic pig wakes up again? But on this matter of Alicia, Corin assures her that nothing like that will happen. After this, the testing facility's magic circles get activated again, which immediately seal the King of the Iron Mountain back. And the one who restarted these magic circles is Josephine, whom Corin was also praising, because she fixed these magic circles in just a few minutes. And right now, Corin tells us that if the King of the Iron Mountain uses his golden form once, he cannot use it again for a little while. That is why he immediately tells Mariette to attack him. And hearing Corin's words, Mariette also, without wasting time, starts creating a massive giant spear with her magic, and Corin leaves the rest of the remaining work on Josephine and starts leaving there with his teammates. And after Corin leaves, Mariette also gets her Crimson Spear attack ready and throws it straight on the King of the Iron Mountain. And now, finally, an 80-year-old nightmare who killed who knows how many heroes is finally killed by the hands of kids. But the runestone inside the king, it has to reach paradise at any cost. But right now, due to the king's death, the runestone inside him also gets destroyed. And that original rune that demonic pig had accidentally eaten it 88 years ago while eating the minerals of the Iron Mountain. And as a result, he became near immortal because of that rune. But today, that demonic pig was killed by the hands of Corin and friends. But out of the original 8 runes, 1 runestone got destroyed because of the king's death. Even though, guys, only the stone has been destroyed, the rune magic inside it can never be destroyed. And if I explain this thing in a little simple language, you can consider that rune magic like a soul, which is inside a human body. But when the body gets destroyed, the soul doesn't die. It goes into another body. So the same case is with these 8 runes too. The stones are just their containers like a human body. And until those original runes don't find another rune stone, they just keep wandering like this. And right now, we see that someone has collected that original rune in their runestone, who is none other than Fermac. And right now, this secret is revealed that Fermac was acting as a professor in this academy for 10 years. And if we come back to our heroes party, they were clearing out the remaining monsters, and in the middle of this, Corin tells us that they were not strong enough to defeat the King of the Iron Mountain. It was just their luck that he had become weak due to being sealed for 80 years. That is why they were able to defeat him. And back to Fermac. So his goal of coming to this academy was only to achieve this original runestone, which he has achieved. And now, with the help of a secret tunnel, he wants to quickly leave this academy and city and disappear. But when he reaches the end of that secret tunnel, the sight ahead of him shocks him, because Corin is sitting in front of Fermac. And he says to Fermac, "So, my nephew, how are you doing? What is my senior brother Balthazar doing nowadays?" Hearing these words of Corin, Fermac says, "What did you say, nephew? You scumbag, have you come here drinking Born Vita like Riddick Roshan from Koi Milgaya?" And on this matter of Fermac, Corin replies, "No, bro, you're the student of my master's first student, and since your master is my senior brother, so by that logic, I am your uncle." And Corin is Fermac's master's junior brother. Hearing this, he was a little surprised. Because when he saw Lunia and Corin's fight for the first time, in that fight, Corin had used the exact same 6-step spearmanship of his master, seeing which Fermac had thought that maybe Corin is also the second disciple of his master. But Fermac was confused about this fact then, that if Corin was his master's second disciple, he would have known. That is why he started getting a little suspicion on Corin. But so that there are no obstacles in his plan ahead, he chose to ignore Corin. And for this reason, he supported Professor Hammond for Corrin's rank test, so that on this excuse, he could send Corrin far away from the academy, finish his work peacefully, and leave from here. And then later, he would ask his master about Corrin's identity. But Fermac had never thought that Corrin would reach the academy this fast with the help of Josephine. And now Corrin, with a smile, says to Fermac, "Professor Dana's experiment and Marriott's incident, you must have gotten a good advantage from both of these, since you've been waiting for this time for so long. But sorry, nephew, you cannot take this original rune anywhere from here." And on this matter of Corrin, Fermac replies in anger, "How does a student like you know so much information? Did Josephine tell you?" But later, Fermac realizes that Josephine also didn't know about his identity. But now Fermac, without wasting time, puts on his boxing gloves and, releasing his aura, says, "You know so much about me. This means you are my enemy." After this, Corrin tells us a little about Fermac. So even if Fermac is a first-ranked knight in the eyes of the world, but he's a mastermind who purposefully released the seal of the King of the Iron Mountain and freed him. And apart from this, he's one of the top 4 executives of this game's villain, meaning his master, who will appear in the last stage of this game. And Fermac's current power is equal to Lunia right now. But if he gets favorable conditions, he can even surpass Lunia. After this, we come to Fermac, who was using his shadow ability, and at the same time, he says to Corrin, "You arrogant kid, just because you have some talent, you thought you could fight someone like me?" And just like Sung Jin Woo in Solo Leveling says "arise" to extract anyone's shadow, exactly like that, here Fermac also saying "arise" summons his shadow clone. And yes, I am not making this up myself. It is actually written "arise" in the manhwa. But seeing this power of Fermac, Corrin was smiling, because he already knew that in a place with shadows, Fermac's offensive power increases by 2 times. That is why Corrin had purposefully chosen this place for the fight. After this, Corrin activates a rune magic, Rune of Sun, due to whose light Fermac's shadow disappears. And seeing this trick of Corrin, Fermac is in shock. Then Corrin says to Fermac, "I only used your weakness, which you were very well aware of." And now Corrin explains about Fermac's weaknesses. So Fermac is a shadow sorcerer, but to use this ability of his, he needs shadows, just like fire needs air to burn. After this, Fermac tries to make his shadow clone again, but the runes that Corrin had placed in this battleground get activated, seeing which Fermac gets even more shocked, and due to there being light all around, he cannot make even a single shadow now. And on this condition of Fermac, Corrin says, "Oh my, what happened to you? This job was not easy. It took me 20 days to engrave all the rune words." And this action of Corrin made Fermac even more angry, because no one knew the path of this secret tunnel except Fermac. But Corrin, by coming here, is not only trying to stop him, but he has even set traps for him. And seeing all these actions of Corrin, Fermac says, "You are attacking me like cowards." But on this matter of Fermac, Corrin says, "Bro, this is not called being a coward. This is called being prepared beforehand." After this, Fermac, using his footwork magic, Redo, immediately comes near Corrin to attack him, which Corrin blocks on time with the help of his spear. But Fermac, dodging Corrin's spear attack, comes behind him, and Fermac, taking advantage of Corrin's distraction, tries to attack him with a southpaw punch, which Corrin dodges with the help of his 8 trigram playing body. And seeing Corrin dodging his attacks so easily, Fermac gets surprised, because his attacks are not normal attacks which anyone could dodge easily. But right then, taking advantage of this opportunity, Corrin starts attacking Fermac with his spear, which Fermac was also dodging easily. Where their dodge-attack game just keeps going on like this. And during the fight, Fermac, praising Corrin's skills, says, "I have to appreciate your experience in training combination. Your skills are really worthy of praise." And on this matter, Corrin says, "Are you still pretending to be a professor?" In reply to which Fermac says, "What can I do? I've been doing this for the past 10 years. Now it has become like a habit." But Corrin warns him that no matter what he does today, he is going to die by his hands today. And on this matter of Corrin, Fermac says, "Sorry, but your luck is a little bad today, because I have no desire to continue this fight, but I promise that the next time we meet, I will definitely finish you on that day." And after saying this, Firmak steps back from this fight and starts writing a rune word in the air. But Korin cannot let him run away just like this, because if he runs away from here right now, even Josephine's space magic won't be able to find him. And right then, to stop him, Korin challenges Firmak to a duel, hearing which Firmak loses his mind, and he says to Korin, "I have no intention of doing a duel with a person like you." But on Firmak's matter, Korin says, "You will have to accept this, because this is your commandment." And Korin tells us that Firmak has also engraved a commandment on himself, and his commandment is not to refuse any duel, which gives him high power with high risk under a certain condition. That is why, even without wanting to, Firmak will have to accept this duel. After this, Firmak says to Korin, "That is why you came here alone." On which Korin replies, "A duel is a one-on-one fight, so what is the need for anyone else in this?" And now Korin and Firmak stand face to face with each other, where Korin tells that if this one-on-one duel is fought fairly, Firmak's commandment will give him powers, which is an advantage for him. And that is why Korin came here alone, so that Firmak accepts this duel without thinking too much. And just as Korin had thought, Firmak accepts this duel. And speaking his full name, he introduces himself as the King of Paradise, Tetez Valtazar's first warrior, Firmak Daemon. And in the same way, Korin also introduces himself saying, Queen of Paradise, Aaron Denua's first spear, Korin Locke. And the names that Korin and Firmak told each other right now, this is a rule to tell before starting a duel. And as soon as the duel starts, within a second, both disappear from their places and clash with each other. And as soon as this fight starts, immediately after that, Korin's 3 commandments get activated together, which increase all his stats by 100%. And apart from the stats, the abilities he has, they also increase by 100%. And after doing all this world system wishes Korin good luck for this fight. Now we come back to Firmak and Korin's fight, where due to the clash of both of them, a very big explosion happens in this battlefield, due to whose impact this battleground gets completely destroyed. In this fight, Korin is a spearman and Firmak is a boxer, and due to being a boxer, Firmak will have to fight this battle in close range. That is why, using his rune Rido, meaning the rune of speed, he quickly comes in front of Korin, but Korin already knew what was going on in Firmak's mind. That is why he immediately using his attack, Calamity Serpent Intent, attacks Firmak, and stopping him from coming close to him, instead starts pushing him back, taking advantage of it. But as soon as Korin stops his spear for a while, right then, taking advantage of that chance, Firmak immediately comes to attack Korin. But Korin was already aware of all of Firmak's tactics. That is why, to escape from this attack, he slams his spear into the ground, and jumping straight over Firmak, dodges his attack. But jumping like this in front of a close-range fighter like Firmak could become a trouble for Korin himself, because as soon as Korin would land, Firmak could have instantly come in front of him and thrashed him. But Korin is aware of every vein of Firmak. That is why he starts attacking Firmak right from mid-air, which Firmak hadn't expected. He starts blocking Korin's attacks. But when Korin lands on the ground, then Firmak instantly comes near him. But Korin was ready for this move too. Before Firmak's attack could hit him, he injures his attacking hand with his returning demonic spear attack. But Firmak doesn't stop even with this attack, and the very next moment, with that injured hand, lands a punch straight on Korin's face, and the impact of this punch pushes Korin away. But before Korin could steady himself, Firmak again closes the distance and advances to attack Korin with his other hand. While attacking, he says in his mind, "Even if one of my hands is injured right now, I cannot stop attacking. I will have to stay in close distance to defeat him." Seeing him so impatient, Korin thinks, does he want to continuously attack even after being injured? As soon as Korin says this, Firmak starts landing punches on Korin, which Korin was barely able to block. Right then, Firmak advances to attack Korin with his special attack, Meteor Strike. Seeing this attack, Korin thinks that he just has to survive this attack. Later, as soon as he gets the chance, he will start thrashing Firmak again. But right then, Korin notices something for a few seconds which shocks him, because Firmak, slowly stopping his attack, starts opening his fist, and as soon as he gets the chance, he catches Korin's spear. Then quickly he engraves the rune of speed on it and throws it towards the side tree. And again, attacking Korin, he says, "You scumbag, tell me now, what will you do without your spear?" Right after saying this, he lands a straight punch on Korin, but Korin blocks that punch with the help of his hands just in time. But Korin cannot bear the impact of that punch, and that impact pushes him back. But Korin somehow balances himself and stops himself from going back, and using his rune of return, he calls the spear back, but Furmak had thrown it so hard that the spear gets stuck in that tree. Seeing this chance, Furmak, without wasting time, comes straight behind Korin and attacks him with a southpaw jab, which Korin dodges by ducking down. Then, standing back up, he comes into attack stance and says to Furmak, "Even if I don't have my weapon right now, the foundation of all martial arts is the same, and spearmanship is no different in it." After saying this, Korin uses his martial arts this time and attacks Furmak using his 8 dragon. Then he says, "No matter what martial arts it is, the basic foundation of all of them remains the same, which is physical combat." And saying this, he lands a heavy attack on Furmak with the 8 dragon 3 piercing palms attack. But from this attack of Korin's, Furmak doesn't even move an inch, and he says to Korin in a slightly cold tone, "You almost surprised me." And seeing that Furmak didn't take even a single damage, Korin was also shocked. Then, Furmak, farming a little aura, says to Korin, "Your martial arts are not as good as your spearmanship." Right after saying this, Furmak lands a heavy punch on Korin's ribs. And Furmak didn't take damage from Korin's martial arts because Korin has definitely polished his martial arts well, but at the same time, he used to practice spearmanship. Whereas Furmak has given his whole life to boxing. That is why his endurance is much stronger. After this, Furmak again lands a heavy punch on Korin's face. From this punch, Korin's condition starts getting even worse, but Furmak still doesn't stop. He was just continuously landing punches on Korin. Then when Furmak goes to land his next punch, before that, he says, "Seeing you getting beaten up, it looks like you have given up the will to fight, but don't take tension, I will finish this soon." Saying this, he lands a powerful punch on Korin. But surprisingly, Korin blocks that punch with the help of his spear. And seeing the spear in Korin's hands again, Furmak gets shocked. And Korin says, "I really have to hand it to you. You are not some amateur player." Now Korin had come near that same tree where his spear was stuck, and Furmak also understands that he got played here, and Korin purposefully took his punches so that while getting beaten up like that, he could come back near his spear. And now as soon as the spear comes in his hand, Korin, without wasting time, starts attacking Furmak. The impact of these attacks of Korin is enough to throw Furmak back, but while falling back, Furmak balances himself and again, standing in his place, praises Korin. "Very good, kid. When you didn't have your spear and when your physical combat didn't work against me, even then you handled both those situations very smartly and put me at a disadvantage again." But hearing this, Korin says, "You scumbag, you didn't get any sense after getting beaten up so much? You're still acting like a professor." And on this matter, Furmak replies, "Acting? Now this has become like a habit. But just like you said, the time has come to finish all things now." Saying this, Furmak writes some rune words with his blood under his boxing gloves. As soon as he writes these words, the words of Korin's rune of sun start disappearing because Furmak summons a cheap copy of Paradise in this battlefield. Well, not cheap, but we can consider it a small part of Paradise, whose name is Shadow Citadel. Now we get to know Furmak's third commandment, which is his oath, which is that Furmak will serve the shadows. After this, Furmak, releasing that same Sung Jin Woo-style aura, says to Korin, "The rune of sun that you used to finish my shadows, that was praiseworthy, but you cannot defeat these shadows with that pathetic ability. This place is only for the great warriors of the Shadow Paradise. You won't be able to win here." As soon as Furmak says this, we see a whole army of shadows behind him, which was advancing towards Korin. And while attacking, Furmak says, "Today, either these demonic beasts will tear you into pieces and finish you, or I will finish you by beating you with my punches." But Korin doesn't get scared by these threats of Furmak, but instead, smiling, he says, "Wasn't this fight a one-on-one duel?" Right then, suddenly Furmak gets shocked seeing something, and that thing is a golden mandrake which Korin is holding in his hand, and he says, I knew you would use your trump card when the time comes. And after saying this, the golden mandrake starts screaming loudly, and hearing the mandrake's voice, along with Korin, Fermac, and all his shadow beasts' condition gets messed up. Korin tells us about the special ability of this golden mandrake, that it screams 7 times louder than a normal mandrake, and its voice cannot be stopped by any magical ability. Now, from its voice, all of Fermac's shadow demonic beasts start disappearing. And hearing this voice, blood starts flowing from Fermac's ears, and in that same condition, he says to Korin, "Do you think that you can save yourself too from this kind of useless trick?" And now if we look, blood is flowing from Korin's ears too, but Korin, who was holding the mandrake, didn't give a damn about its voice, and then, releasing his aura, he says to Fermac, "I don't care what will happen to me today, but one thing is for sure, that today, Fermac Damon, you will die by my hands, no matter what you do." After this, we come to Fermac, who had covered his ears with his hands to escape from the mandrake's voice. But from the impact of that mandrake's sound, all of Fermac's shadow soldiers were disappearing one by one. And seeing this condition of Fermac, Korin says, "Tell me now, what will you do? Your demonic beasts are gone, and this mandrake is not going to stop now either. And if I talk about myself, then I have the ability of regeneration and pain tolerance. The more this mandrake screams, the more I will get used to it. But for how long can you endure this?" Hearing these words of Korin, Fermac had become angry, and he says, "You scumbag." But right then, he again uses Sung Jin Woo's power and summons his 12 shadow clones, and says to Korin, "The moment you came to this place, your defeat was decided right then." And after saying this, Fermac and his shadow clones start going to attack Korin. Seeing them coming towards him, first, Korin puts that golden mandrake back in his back. But right then, suddenly, one of Fermac's shadows attacks Korin, which Korin dodges. And as soon as he gets the chance, he finishes that shadow with his spear. But suddenly, another shadow of Fermac grabs Korin from behind, but Korin defeats it too with his single attack. And when Korin was distracted, taking advantage of that chance, Fermac quickly comes behind Korin and lands a heavy punch on Korin. From the impact of that punch, Korin goes flying and falls far away. But this time, Fermac, without wasting time, advances to attack Korin straight away along with his shadow clones. And seeing Fermac coming towards him, Korin, panting a little, says to him, "This is looking less like a fight and more like a game now. Are you even listening, Fermac?" Right after saying this, he tears off his shirt. And as soon as Korin tears his shirt, a bright light starts emitting from his body. Due to that light, all the clones of Fermac that were there start disappearing one by one. Seeing all this, Fermac also gets surprised and starts thinking, what is happening here? But Korin, jumping with his glowing body, comes in front of Fermac and says, "I told you, this fight is only going to be between the two of us." Now we get to know the reason why Korin's body is glowing so much. Because he has engraved the rune of sun on his entire upper body. Seeing all those runes, Fermac gets shocked and says in his mind, "Has this boy gone mad? His entire body can burn from these runes, but can he go to this extent to defeat me?" Right then, in midair itself, Korin attacks Fermac with his spear, which Fermac successfully blocks. Right now, Fermac is in his boxing stance, but right then, Korin says to him, "Enough of this childish fight. Come on, let's finish this like real men. Stop hiding your strength and put everything you have into this fight." By fighting with Korin, Fermac had understood this much, that the boy in front of him can even put his life on the line to defeat him. That is why he also releases his full power and gets ready to put his life at risk too. The very next moment, he activates his most powerful skill, 6-Step Sura. And this 6-Step Sura is a self-destructive skill, which gives a lot of damage to the user using it too. It takes power from the user's aura core and increases its user's speed and power, and only the warriors of paradise can use this skill. And right now, seeing Fermac in his full potential, Korin also starts releasing his full power and says, "I was waiting for this exact thing for so long." And surprisingly, Korin also uses the exact same skill, 6-Step Sura, like Fermac. And whatever you say, in this form, Korin is looking completely badass. If you guys are a little confused how Korin used Sura, then his master taught him this skill, who was also the master of this series' main villain. That is why both Furmak and Korin can use this same skill. After this, both of them come to attack each other with their full power. Korin does the first attack, which Furmak blocks with the help of his one hand, and with his other hand lands a heavy punch on Korin's face. But right then, suddenly Korin cuts off that punching hand of Furmak with his spear. But Furmak, without stopping, tries to punch Korin with his other hand, which Korin quickly dodges, and continuously attacking him with his spear, cuts off his other hand too. Now giving up, Furmak sits on the ground. He looks at Korin in front of him and says, "What an amazing fight." But Korin, without wasting any time, pierces his spear straight through Furmak's chest and finishes him and says, "I finally won." Now Korin closes his eyes and gets lost in the memories of his past, where his friends were calling out to him to save them. Because in his past life, he and Sihu couldn't stop Furmak, due to which Furmak came back even stronger in the future and attacked them and killed many of his friends. But this time, Korin killed one of these 4 heavenly kings, Furmak Daman, even before that incident happened, who, along with being a strong subordinate of this game's villain Tates Baltazar, was also his student. That is why this time will be different. Now, Korin stands in front of Furmak's dead body, then going near him starts checking something and says, "Looks like he was yet to get that thing." And the thing Korin is searching for on Furmak is Leah Fail. It is one of the 4 treasures of Yuel's Druid clan. Korin tells us, if Furmak had this thing, then he wouldn't have been able to defeat him today. After this, Korin takes back the original rune which Furmak had gotten from the King of the Iron Mountain. Now, Korin tells us about the real plan of this game's villain, Tates Baltazar. So with the help of these 8 original runes, he wants to bring Shadow Paradise back to this world again. But no matter what, Korin cannot let these 8 original runes fall into their hands. Going ahead, Korin tells us that this world did very bad things to Tates, but according to him, killing people without any reason is not the solution to that matter. Guys, this game's villain Tates Baltazar's story is also a little sad, and you will get to know this story in the future parts. Now, after so much chaos, Korin finally rests a little. But right now, his body's condition is not particularly good. Because due to holding that mandrake, his left eardrum has burst, and due to the rune of sun, his upper body has been burned and damaged. But more than this, it's his internal body damage. The punches that Furmak had landed on him, because of them, his ribs are broken, and along with it, his internal organs are also damaged. Right now, he is barely able to move his left hand and both legs, but due to using 6-step Sura, they have also taken a lot of damage. After this, Korin slowly starts losing his consciousness, and right then the system's message also comes that to defeat Furmak, his commandments are giving him a reward. But Korin, while losing consciousness, is saying, "This is not important right now. I have to keep that mandrake and runes safe." But immediately, the system equally distributes 60 points in all his abilities as a reward for completing his commandment, and apart from this, gives him an extra reward, the map of Findia's Sun, which is one of the 4 secret treasures. After this, we see that Korin slowly starts waking up from unconsciousness, and Alicia is carrying him on her back. Then Korin asks her, "Is that you, Alicia?" And Alicia replies, "So, you woke up." But right then Korin asks her about the testing facilities. Alicia tells him, "Professor Dana is handling everything there, but Dron left from there immediately, and Yule found you." Hearing this matter, Korin, getting angry at Dron, says, "That scumbag! Doesn't he know what loyalty is?" Then Alicia tells that Dron had said that their relationship is only for business. That is why don't expect much from him, and he wants you to do the payment by next week. But keeping these things aside, Korin is about to ask Alicia about the rune and mandrake, but before he could talk, Alicia tells him not to take tension because she has already kept them safe. And hearing this matter, Korin, in a little surprise, says to Alicia, "How did you know what I was going to ask? You were never this smart." And hearing this matter of Korin, Alicia says, "Son, remember that you are riding on my back right now, and if I want, I can drop you here." And hearing this threat of Alicia, Korin apologizes for whatever he said to her. Then Alicia lays Korin down on a bench, and Korin says thanks to her. Then Alicia says, "It wasn't such a big deal. But Korin says, I didn't say thanks to you for saving me, but I said it for your domain severance. If you weren't there, then maybe we would never have been able to defeat that king of the Iron Mountain. And hearing this matter, Alicia says, I didn't do a job as big as you did, and if I remember, you were engraving these runes during the group assignments and while making the mandrake potion, so you already knew what was going to happen. That is why you were preparing, right? And Korin gives a yes answer to Alicia's questions, but going ahead requests her not to ask how he knows all this. Then Alicia asks him, why did you go to fight alone? We could have fought together. And hearing this matter of Alicia, Korin gets stunned for a while, then tells her that he didn't want any of his friends to die. And hearing this, Alicia says, I'm seeing such a person for the first time who thinks so much about others. But whatever it is, you did good, Korin. After this, we come back to the Merkaba Academy's hospital again, where we see our bros Lark and Jaeger, who are saying to each other, Korin is hurt a lot. That is why he is admitted. And yes, I heard that his ribs bones are also broken. Then Jaeger says, that scumbag. I don't know why he has this arrogance of doing everything alone in this. He could have called us too. But let it be. The poor guy must be alone right now. So come on, let's go meet him. And on this matter of Jaeger's, Lark also says, you are right. Who does he have other than us to take care of him? After this, both of them open the door of Korin's room and call out to him. Hey bro, are you all right? We thought you'd be alone. That is why we came to meet you. But if we look at Korin, 3 beauties were engaged in serving him. Man, his life is so awesome. And on one hand, if I ask my mom for even a glass of water, I get 10-20 insults free with it. But coming back to the story, so Korin notices his friends and says, oh, did you guys bring snacks? But guys, my stomach is already full. And seeing him enjoying so much, Jaeger and Lark both say in anger, you and tear up all the snack packets. Jaeger and Lark, this has happened not only with you, but with me many times too. And now it has become like a habit. So guys, maybe you found some of the jokes a little weird, or maybe you didn't even understand some of them. To be honest, I am a foreign YouTuber, so I don't exactly know your guys' tasting style. But I will always try my absolute best to entertain you. Maybe you guys didn't find the voiceover that great today, but I will keep trying to improve it every single time. And if you had an issue with anything in this video, or if there is anything else I can improve, then please definitely let me know. And definitely tell me which part of this video you like the most. I would also love to know if you guys want to see the next part of this series. So, alright, I will see you in the next video.